That was a fucking real snore.
Yeah, it was.
I know that because I've cut those snores up before. That sounded fucking... That was real. That was real as fuck. He was actually talking in the sleep too. Did you hear him?
Dude, that was so fucking funny.
Fuck. He like says something, then he's like totally asleep, and I'm like, oh my god, fucking seriously, that is fucking crazy. Fuck.
The following is based on true events.
I feel like something bad is gonna happen to me. Yeah, of course I'm scared of dying. Isn't everyone scared of dying?
Oh my god! Oh god!
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 174 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Toxic Offender, aka Mr. Fuck Off. I had the best top 10 list of 2019. Yeah. And of course, I have my lazy hetero Mexican by my side tonight, the man who will create a new podcast every time he gets a new thought inside his taco. Doublecast J, aka J. Sean P. And I'd like to welcome back to the show the official guest co-host, the man who likes to rub Jack-in-the-Box tacos on his nipples and send me the pictures at 4 a.m. with his thumbs cocked high, the Sactown Snorer, Mike Merriman. What's going on, motherfuckers? Yeah, Happy New Year!
2020, first show 2020.
Yeah,
What's up?
2020, we are in a brand new decade, brand new fucking decade, man. That's amazing.
I know. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad to be here to help Moods represent the best coast against the East Coast.
West Side! It just gives me a reason to put more of those West Coast samples in the show.
JP, you just got to accept this is podcast Manifest Destiny before your very eyes.
Yeah.
The superiors moved westward and we're taking over.
Westbound, yeah. It's just so much easier on the West Coast, man. The time just aligns so much better. We watch sports earlier. It's amazing.
Dude, we get all that shit out of the way and still have time to party at night.
That's right. That is fucking
absolutely and you ruin
right.
it for everyone else.
Oh, fuck off, man. Even my buddy Jay, man, who lives in Halifax, which is actually 4 hours difference, so it's even a difference from, to you. He seriously is watching ball games at 2 in the morning. It's fucked. That time difference is ridiculous,
dude.
man.
I watched I watched the end of a football game, and it's midnight by the time it's done.
Yeah, I still have a lot of family on the East Coast, and I cannot get over the concept of people going to bed before Monday Night Football ends because I got to work. I'm like, you fuckers! That shit's over by 9 o'clock for me.
It is absolutely true. That's crazy.
The last time I visited family in the East Coast, it was about 7:38, and I was freaking out because I thought we missed Monday Night Football because I'm used to it coming on at 6, and then it clicked to me. I was like, oh shit, it hasn't even started yet because I'm on the stupid fucking East Coast.
I mean, I do like some aspects of the sports running late. For example, when MMA ends, which is usually 1 a.m., I would be sad if it ended 3 hours earlier in a way, because I would be like, man, I still want to do stuff tonight. But I don't know.
Using that as an example is actually kind of interesting because I used to host MMA, pay-per-views here all the time and stuff, and then the pay-per-view would end at 9:30 our time kind of thing, and then maybe 10 o'clock if you got lucky with some of the fights going longer or whatever. But then as soon as 10 o'clock would hit, and when I got older and shit, everyone would just fucking bounce. I'm like, you guys are fucking lame. It's 10 o'clock, man. We're drinking, having a good time, and you guys are just gonna bounce. But if I was over in the East Coast, 1 o'clock in the morning, if you want to leave now, you're probably pretty tankard. So it is what it is. But yeah, 10 o'clock would roll around. I'm like, fuck, how old are we getting, man? You guys are leaving right now?
See, I'm legitimately an insomniac. I've never been officially diagnosed, but like Watson, he talks about it a lot. I am horrible at sleeping. Like, I will just stay up. Like, there's nights where I literally stay up the entire night and go to work because I just can't sleep. I just can't. I toss, turn, and I do that for about 3 days, getting like 3 hours of sleep, and then it all catches up with me, and I sleep like 12 hours straight.
Yeah. But
yeah, I have a horrible time sleeping at night. That's why I've always preferred second shift with jobs, because even when it's easier for me. Yesterday, for example, I didn't go to sleep until I want to say 10 a.m. and I woke up at 2 p.m. and went to work. And just with that short amount of sleep, I was like, cool. I wasn't that tired. But if I do that and I have to wake up at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. and have the same amount of hours, I'm like way more tired throughout the day. It's bizarre. It's just something about I'm not tired at night. I think that if I lived in Alaska where it's all dark all the time, it'd probably benefit me.
30 Days of Night.
Well, it's not always like that, but yeah, 30 Days of Night. Yeah.
There's another show we could do: 30 Days of Night 1 and 2.
I mean, that shit happens to me where there'll be, especially work nights, I'll get tired early, but then I'll randomly just kind of wake up at midnight at 1, and what I should do is just lay back down and go to sleep, but instead I'll be like, oh, well, since I woke up, let me see what's on here and here and here. And next thing I know, it's I've been up 2-3 hours. Oh shit, this is not good because I got to work the next day.
I'm the exact same way, man. I'm a night person, totally night person. I start watching movies after everyone's in bed and shit, and I usually watch 3 or 4 every night. 4:35 in the morning rolls around, I'm like, man, I should probably go to sleep, kind of thing, man. But I've always been like that, man. Working night shift, the graveyard shift, was the shit for me, man. That was the most amazing thing for me, because it seems like I always wake up around 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It's 10 to 10 at night right now, and I feel great, man. It's at 10 in the morning, I didn't feel like this. Definitely not.
Yeah. When I was in my early 20s, I worked a job. It was a swing shift, but it was 4/10s. I worked 3:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. And I would get off work, and it's you're up for a while, but you could sleep till noon, 1 o'clock, no problem. So it worked really well for being an insomniac, because you were up anyway. And then if you got off work early, on a Friday, it's okay, it's a Friday night, you're off work at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I'm
ready to go.
Headed down to College Town with my friends. And
yeah, I love second shift. Third shift for me, I like it for a while, but I start getting depressed kind of after a while, because it's you start not seeing anybody.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? You feel like a recluse because you're up when nobody else is. And so third shift, I don't love, but I still like it better than first shift.
Yeah. I mean, the main reason I work an early shift now is just because it works better for family stuff. I got kids in school, so it's it's better if I'm off when they're out of school. It just makes it easier logistically. But if I was still without kids and stuff, and I could just do it according to what I wanted to do, I wouldn't mind going back to a second shift.
So what did you guys do for New Year's this year?
What the hell did I do? Oh, I went over a friend's house and we watched the PFL and just kind of kicked it and reminisced over the last 10 years and talked about life and stuff. It was pretty cool. Didn't really get into anything too crazy.
You have some drinks? Did you guys break out the fucking confetti?
Yeah, we had some drinks, but nothing.
It was just the two
overly.
of you?
And his mom and his mom's boyfriend and his brother and his mom, a couple of his mom's friends or something.
So your girlfriend was out having fun? She was at a party?
I think she went to the casino or something.
Wow, casino at New Year's. Wow, that's interesting. Never done that shit before. Mike, what'd you do?
I don't gamble like that.
No.
Yeah, this is the first year in a while we didn't really do anything. We just I bought some little party popper stuff for my kids, and my kids are still pretty young, so they even if I try to let them, they can't make it to midnight. So what I do is I I don't know if non-West Coasters know, but out here they'll show like the New Year's stuff on the TV for like the East Coast New Year's first. Yeah. So I kind of let my kids do like their New Year's at like 9 o'clock, which will be midnight East Coast.
Well, that's the real New Year's, so I mean, that makes sense.
No, that's like the half New Year's, like the not quite New Year's yet.
It happens first. What do you mean?
It doesn't count as New Year's until the whole U.S. is on New Year's, man. It's like halfway there, halfway. But so so basically, when me and when I had kids, we stopped kind of going out, obviously. But I would always go to my friends. My friends' family, they host a big old party, like a family-friendly party. But I noticed like the last couple of years, it's like it gets to like 10:30 or 11, and I'm just like, fuck, man, am I getting old or lame or what? We would just get tired. Not yeah, obviously, yeah. No, we wouldn't be tired like I want to go to bed tired, but just like, wow, I'd rather be just lounging at home watching movies at around 11 o'clock than quote unquote partying. So this year we're like, let's just chill at home, party. We'll have some drinks and have some hanging with Mary Jane, if you know what I'm saying. But so we just let our kids kind of fire off the party poppers. We had like these confetti shooter things, and of course it made such a bigger mess than we were expecting that we got to sweep up confetti at that time. But I don't know. Maybe next year, we're thinking about next year heading back, doing the party thing again. But it wasn't bad having like a night or a year off from that. Just, we're fucking old. Not old, but moods. You're the same age as me. So, yeah. Hitting that magical age,
Yeah, that's why you got to incorporate your friends and stuff. Like what we did this year was we had two of my buddies and their wives and their kids come over and shit. So there was like 6 adults and there was 5 kids, and we basically had a hot oil fondue for us, and then fed the kids other fucking food because they're not gonna do with that shit because it takes way too long and shit. But it turned into a pretty good party. The kids were really good and stuff, and I mean more of a gathering. I wouldn't say party kind of thing, but everyone pretty much stuck around until midnight and shit, and had a bunch of drinks and had a good time. It was actually quite fun. It's very interesting because, ever since I've had kids, like there was one year where we didn't do anything because our plans actually kind of fell through and shit. But we generally still go out. Like we're still those people that will get a babysitter and go and do some stuff. But this year we're like, fuck it, man. We'll keep it low key, stay in the house, do some fonduing, and have a bunch of drinks because we still had so much fucking just crazy Christmas, snacks and foods and shit from Christmas and shit. So it was a good way to get rid of some of it because like really, like I'm not gonna eat all that shit. So yeah,
I think for me and Jen, it's like we pretty much we own a house now, but before this we were renting, and pretty much all through our 20s and even our early 30s we were that house where like the party was at. Like you said, you had MMA parties. We had the same thing. Like we'd have like friends, family, tons of people over. We'd be the party that's like ordering that 200 Wingstop order at like midnight, 10 minutes before they closed. Dude, I think we put in so many years of like partying every other weekend that at this stage of our life, it's not that we don't miss it, but it's just like we did that shit for like a decade straight. It's like we have that in our resume. It's not that we'll never party again, but it's like man, we're just ready to kind of relax and chill.
Honestly, dude, that is like, I know I'm not as old as you guys, but I did like way too much stupid partying in my early life, especially in like high school and after. I kind of got burnt out of it in around like 22. Like, funny enough, around when I started this podcast, like I settled my life down and stopped getting into trouble and stuff. And ever since then, like I'll still go drink casually and stuff, but I just am like more of like a calm dude now. And I don't like it. It was fun. Me and my friend just, sat, had a couple 6-packs and just, bullshitted. And it was and watched the fights, it was Martin.
Yeah, there's always a time your shit's gonna end up like that, man. Like we were exactly the same way at this place, man. When we bought this house, it was like every fucking weekend, man. We always had like backyard barn Bruiser. Oh my god, dude, we had so many fucking parties and stuff. It was all the fucking
Yeah.
time, man. Just crazy. We were like that house. Like, I mean, but respectfully though, man. Like, we still led our normal lives and shit like that. But we always had people over and stuff, and it was great and things like that. And I mean, even when we had kids, it was like I mean, obviously it slowed down a little bit, but it was already slowing down from there because we were older. Right, it just wasn't as frequent because I used to host poker parties here all the time, MMA. We still do the Super Bowl party every single year. We haven't missed that, and since we've owned this house in 12 years, and we're actually doing it again this year and stuff. So that's one thing that we kind of have to look forward and stuff. But like the frequency of the party, especially in the summer, is so non-frequent anymore because we're out of town like every weekend. So we don't really party a whole lot, and yeah, we'd like never use our backyard fire pit at all ever. It's fucking crazy.
I think for us more. It's not so much the parties that we miss. It's more having the flexibility to just go out, like a Friday or a Saturday night when you just want to go out on the town, not necessarily get shit faced, but grab dinner, just do a little bar, have the flexibility to do whatever the fuck, be spontaneous. That's more what we miss, and it's not that our parents like are never willing to babysit, but it's like we don't want to be asking them like all the freaking time, and probably in a few years from now, when my oldest is technically old enough to babysit the youngest, like that'll re-enter our lives where we can just kind of go out, because we're pretty, where we live, we're pretty close to our downtown area, so it's not like we're driving 20 miles across town to go where we want to go. So that'll come back, but it's putting in that time until they get a little older. So it's just that kind of stage in our life.
We have one that my best friend, we actually it was just a couple weeks back, just right before Christmas, we actually kind of did that. Aaron, the wife's parents wanted to take the kid for the weekend kind of thing, so we're like, perfect, well, we got to plan something kind of thing, right? So I'm like, whatever, we don't really have a plan, but let's just do this. Actually, no, it was right after Christmas. And so I'm like, well, we'll go for dinner, and then we'll just do like an old school kind of hopping around type deal. So we went for dinner. We ended up at the casino right away. And like, I don't gamble either. Like, I'll play poker and shit like that, but like to go into a casino and play and gamble and shit is like, fuck that. I don't really get any enjoyment out of that. So I just kind of sat in the lounge and had a couple rum and cokes and shit, like rum and gingers. And then we moved on. We just went to a bunch of different places, a bunch of pubs and, other places, and ended up in this club and shit. It was like fucking crazy. I just felt young again. It was awesome. But it's pretty rare that shit happens, but it did. And it was like really fun. But like midnight hits, and all of a sudden my buddy like hit a wall and he's like, I gotta go. I'm like, fuck, seriously, dude? Like, we're getting to the point now where there's no late night fucking Wendy's Junior Bacons and shit, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, that was some fucking New Year's talk. Since we're into 2020, has there been any films released this year that we need to check out, or what the fuck, man?
We need to check out? No.
What does it even come out? Like, I haven't really been. I've been really in this mode since the New Year started. I'm just like, fuck it, man. Like, I am completely not watching because I started last year in 19, like New Year's Day. Like, I think there was a movie I watched like right away and shit, and I was like, okay. And then I just kind of paced myself all year, watched 130 something, whatever the fuck it was. Who cares? But then this year, I'm like, I started watching shit that I really wanted to watch, and I was like, you know what? I'm having fun doing this. I'm not even trying to seek out anything. I'll let everyone else watch the shit for first month or whatever, and then let me know. So, anything good?
No. I mean, there's two theatrical films. One of them is The Grudge, which was what we just did an episode of that. Actually, you know what? Let me shout that out real quick. Started a new podcast.
Shameless fucking plugs, man. This guy.
This is the start of a new podcast for 2020. It's me and Carly, and it's called His and Her Movie Podcast, aka Double HMP. And please check it out. Episode 2 will be out next week, probably by the time you hear this. Definitely listen to that episode because there's a pretty big announcement on there, and I just want everybody to be listening to that. Yeah. And then,
do you guys start the new podcast because Netflix sucks now and they don't get any good movies?
Pretty much. No, that was kind of a limited
first
format.
episode.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, people
Except
seem to
for
really
the
like-
West Coast shit talking, everyone can fast forward through that bullshit.
Yeah, it's funny though because like it seems like this one already has more success than Netflix and Chill ever did, so I'm very happy about that. But our first episode featured a preview of 2020 as well as a review of The Grudge. Spoiler alert: we both thought it was awful. And next episode will be tackling Underwater, which we saw today. So yeah, moods theatrical horror. The Grudge sucked. I'll save my thoughts for Underwater for that show, but I don't think anything has dropped on streaming as of yet, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing big, Mike.
There's a Shudder movie that just hit called The Marshes. I actually watched that, but I'll bring it up later under the what we watched segment. But other than that, no, I don't think there's that much. And it's funny because I was just thinking about this earlier today. It's like the end of 2019, I was cramming so hard, and then like we did our top 10 on Fresh Cuts, and then I was so happy to turn the page, and then 2020 hit, and I knew about the theatrical releases and for January, but I was like so hyped to be like, all right, let me see what's on VOD, and there just wasn't shit. Like,
Yeah.
I had to wait for theatrical stuff, and
Who would have thought that there would have been more theatrical movies coming out than fucking VOD and other streaming services?
What's
That's
crazy
kinda weird, right?
about what's crazy about that, Moods,
Yeah.
is there's actually 4 horror films coming out this month in
every
January.
week.
Yeah, which
And I actually did some research on for something else I'm doing on his and her movie podcast.
this guy puts more
and-
effort into his new podcast than he does compared to this one.
And
Fucking guy.
during my research, I went back through the last 10 years of films released in January.
Yeah.
And there's never been a month where there have been 4 titles, I don't think.
Well, I think I said that too. I was like, man, I remember we talked about this in 13-14. There was like absolutely none, like even through the whole years and shit. I was like, when was the last time there was 4 theatrical films?
There was at
in
least
January.
one every year in January for the last 10 years, though. Wide releases.
Yeah,
So
and-
it's at least one.
Underwater is the one that's technically like a dump off, right? Filmed like 2 years ago or some shit like that.
Yeah, I heard something like that too. actually didn't even really have much interest in that shit. So
Yeah.
then again, what are the other 2 theatricals that are coming out this month? Because I know the Grudge, I
Hansel
had
and
no
Gretel and
intention.
The Turning.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause
The Gretel
Grudge-
and Hansel one is what I'm most interested in because that's Osgood Perkins directed that.
Okay.
Of course, from
Yeah.
Black Kit's Daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised that we even got that movie here. The Grudge, but no interest in seeing it, man. I really did not. Isn't it kind of like a sequel to like the remakes or some shit like that? What's going on with that? I heard people saying it wasn't even like a standalone. It's actually like a sequel to the
It could be
remake?
considered a sequel to the original Grudge.
Or to the original. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. And I was like, really? I was like, holy fuck, I didn't even know that until like yesterday. I was like, that's crazy. Maybe I was like, well, maybe that's the reason why people are not really digging it too much. But it's probably
No,
not. I heard it's just-
There's many reasons.
It's just not good, dude. It's
I just knew it, man. I knew it, but whatever. Year's got to start off somehow, right? Either good or bad.
I felt bad for Harold and Lin Shaye for being
Yeah.
in that garbage.
Shit,
Oh,
I felt
actually,
bad. I
William
felt bad for
Sadler's
William
in it,
Sadler
too, I
and
think, yeah.
fucking,
Man, Lin Shaye
everyone
has
that showed
really
up
been
that I
doing a lot.
recognized.
She's been fucking putting in work, man.
I mean, she was really the best. JP, would you say she was the best performance in it, even though the movie sucked? I mean, she was probably the best part of it, even though that doesn't say much, but still.
The movie's completely soulless. It just has no soul. I'm now 0 for 4 with Grudge films that I like. 0 for 4.
Is that including the original Japanese one?
It's including all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, listen. I don't think it's a bad movie. I don't like it. You know what I mean? It's okay. That's Ju-on the Curse, I believe, the one from 2002. And then I didn't like the American one. And then I didn't like Sadako versus Kayako either.
You can at least have a little fun with that one.
I never even.
I mean, it was
I never
okay,
checked it
but
out,
I'm just
actually.
saying, like, my what I consider like a a score like a 1-for-1 or something is a 7 or higher. If you're 6.5 or under, it's just not worth my time really to remember you. You know what I mean? And granted, I like some films.
Look at this
that
snooty
I get
motherfucker. 6.5. Get the fuck
No,
out.
I'm
Yeah.
just,
6.5,
I'm just
shit.
saying, like, I'm not going to count you as a
Six
great
and a
success if I don't think you're at least a 7 or above. But that's not saying I don't like film. Like, I like films that I've given 5s, 5.5s that
No way,
are
girl.
decent.
6.5 shit.
But do you know what I'm saying? Like, the most people cut it off at 5. I cut it off at 7, just because like there's so much good stuff out there. Like, I don't want to, you know, I prefer 7s and above.
I don't even cut off anything really, to be honest. I mean, unless I absolutely fucking loathe the movie like Midlamer. But I don't know, man. I've revisited films. I've honestly revisited films that, you know, I at least had somewhat enjoyment with, and just really kind of enjoyed them a lot more than I probably should have. You know, it's happened on multiple occasions, man. I think with a movie like Midlamer that I fucking I sat there
that
and
movie is good.
I paid every ounce of attention to that shit. I was glued to it, and just, I mean, really.
You were glued to it. That means you liked it.
Well, no, because I really wanted to pay attention. I thought there was going to be some miraculous turnaround in this fucking lame ass fucking
Miraculous turnaround from the greatness you are witnessing.
No, it's just like, no, I meant what I was actually really paying attention to it, because sometimes I would get sidetracked when I'm watching movies if I get bored and stuff. But I was like, hey, this has got to turn around. Everyone loves this fucking movie. Something's got to change, you know? No, it didn't really.
God damn it, Moods.
And that's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to watch this shit again, based on, obviously the time is definitely a factor. I mean, if it was a 90-minute movie, it might have been better. I don't know, doubt it, but I can't see myself revisiting that thing anytime soon, because I just got no enjoyment out of it. And like, I still remember it, you know, perfect, like I just watched it kind of thing, but oh my God.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, I thought it was great. Mike, I assume that made your top 10 as well?
Yeah, it was in my top 3.
But he also had close
mine
calls on
too.
him, and kudos to fucking Mr. Merriman for having close calls on there. That was pretty awesome. Oh,
Dude, check it out. The Close Calls and The Black Forest were my final 2 watches of 2019, and they both...
Did you watch them because of our show?
No, well, I don't know. It wasn't directly because of it, but in the other chat, not the Fresh Cuts chat, but the other one I'm in with Moods and some other people, it was like a week, I think, before we were doing the Fresh Cuts, and I asked like him and Derek and I was like, look, I got a week left to cram what I can, throw out some suggestions, and those were 2 of the ones that got suggested, and I was like, all right, let me. And I didn't even know Close Calls was like released like way early in 2019. It was one of those ones that just totally slipped my knowing that it was even out there, and it happened to be on Tubi, so it was like easy to like access. So I was like,
Dude,
oh,
I
let me check it
love
out.
Tubi.
I was really shocked when you said it was on Tubi. I was like, damn, that's really cool, man. Like, I used to
Yeah.
get
It's
once in a while for some shit.
underrated as hell, dude.
So here's the thing about Tubi.
It has commercials.
Well, okay, that I mean,
It actually doesn't bother me though, because I'm like,
Doesn't
dude,
bother me
It's a pretty
either.
good. It's a pretty good free streaming site that has a lot of fucking content on it. I can deal
Yeah.
with the commercials that are 10 seconds. It's not a big deal because the movies
Well,
aren't
because
cut.
it's free.
It's
you know,
free,
if
but
it
they're
was
not cut.
Yeah.
It's not like
It's
TV
a
versions.
good
right?
trade-off. It's a fair trade-off in my mind,
I mean,
because they
when
don't
you resort to
they don't cut the movies. They just put commercials.
Exactly.
And
And like,
it's not even that many commercial breaks. Like, you would think there would be more,
Yeah.
but it's really not that bad. But no, what I was going to say was, the thing about Tubi is like, it does have, sometimes it will have the Netflix aspect where you might have to dig through a bunch of crap to get to good stuff. But if you hit like their little categories, you'll notice like they have a lot of fucking quality stuff on here. Like, I'm surprised, like, how is this on a free service? Even with ads, I'm surprised at some of the stuff that they get on there. And if people tell me stuff that's on there, it's like, and then I can skip the whole browsing thing and just, go right to that shit. And when I think it was Derek that told me it was on Tubi, and I was like, well, shit, I'm watching it. And I even told some people, I was like, Close Calls was pretty like, it was, I think, 9 on my list. And I was like, I want to say it might have been higher if I had more time to like digest it, because I only watched it maybe 3-4 days before we did the show, and I was like, this has to make my top 10. But if I had, more time to think about it, I was like, man, maybe it would have been like a little bit higher. I just didn't want to have too much of a reaction.
You know what, Mike? I really, really enjoyed. Like, I watched it. I think it was like day 2 of my 31 Days of Horror. This past October, and I really enjoyed it a lot. And I picked out a lot of things in the movie. I picked out some of the Shining kind of throwouts there, shout outs and stuff to the Shining, and a couple other horror films and stuff. And I'm like, and then I had questions, and I'm like, I just want to know if my questions or the answers to my questions are right, kind of thing. So I actually watched the commentary, because I saw it like on the DVD that he had done a commentary for it. And I'm like, man, maybe he'll do a good commentary and actually talk about and give us a lot of insight into the film. And he really does break it down. He goes into all the shit that he was, influenced by, and where he was going with this, and and what some of the symbolism was, everything he goes into. And I'm like, fuck, this movie's awesome. Right?
It feels
I was
like
right
a
about
bunch of
most of the
homages.
shit. Yeah, I was right about most of the shit I was thinking about. There was a couple things that he totally filled me, and I was like, awesome, totally fucking cool, man. I thought that's a really good indie film, and I wish more people had seen it. But I got to give a big shout out to Lacey Liu for actually sending over the 22 Shots Top 10 in 2019 show to the director of Close Calls, and he actually
did she really?
Yeah, and she sent it over, and he checked it out, and I guess.
Wait, did he hear Dave?
He did. He actually did, and it was so fucking funny because I was making fun of Dave. Actually, Dave was the one that was telling me about it today, and I said, "Hey, you must have felt like a real cool guy after you bashed the shit out of all that good acting on the movie, right?" And he goes, "Dude, I feel like a piece of shit now." He goes, "I think I'm gonna have to fucking." Funny. He goes, "I'm gonna have to, help out or do a Kickstarter on his next movie or whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, you're probably gonna have to give him a little bit of loot for that one." But yeah, big shout out to Lacey Liu for doing that, man. He checked it out, he loved it and stuff. So I think I haven't seen any other lists where it was on besides Mike, so that's good that it's getting maybe some notoriety. Maybe people check it out and stuff. But I just thought it was so fucking funny when Dave was just went off on the acting on it. I was like, holy shit, dude.
Dave cracked me up
because he doesn't really do that a lot. I've been watching Dave's videos for years and years, and he doesn't go that. He does it on
our show. He's done it 4 or 5 times.
You know what? Hilarious. I think it's because we've rubbed off on him, because we just don't give a fuck on here, and we're just we'll just go off on shit. But if you know Dave personally, he must have felt really strongly about that, because it just it came barking at you, man. It was dude, the fucking acting was horrible. He's like, what the fuck? I'm just whoa, Dave.
Dude, what was his other rant? There was another rant he had too. It was great, but.
And I was shocked. I was more shocked the fact, because I thought for sure Dave would really like Close Calls, because that seems to be the type of movie that we would have in common, kind of thing. But it turns out that you and him, for some fucking weird ass reason, had
8 out of 10, baby.
8 of the same movies. That's got to be the most I've ever seen. But I have to say though, interesting enough, because that wasn't the most interesting thing that you and Dave had similar lists, because I always considered you guys to have such polar opposite tastes, was the fact that there was 6 people on this show and we had 6 different number ones. That's crazy. I don't think that's even ever happened before.
No, we've had 4 different number ones, I think. But I don't think we've ever had 6 or 5 even. I don't think we've even had 5 different number ones.
No, but I mean, I'm talking the main host. 6 people, 6 different number ones. And so I was kind of right going into the show. I said, I think our lists are going to be, pretty different. And it turns out there was a lot of interchangeable films, and there was a lot of films that were, just on certain lists and stuff. But the number ones is really kind of shocked me that no one had the same number one. So that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Let me ask you guys this, because you brought up, Mike brought up had he had time to digest Close Calls, it might have went higher. 1 week removed, 2 weeks removed. Do you guys have any list remorse yet?
No, absolutely not.
I don't think so, only because I am someone that doesn't, I don't necessarily, so everyone knows that probably by now, because me and Venom have been on 22 Shots so many times in the past, 3-4 months. I do a show with him. Venom is a serial rewatcher. He watches movies 2-3 times before he constructs these lists. So I think he's very definitive. Most of my list making is based on a single watch, so it's hard for me to, until I actually rewatch stuff, it's hard for me to say that I have any remorse. So I'm pretty happy with how my 2019 list turned out. It's hard to say at this point I've had any remorse, a year from now if I've rewatched them. Midsummer, was the one. Well, I don't even say a rewatch because I watched the director's cut because I was just kind of interested to see, you know, what additional stuff was in it. So that was the one I quote unquote rewatch, and then Us.
You poor bastard.
Man, I was like, moods. If you only see the director's cut, you'll love it even more. But
extra half an hour on top of that 2.5. No, thank you.
I mean, all the great stuff got even better in the director's cut.
I don't know what the fuck. I swear, this has to be one of the most bizarre things. Like, for a movie that's so well liked, it's in the realm of movies that I really do like. It's kind of artsy. It's got like that type of shit that I like. It didn't work for me at all.
That's exactly why I was so shocked when you said like you didn't like it, because I was like, man, it feels like the elements of that movie are like right up your alley. So I thought you were just fucking around the first time you said like, oh, when you started calling him mid-laner, I was like, this motherfucker, he's just fucking talking shit.
I thought Brandon was trolling too, because I never know when Brandon's being serious or trolling, which is usually like 90% troll. He kept saying it sucked too, and I was like, you're fucking lying. It's gonna be your number one. But no, he actually didn't like it. I've seen a few people who didn't like it, but for me, I did have a little bit of remorse. Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy with my list, and I usually always am. But there was one film that I think the more like, because I had watched it like the day before we recorded. Had I watched it maybe a week earlier, it probably would have made my list. And that's Lords of Chaos. I really loved it, dude. It's one that I keep thinking about. I don't think we really discussed that a whole lot. But did you know the story before going into it, or you just take it?
No.
That's
what's interesting about the movie. A lot of people that know the story, they can if they can take it as a movie, and just kind of accept it as a movie. Turns out most people kind of liked it and stuff. But if you didn't know the story before, people seem to really like Lords of Chaos. Right.
Well, I liked it even more after I found out it was like based on a real story. So, but yeah, going into it, I know you reviewed it on here, but I had forgot. Mm-hmm. I didn't know it was the same movie or something like that. You know what I mean?
It was just a giant fucking story. Like when that shit happened, I remember like it was the craziest story ever. Like hearing about this band Mayhem and the fucking lead singer killing himself, and then the guitar player fucking using brains fragments and making necklaces and shit, and actually using the actual photo that he took as an album cover. It was his real dead body. It's fucking crazy. Like that shit was actually for real. Like I mean, and it was like this massively insane story, and it was just like, wow, this music's fucking insane. It's real, man. There's like real Satanists. They're burning down churches, and it was nuts. It's fucking nuts. But they really Hollywoodized the movie a lot, with Buddy having the fucking girlfriend. There's a lot of shit that they had to throw in there to kind of fill it in to make a movie, and shit like that. But I mean, it's still good. I really enjoyed it actually for what it was.
I think that Rory Culkin had one of the best performances I've seen of the year, dude. I thought he absolutely killed that role, and especially in the end, like what all happens in the end is his acting is top notch. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a great one from the year. But other than that,
I was gonna say the actual scene where the shit goes down. That's one of the most brutal depictions of someone getting stabbed.
Yeah,
it's just.
I think that a lot of it has to do with Rory's acting. Actually, that's what one of my props was for. But the thing is, I don't know what I would have knocked off, because I really like Bliss, which was my number 10. So it's like I almost wish that it was a top 11 that year, because I really liked.
See, Bliss was my number 10 until I saw Close Calls and Black Forest. Those are the two that knocked it off. And I was going back and forth because I was like, man, my fear when I was making my list after I saw this, I was like, is this just a knee-jerk reaction where because they're so fresh in my mind that I'm kind of overhyping them in my mind?
That happens to me.
I was thinking about it. I was like, nah, man. And I just went with it. And Bliss is. I loved Bliss. No issues with that movie for the most part at all. It's just, oh man, I mean, that's kind of the thing about making a list, your top 10 when there's a lot of good movies, that shit happens.
I'm looking at my 11 through 25 right now, and I'm like, no, there's absolutely no remorse here. I mean, the movies that I put on my top 10 are definitely the 10 that I would stick with right now and probably not change anything, to be honest. I mean, I don't think it's changing at all. I'm pretty happy with this list, man. Considering the year was a little bit weaker for me, there's not like a whole lot, like an abundance of like just. I had a pretty easy time compiling my top 10 list, which is, I guess, good and bad. There's pros and cons to that, but I would like it to be a little bit harder and make myself kind of evaluate other films in different perspectives and different ways and shit. But this year I was like, hey. As I was doing this through the year, I'm like, hey, these ones are here. Like, is this knocking it off? Blah, blah, blah. And it just turns out it kind of said itself. It was really fucking simple. It was definitely the easiest year I've had probably since we've done this show. I don't really remember how I even did the list in 13 because we didn't really watch a whole lot. Overly prep. We probably watched a fair amount. But like I said before, I've explained this. It was just harder to see films. I wasn't going to buy everything. It's different then.
Well,
it's easier to see
we
films
didn't start the show until... I want to say November. So, we only had like 2 months of prep before we did our...
we watched a fair amount from the year, but we watched a lot of older and retro films. We weren't really concentrating on the new shit, to be honest.
Yeah, I never concentrated on the new shit until I started this show.
Yeah. You would watch the shit that people were talking about, or if you read or saw something that was interesting and check it out and stuff like that, and that's pretty much what it is. But now it's like, everyone's like, yo, man, Kate, compile a list of the films I need to fucking check out right now. It's like crunch time. It's just like chaos when it comes down to it. But I think I've done a pretty good job of,
I just feel so much relief, man. Just like, I don't know, like this year I was like more relieved than ever before to be done with it. I just was like, man, I just feel so like that first week or two of January, especially if we take a week off, of just being able to watch like whatever the hell I want and just kind of go with the flow is so nice. You know what I mean? Because dude, we talk about it all the time. Somebody asked us the other day, like, what amount of hours do we spend doing this? When I made that post asking if people could basically give me some of their drug money so that I wasn't poor, so I could quit my job and podcast. And yeah, it's like the amount of prep, dude, is like at least a part-time job, if not a full-time job. When we're going hard weekly, it's insane. We put in like a lot of hours, and that's why whenever people say, like, hey, like, I'm glad your show is like 5 hours, it makes my whole entire work day like smooth. Like, that's why I love that stuff when people say that.
Yeah, man, I just completely forgot about 19, moved on to 2020, and just started off my year with Berserker.
I started off with Stand By Me, which I had on 4K, nice. And I wanted to watch since I picked it up, but I couldn't because I was prepping for everything else. So yeah, that was nice. Been a while since I've watched that. It's always been a favorite of mine.
Well, it's been a while since I had like a mini marathon, like kind of by myself, like I watched 7 movies New Year's Day. Because I told the wife, I said, man, when I get up, I'm fucking going down to my man cave and I'm not coming up at all. Like, I'm having a day by myself kind of thing. And I watched 7 movies. I busted out like the RoboCop trilogy.
I've seen that.
I watched like a whole pile of like different shit. I even watched City on Fire. Actually, that was the next day, but I watched a whole pile of shit. I've watched so many movies since the beginning. Yeah, I watched the Angel trilogy. Yeah, man, it's fucking crazy. I don't know what's...
Yeah, I like looking at your letterbox because I'm just like... One, I'm always like, how the fuck does this guy fit all these in? And then 2, I'm like, just curious to see like what you watch, because you will go on like streaks of watching the same type of thing for a little bit. Like you'll watch like a bunch of Christmas movies in a row or something, or you'll like I remember before you watched all 4 of those Poison Ivy movies in a row.
Oh my god, yeah. That's a bad franchise, by the way. But yeah, no, I watched the Street Fighter trilogy too, which is fantastic, man. That's some good shit right there. Man, I'd never seen him before. Man, that's the hella awesome stuff, man. Sonny Chiba, amazing.
You said City on Fire. Are you talking about Ringo Lam's City on Fire or something different?
City on Fire. No, this one has got what the fuck? There's like a bunch of fucking people in it. It's basically about the dude that like lights the whole fucking city on fire. He works at this plant, he kind of blows it up, and then it turns into like mayhem. It would go great with Threads. It has that type of feel to it.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like it's like a disaster film and shit like that. It's it's got a lot of fucking people in it.
The City on Fire I know is Ringo Lamb's, which is like what Reservoir Dogs is based off of. Basically,
no, this one's got like Henry Fonda. He plays like I think he's like the mayor in the film. It's got Leslie Nielsen in it. Who else is in the fucking movie? I think Susan Clark's in it. Shelley Winters has a smaller role. Barry Newman's in it and shit. Like there are a lot of people and shit. It's like a disaster film, man. It's like, this shit could happen. Some dude basically gets passed over for like a like a supervisor position, and he's been there a long time, and he's pissed off, and they work at this type of plant and shit, and he fucking blows it up, and it actually I don't think he means for the whole city to blow up kind of thing, but like everything catches on fire, and it's just like fucking mayhem. It's okay. I mean, if the production value was a lot better than I was actually anticipating it to be, but it's okay, man. It's okay. So those movies kind of get you thinking, though, right? Like when you watch shit like Threads, has to be like one of the most depressing movies of all time. But this right here is on the same. It's not the same level as Threads, but it's the same idea. People are literally fucking just being burnt out of their homes and dying and shit like that, and But yeah, it's kind of depressing. So, but yeah, enough of that.
So 2020, right?
Way to bring down the goddamn show.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, the point is I've been just watching a whole pile of shit, mixed in. Like I watched a couple, Sergio Corbucci films, Italian westerns and shit lately and stuff, and just been nice. And then prepping for the show, man, this week, which was interesting, to say the least. So,
hell yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, it's probably going to do it for the intro. We should probably move on to some news. Should we do that?
Sure.
All right. Well, let's move on to the news then.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right. So let's see here what we get. First up, Sam Raimi addresses the Evil Dead franchise in an Ask Me Anything during his promotion of The Grudge, which he produced. He says, Bruce, Rob, and I are working with a young filmmaker who is writing a new Evil Dead story that he will direct. Raimi continued, as for me, I would love to direct a new Evil Dead movie, but I'd really like to do it with Bruce. And he says he's retired the character. I hope not.
Do you think Bruce is pissed off because they canceled the TV show?
Pissed off, I don't think. I think he was just like bummed and just was like, yeah, that's probably it for me.
But I think a lot has to do with it, though, man. I think that he really likes playing Ash, but I think it honestly put a bad taste in his mouth. I think he honestly wanted to finish off that shit properly, and then kind of go from there. I think honestly, if that had to run its course naturally, I think the idea, with Sam Raimi saying that he would do another film with Bruce, I think Bruce would jump all over that, man, if he had finished out that TV series naturally, man. I think it left a bad taste in his mouth, and I can see where he's coming from, and maybe give it some time, and maybe Raimi would be like, hey, here's a script, Bruce. It looks it could be pretty fucking sweet, man. You want to come back and do this shit? I think you might be persuaded, man,
see,
to be honest.
I think that they... like his head was already in that area like before the TV show where he didn't really want to play Ash too much anymore.
Well, what is he worried about being typecasted? Yeah, Bruce Campbell is fucking Ash. He's been typecasted since 1981.
I think he's just worried about being old.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it doesn't matter his age. He's fucking Ash. Who can? No, I don't look at Bruce Campbell and be like, man, you are way too old to be fucking.
No, I'm saying like he doesn't feel like doing it at this age. Like,
well,
like
the whole gimmick of the show was kind of him being older to begin with. It was like, I'm not the same fucking young ass kicking Ash as I was in the movies.
It was definitely
kind of a play on that.
If it's a physical thing with him personally, yeah, I can see why he doesn't want to do that shit. Kind of not embarrass himself. Dude, I got to get a stuntman to walk up some steps. Like, that's fucked up.
But I don't think it's that. I just think he's like, it's like just doesn't feel like playing the character.
Well, he's just probably tired of it, I think. Yeah. I mean, the show got. If you would have told me, like, you know, a decade ago that there was going to be 3 seasons of it, I probably would have been happy with the fact, because that's still a lot of content if you think about it to continue. Yeah, and it's been one of those things where, like, before the show started or before the show got announced and confirmed, it's like, how long were we hearing about, like, oh, you know, rumor that this, rumor that about a new Evil Dead, and this is not taking into account the remake, but just as far as Bruce Campbell goes, and we finally got the show, and you know, the first season was really good, and the second season is when like the stars started kind of like supposedly interfering with like story elements. They went through showrunners, all that kind of stuff, but we still ended up getting 3 seasons of it. And it's like, yes, would I have liked the show to keep going? Of course, because it was good, but at the same time, it's like I was kind of happy that we actually got a full 3 seasons of it, because I
didn't like the show.
You didn't like any of it?
Probably had too much comedy in it.
It did. I stopped after season 1. I was just like, it's too goofy.
I mean, it was definitely almost like the comedic slapstick of Army of Darkness in an Evil Dead world, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's why I like the original or the remake so much. And I agree, the defibrillator shit is horrible. But if you take that out, the rest of the movie is hardcore horror. You know what I mean? It's an actual horror movie. And that's why I like Evil Dead 1 so much, is because it is a horror movie. And that's my preference.
I can appreciate both, to be honest, man. I mean, obviously, I'm a massive, massive Evil Dead fan. I love that it's a bona fide horror film. There's people out there that are going to tell you differently, that there was intentional comedy in it. I'm like, I don't see it. I think if there's things that are funny in Evil Dead, I think it was unintentional, which is different. Yeah, which is different. If it's unintentional, that's totally different ballgame. That's a different fucking conversation. But Evil Dead 2 is pretty much a remake of 1 with comedic elements. Part 3 is straight up comedy. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I never checked out the TV series. The comedy elements don't really bother me, but I think with the TV series, I can see why they wouldn't make it like straight serious horror. You got to appeal to a bigger crowd,
I can see why too, because Sam prefers the other version of Evil Dead. He doesn't. Sam Raimi doesn't prefer Evil Dead 1, because look, there's only one film like that in the first, 3. Mm. The second one is more goofy. The third one's even more goofy, and then the TV show's even more goofy than that. But the reboot, I really like that because it is so much horror and it's got a lot of carnage in it and stuff like that. Yeah, the defibrillator thing is fucking stupid. I hate that. I actually hate that scene. But I get, I can ignore that for like the rest of the cool movie. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell kind of Evil Dead they would do.
Well, if Raimi prefers like the comedic more, I mean, I couldn't see him doing another serious one. That's kind of leave that up to the other dude, I guess. But
well, that same article, I'm assuming that JP's referring to. He also talked about like Fede Alvarez like sequel.
Yeah, that was the next
Alvarez. I always forget his name. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, "What about a fan asked him, what about a sequel to Fede Alvarez's remake?" And he said, "If Fede would write or direct it, yes, in a split second." Which is a weird answer to me because, like he said early on,
Bruce directed, so just have no involvement in it. What the fuck?
Well, he's like talking about 3 separate Evil Deads essentially here, right? Mm-hmm. He's talking about like Bruce, Rob, and I are working with a young filmmaker who's writing a new Evil Dead story that he will direct. Then he says, "As for me, I would love to direct an Evil Dead movie, but I'd really like to do it with Bruce," and he says he's retired. The character, I hope not. So that's 2 separate Evil Deads. And then if Fede would write or direct it, yes, in a split second. So that's like a third. I'm like,
I think
okay,
Raimi,
why can't Fede do it?
Here's a question though.
I think Raimi. Fuck.
I got a question though. So let's say Raimi talks Bruce out of Ash retirement.
Which I totally think's possible.
Do they take into account the show? Because then you have Kelly and Fede, or not Fede, but what's Heffy? Do you just is this on a separate timeline like before that show takes place or what? Because
I think they said it after the show probably.
So is there a chance that Kelly and him are in it, or is it?
there's probably a chance, but you could also just, reference them and move on to a new story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Raimi's talking shit out his asshole right now, man. To be honest, I think
he did that. He did that all through the 90s, really.
See, I think that he's saying that he would love to direct another Evil Dead movie, but unfortunately Bruce Campbell is retired. I think it's just so fucking easy for him to say that just to please people, or kind of get that little pop into people's ears and give them a glimmer of hope. But he knows it's never going to happen, because if he knows Bruce Campbell that well, it's, he's using the leverage that he's retired not to do it, but he's still going to tell you that he would love to do it. I don't think he would come out and say that he would love to direct another Evil Dead movie if Bruce Campbell had never said that he is fully retired from that character. I don't see Sam Raimi saying that shit, man. He's popping off right now, man. He's putting that glimmer in our assholes, and it's not fucking true. I'm seeing right through it. It's transparent as fuck. He has no intentions of doing another movie because of Bruce Campbell wanted to be like, shit.
Isn't that why stuff like this is hard to even call news? Because it's like he's just fucking blabbing out of the mouth.
It's not news. It's
it's
a
conversation piece. But
my Bruce Campbell, opinion, I thought didn't somewhere last year Bruce Campbell said they were working on an Evil Dead video game and he would voice it because technically.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm looking for if that
done all that.
It doesn't take a lot of physical activity to voice a video game, though, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'm not trying to call him out for that. I'm just saying I would be super excited.
I'm not either. I'm not either. I'm just that's probably a big reason for it.
I hope it does happen, actually.
Yeah,
because one of the Evil Dead games, I think Fistful of Boomstick, because there was Hail to the King. But I think Fistful of Boomstick was like the really, really good one.
I liked Hail to the King, but it was hard as hell.
I might be mixing them up. It's been, I think that was PlayStation 2 era, so it's been so long since I
had it for Dreamcast. But no, I think that when it comes to them working on a new Evil Dead, I'm sure we'll get a new one, but I don't think it'll be Sam and Bruce. But I forget, there was a news a couple weeks ago that Sam Raimi is returning to horror to direct something else that got announced. I forget what it is. But yeah.
Well, I mean, that's good news, I guess, too.
It's called Drag Me Back to Hell.
Drag me back to hell.
No, I don't know.
You know what, man? That movie's not that bad. I actually don't mind that movie.
I like it. It is a little slapstick. It's definitely
dude. I love Drag Me to Hell.
No, it is good.
It is so good,
dude. That's a pretty strong word, man. You love that movie. I like it.
Yeah, dude. It scared the hell out of me when I watched that shit back when it came out by myself, and I was like, dude, this shit is scary.
I would honestly, I would like to see a sequel to the Alvarez film, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the original.
Me too. That's what I prefer. They do.
I've never seen a movie. I can't even think of another movie where I hated every character with so much fucking passion, man. Everybody in that movie is just a piece of shit.
Woo! Wait, from the Evil Dead?
Yeah, from the sister to the fucking brother. All the friends are douches. Everybody sucks fucking dick in that movie, man. It's just horrible.
But why?
Because she's a fucking junkie piece of shit. He's a fucking piece of shit. Everyone just sucks, man.
She's not how do you know she's a piece of shit? She's just a junkie as far as we know.
But she comes off as a piece of shit too. It's just the way her character is in the film, man. All the friends are douchey. I couldn't wait for them to die. I mean, the best thing about the movie is watching all these assholes fucking die. I've always said this, man. This should not be news to you. That was my biggest problem.
You ever say that. I think I remember you saying the characters suck, but I don't remember you saying that they were assholes or anything.
No, they just come off as douchey and fucking every character in that movie, man. I was like, oh my god, this thing is just fucking painful. But the overall movie is actually pretty. The effects are good. I mean, the blood rain's amazing. There's a lot of good stuff going on in the film, but man, the characters, dude, it's just so polar opposite. From the original Evil Dead, the characters were so likable, and everyone was just decently likable.
Oh yeah, I remember this conversation a little bit.
And then you take these characters, and then you take these characters, and I'm not directly trying to, compare them and shit like that, but I'm just using it as an example. But these characters are so hard to get behind because everyone just sucks. I don't know if it's the fucking dialogue or what it is, man, but they just suck. I don't know. But the movie itself isn't bad. I need to
rewatch it because I don't really remember the characters. They don't stand out to me one way or another. I think I remember the main chick the most just because she was the junkie and stuff. But
yeah, that was my main thing. Outside of Jane Levy, who played the main junkie chick.
But all the
they were just more generic to me. Not so much unlikable, it's just generic.
Yeah, kind of basic. I don't remember a lot of development with those.
Just watch the characters and just the shit that they say and how they are within the narrative and shit. It's just, I don't know, man. They're just not good. You can't get behind any of those motherfuckers. And characters are a thing with me. I like characters, so
I think my favorite part of that movie is like the atmosphere and the gore. Like that's where it really shines.
Well, the atmosphere and the gore, those are the major highlights in the movie for sure. You know, the actual effects and shit are really good. So,
what do you hate worse, the characters or the defibrillator scene?
The characters. I could take the defibrillator even because it's like stupid. It's like dumb stupid, but it's like I don't loathe it like the characters. The characters suck. But
the Evil Dead haunt at Hollywood Horror Nights.
To be honest, and to be fair, that scene just it feels, I don't know what the fuck, man. It just feels like it's coming from a different movie. Right? It feels
like it's coming from a parody or something.
It does. It feels like it's coming from like a totally different toned film. We're like, hey, we're just gonna try this and maybe people will fucking, buy into this. Like, who's buying into that shit? That shit is not gonna work, man. It's retarded. I don't know. But
all right. After that, we have just a brief news here. Lee Winnell's The Invisible Man has officially been rated R for strong, bloody violence and language.
Good.
Wow.
That's good.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. That's one of my most anticipated for sure. Speaking of rating news, the New Mutants is finally coming out. At least I assume it is. This film was supposed to come out in 2017, I believe. 2018? Yeah, 2018. Actually, it was on my top 5 most anticipated 2018 films, I think. Or was it 20? I can't remember. One of the years. But yeah, that film is rated PG-13. But according to Josh Boone, the director, he said that it was always PG-13. It was never going to be R, which is fine. I prefer that versus cutting it to a PG-13.
No, that just sounds terrible. I can't believe that movie was actually on an anticipated list for you to watch. Or
yeah,
I had that thing looked like shit from the start for me, man.
I don't.
And now it being a fucking PG-13 film, oh my lord! Now we're gonna dumb it down even more.
I was basing it more on like the concept.
I thought it looked interesting. It sounded like an interesting concept, and I'm all for letting the movie be what it originally was supposed to be, as opposed to tinkering. It looked like studio interference is what caused it to be delayed a year. Because
they wanted to do a ton of reshoots.
Wasn't it supposed to come out the same year as the first It? And then because of its success, they were like, oh, we got to cut it or add stuff to make it more scary or whatnot.
They did a bunch of reshoots, and then now this version that's coming out, I guess, is the original cut. So I guess they tossed the reshoots. But no, I don't know. It's just like I heard the concept and it sounded cool to me, like a bunch of kids with powers in a mental hospital. And then Boone was saying that he was like heavily inspired by Dream Warriors. So to me, like that intrigued me, and I wanted to see what he did with that. But I didn't really know like what at the time, like what it, because I didn't watch trailers back then. I didn't know what what it looked like or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I saw the trailer that year when it was originally supposed to come out, and I'm not really a comic book person per se. Like, there are like certain ones I'll get interested in, but overall, like, I'm not someone that's like gets excited for all of them. But I saw that trailer. I don't remember if it was in the theater or whatnot because it's been a while, but the concept itself is what interested me. And then when it got delayed and just kind of got shelved, I was like, what the hell are they doing with this? And then all of a sudden now it resurfaced like, oh yeah, we're going to take it back to what it was originally supposed to be, which I just find hilarious. It's like, so you should have just released it.
I think that was my favorite part. Jerks. That was my favorite part about the whole New Mutants idea, was it getting delayed and shelved.
Oh yeah.
I like movies set in hospitals and stuff.
Well, I think it's just an interesting concept, because it's like they have mutant powers, but The hospital, you know, it looks like what it is they have them there under false pretenses. And, you know, things aren't as they seem and they band together. That's what I get from the trailer. Obviously, I don't want to spoil too much because you guys don't watch trailers. So, I mean, I just think conceptually it's interesting. So, whereas I'm not the person to like jump on every single comic book movie that comes out. I think for this one, I just think because of the concept itself, I'm interested.
Yeah.
I just prefer them to be normal people, kind of like, you know, Dream Warriors. You know, just the special powers and shit is actually the concept that defers me from watching it.
Mutants reminds me of is like the concept kind of reminds me of the first season of Stranger Things with 11, because her origin was like kind of in that facility where they're like, you know, they have her and trying to mess with her because she has her abilities and stuff. That's what that original trailer from a few years ago reminded me of, and that's why I was kind of interested. Like, oh, they're kind of, and I don't know when the comic itself for the New Mutants or whatever, you know, I don't even know if that's what it was called in the comic iteration because I'm not up on comics so much, but it reminded me of the first season of Stranger, or at least as far as 11's background, and I was like, oh, cool, we're gonna have like a mutant X-Men type movie, but conceptually like that, and that's what kind of had me interested. And then now we're 2-3 years later, and it's finally getting released, and Moods can't wait for his reaction after he goes to see it.
Maybe you'll like it. You never know. You know, I'm a little bit cooler on it now that I know it's PG-13. But you know, I don't know, man. Who knows? Split was PG-13. I really like that one.
See, I don't mind. See, here's the thing with me with PG-13 is like if the original story was meant to be in the confines of PG-13, I'm fine with it. What annoys me
is the
when they put it up. Yeah,
is that Black Christmas bullshit when she's like, "Oh, we wrote an R-rated movie, but we wanted to cut it for this, and that." It's like, oh,
and she had the audacity to say like it still pushes the boundaries of what PG-13 allows or something. I'm like, no,
it did not at all.
It didn't at all.
Yeah,
that shit drives me nuts, man. Like when shit has to get downplayed, you know, when scripts are written as R's and then they come out as PG-13s. That's always been my problem. Like I don't have problems with PG-13 films. I've always said this. It is what it is. But when you know that there was a different version of it and this is the final product that you're getting and seeing and shit like that shit annoys me to no tomorrow.
That's what
I've always been like that. Yeah.
Like a movie like The Meg, where I was like, it was fine, but it could have been great.
For instance, I think you're watching the Monster. You're watching the Monster Squad today, right? And that movie's rated PG-13. You know, but that movie was supposed to be PG-13, and it shows.
Yeah,
right?
Well, it doesn't feel like there was anything that was supposed to be in there that wasn't. You know, like
and
it feels like
it's mostly just due to probably the little bits of language that the kids are using and shit that they gave it the PG-13 rating. But that's a great example of a film that. It's actually one of my favorite movies of all time, and it is PG-13.
Here's an example of one that is the opposite, though. Like, Gremlins was supposed to be R, and it ended up PG-13. I feel like it works well.
You know what's funny about Gremlins, though, is that I never knew that for all those years until, whatever, I guess a few years ago, whenever we reported on that bullshit. But I've never really been the hugest Gremlins fan. I know we've reviewed it on the show, and I'm not in love with that movie. I never have been. I don't know what it is. I think I like the music more than the actual movie itself. I don't know what it is. There's something about that, and honestly, I can't really stand part 2.
Well, we're doing it, so
I won't lie. Like, it's fucking Phoebe. She's the only good thing about the fucking movie, but
I like part 2.
But for me,
Joe Dante only did part 2 because he told the studios, if I'm going to do a sequel, I get to do it however the hell I want to do it.
Do you like part 2, JP?
What?
Do you like part 2?
Yeah, I don't like it a lot.
I'm surprised you do because it's so goofy and it's like more of the same, but it's like goofier and shit. And like
it's goofy, but it's fun.
It doesn't have. It has this kind of awkward tone to it too. Like I could never figure out if it was trying to be. I don't know what the fuck it is about that movie.
It was Joe Dante being as ridiculous as he could.
Yeah.
Well, because they wanted him to do a sequel, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'll just do something crazy like Halloween 2, kind of."
Well, he had the attitude of like,
yeah,
I'm never going to be able to replicate the first one, so I'm just gonna, do this fucking other direction and make it fun.
But I hate that fucking mentality too when they decide that they can't replicate, or you don't even have to replicate, the first film in a series or, first film of anything, with the sequel. The fucked up thing to me, man, is that it's totally copping out. You can still make a serious film. Just try to make another good, not serious, but like on the same type of tone. I think when you go the full comedic way and just make it stupid and silly and ridiculous and stuff like that, people are just like, they give him a pass for that. Like, fuck, he just kind of did that shit, for whatever. But that's
my problem with Basket Case 2 and 3.
It's not, it's not like, yeah, I mean, those movies are kind of fun for what they are. I mean, they're bad and shit like that, but
it's the same concept. The first one was like kind of goofy, but still like grounded. Yeah. Just like Gremlins. Gremlins kind of goofy, but still grounded. And then Gremlins 2 is like insanely goofy, and Basket Case 2 is insanely goofy. It's almost the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little bit different with the Henenlotter case, but because he actually wanted to make those movies, so I think he wanted to do a totally different approach by himself. But like with Dante, it was like they approach him like, "Hey, you want to do a sequel?" And he's like, "Well, okay, I'm not going to try and do something good like the first film. I'm going to take it, this kind of angle and just go kind of goofy." I think he still tried to
make it good. I just think that he just wanted to do something crazy.
But but what I'm saying is just easier to do something silly and goofy than it is to try and, especially if you take like an original film, say like, I don't know, like the first film in a franchise or whatever, and then all of a sudden they just go completely goofy and shit. You're just like, what? Like,
yeah, I hate when they do. It's that. Just so except for with Chainsaw.
I just feel like it's easier to go that route than it is to try and do another good film. I mean,
even Evil Dead 2. I mean, Evil Dead 2, you could make a argument that they went more Splatterhouse and straight horror. I mean, I think Evil Dead 2 is great, but I think there's a little bit more goofy elements than the first one. At least purposeful goofiness.
It's a fucking comedy, dude. Yeah. Practically. It's like, yeah, but.
Yeah. Yeah, there's cases where it works and it doesn't work, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's move on here. Next up, we have an announcement of a documentary hitting called Never Sleep Again, Scream Queen. Oh, Never Sleep Again, Scream Queen. I don't know how to say this right. Never Sleep Again, Scream Queen, My Nightmare on Elm Street. This is the Mark Patton documentary.
Yeah.
About the, being gay in Hollywood, I guess. In the 80s.
I guess we knew that was coming because everything has to be so politically correct now. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it about like the kind of gay undertones of Nightmare on Elm Street 2?
Is this the same documentary that he did that was like about him?
I don't know.
Or is this a different documentary?
I didn't really look into this. I just saw the title. It was, it was for the gay and lesbian community and stuff, and I was like, okay. But is it talking about like all the films that are involved in this kind of subgenre of gay undertones?
No, it's just I thought this. Okay, so like what I thought
just about Nightmare on Elm Street too. Okay, crazy.
I thought this was about Mark Patton and his like mistreatment in Hollywood during the 80s for being gay. I thought that's what this was. If this is something else, then I am not sure.
I have no idea. I don't know. Because when did he come out and said he was gay? Because I remember like during the making of Nightmare on Elm Street 2, like he wasn't fully out. He didn't know that he was gay. I don't really know.
Yeah, no, I think that this is like, it wasn't like out like to the end, like to publicly, but I think like people knew he was gay or something during the.
Yeah, so the director didn't have any prior knowledge.
Or maybe I don't know if
it's
gay. Necessarily about, it's that just, like if it's about the movie or Mark Patton.
See, I always took it as it was more of a coincidence that they made part 2, with these heavy gay overtones, right? And it turns out the main actor in the film was actually gay. This is kind of ironic a little bit. But
yeah, see, I thought the doc was about that, like how I don't know. It's hard to say because now that JP mentions like there's the other thing with Mark, I'm like, damn, what is this? Because do you guys? So
you thought it was a documentary about just the fact that Elm Street 2 seems really gay?
No, I thought it was a collaboration. I thought it was using that as a prime source, but then, kind of going...
I don't think those two things are connected, though, right? Like, I don't think they made Elm Street 2 gay because Mark Patton was gay.
No, I said that they didn't. I said that they didn't because I said it was a coincidence that they were making a movie with obvious heavy gay overtones in it, not realizing that their main star was actually gay because they didn't know at the time that he was actually gay. And I when you hear the director even talk about it and shit, it's like they didn't even realize that they were making the gayest movie of the 80s, kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the thing. There's been like a lot of back and forth on that because I know.
Well, that's what they say in the Legacy in the Elm Street.
In Never Sleep Again. Yeah, they said like,
it
was just coincidence, but then Patton's kind of pushed back on that. Like,
okay, so I don't know that half of the story, but I thought it was like taking this example of Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and the the heavy gay overtones and using that as using that as a starter and then exploring other 80s films that have these gay overtones and stuff, but maybe they're taking the different route and they're going into the fact of how he was mistreated, maybe didn't get roles because he was gay and shit. I don't know.
I think it's like that. I guess
that would make more sense if it's about him. Yeah, if it's about himself. If it's about himself, he's going to use the Nightmare on Elm Street 2 experience and then go from there and then, and then explore his, the rest of the 80s and stuff with his issues. So, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense. Because I'm trying to think of what other movies actually had, like, heavily gay overtones that you can make a whole documentary about.
Friday 5.
Look at all these gay overtones, man. Dude, you know what's fucking bizarre? Dude, so in Friday 5, what's her name? Voorhees. Susie. No.
Pamela, or Debbie Sue.
Debbie Sue Voorhees, man. So I'm watching one of those Angel films the other day. Yeah, she has a small little part in it.
Really?
I've never
seen
naked? Her. No, she's not. She's just out in the street. She was a hooker, oddly enough. But she's in the movie for like 2 seconds. But I'd never seen her in anything else. And I was like, hey, that's that Voorhees bitch with the big titties. I probably shouldn't say that. It's kind of weird, but...
So, she's actually making a Friday the 13th fan film right now.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. So.
Yeah. There's like a few alumni in it. So this film, Scream Queen, comes out on DVD and digital March 2020. So I'm actually very curious on this one.
Are you bi-curious on that one?
Yeah.
I'm actually curious too, because if it is about, him and his mistreatment of being gay, and so I think that's kind of an interesting story, but
yeah, there's also more queer horror, as you would quote unquote it, coming out this year, because that Shudder, like similar to horror noir that came out last year.
Did you say queer horror? Is that actually the technical term?
That's what they said.
That's what it's labeled as, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they said.
That sounds so offensive to me, man.
I know, horror. That's what I'm saying.
Like, that sounds more offensive than saying fag horror. I don't know, man. Queer horror just doesn't sound politically correct at all, but...
I think queer is politically correct, though, right? Or is it not?
Why do I always think of queer as being, like, the word you don't want to hear if you were gay?
I don't know. I mean,
it sounds old school to me. It's like maybe because they used it back in the 60s. But I think
it's because it's the context of the era that they're using the term. Because I would like now in 2020, or I wouldn't say like, oh, something is queer. But if they're referring to that era, like the 80s era, I think that.
See, I thought,
not even 80s specifically, but just in the past.
See, I thought you were supposed to use like the acronym nowadays, because I think even on Shudder, don't they actually have a category as like LGBTQ? On there?
No, there's a couple other letters in there. There's like a few more letters now, I think.
Every year they add a letter or a plus sign.
I thought it was lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans
and plus. Queer. But then they put a plus sign at the end because it's like...
Wait, what's the plus?
Oh, I remember when it was just... Wait, what's the Q? Wait, hold on a minute.
Back in the day, it was just LGBT.
I know, but isn't that... what? Okay, gay, lesbian, boy, gay person, lesbian is a female.
Lesbian, gay, trans,
I just said lesbian,
I'm saying,
gay,
what does the
bisexual.
Q mean, though?
Queer.
Yes, but what does it stand for?
I think...
Well, they already have gay in there, so I don't really
That's what I'm saying. Like, gay is boy, gay.
Okay, so what
lesbian is girl, gay. What the hell is queer?
Because I think queer is a more vague term for just like not... Well, I don't even want to say not normal, but just queer could be like anything.
What are the IAs?
It's a bigger umbrella, and that's why the plus sign is at the end, because
oh my god,
it's covering the spectrum.
Here it is, LGBTQIA plus. Oh my god,
What is the I and the A?
okay, so now there's also an I for intersex.
Incest.
All right, final episode.
That
I got
has
to be
nothing to
a part
do with homosexuality necessarily. Okay, so I for intersex and an A for ally or asexual, depending on whom you're talking to. So the A stands for ally or asexual, and then oh my god, dude, like this is getting confusing.
What is intersex though?
I don't know.
I
thought the whole point of putting the plus sign on the end though was to kind of cover the whole spectrum.
To be like, yeah, because it's like we're getting a little ridiculous here. Like you would think like LBG.
I hope people don't take this conversation
He
wrong.
was kind of enough, and then you can put the plus. Like you kind of have 4 of them or 5 of them, and you put the plus after that. I don't think you need to add
have the whole alphabet, right?
What if there's like another?
Oh, okay,
B?
here we go. I looked it up. I'm curious, man. Bi-curious. Intersex people are individuals born with any several variations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals that, according to the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, oh my god, that's a mouthful. That's gross. Do not fit the typical definitions for male or female bodies. So intersex is basically somebody that's
hermaphrodites.
It's probably the more polite word. Hermaphrodites, do people still use that word? But no, hermaphrodites is someone that can impregnate themselves. It's totally different.
No,
this is just
hermaphrodites are two like boys and girls.
Boy and girl, right? or you could have the possibility of that would never happen, but yeah, so they're basically just people that have characteristics of both sexes, so intersex. Pretty simple.
Okay.
They're not hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodites actually physically have characteristics. These are just, different characteristics.
I feel like asexuals don't even belong in this.
This is interesting. I didn't
because
realize
asexuals I feel, isn't this like to band together for like, hey, we need to be stand together, but I'm like that. Like nobody even cares about the asexuals. You know what I mean? What is asexual? Just you're not attracted to anything or something? What does that have to do with this?
I mean, I guess it's just involving every sort of sexual premise or involved. What's that? Well, asexual means that you're not.
I want an H in there.
See, asexual. Like I said, this is providing something for every individual out there, whether you're gay or what transgender, or whatever. So asexual is basically someone that's not attracted to anybody. They're just basically Jeremy.
So then they should put I think they should put heterosexual people in there too. Then we could all just join together.
But I don't.
Well, I don't think it works.
Heterosexual
is not a minority group.
Yeah, it's not the minority group. I think according to definition,
asexual is minority.
I don't want to say normal.
JP, don't you mean cis?
But it's more the standard.
No,
right?
I don't.
I don't want to say normal, but I think it's more the standard. Heterosexual people. It's like
I think that I don't know if asexuality is a real thing. I've never met a single person.
No, I think it's a real thing.
You think so?
Yeah. I think
what is the definition? They're just not interested in attraction.
Yeah, they're physically they're not attracted to men or females. So they're just asexual means that they're just by themselves.
Yeah, but they're not attracted to trans people or any. They don't have sexual attraction to.
I think the real meaning to asexual is that they're not actually interested in any type of physical sexual activity either, right? I mean, I think it has something to do with the not being attracted to anybody, male, female, and I'm not going to say 100 different things.
I don't think that's a real thing, man. I just don't think it's your brain is can be wired that way. Maybe you can. I don't know. I think there's probably less real ones.
Honestly, dude, I think it's kind of ignorant to say that it doesn't, because I mean, there's still people out there that think that gay people have made a decision You know, it's
But
like
yeah,
they
but I'm
don't
saying,
believe that they were
it's
born
not,
like that.
It's not
insane.
a hindrance to be asexual, though. Like, nobody's beating up asexual people out at a bar because they don't like them or anything. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like,
I think it's
it
more
doesn't
just
really
minority
matter.
group status because they're not in the majority.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm assuming.
Well, because I think a lot of people don't even understand what asexuality is.
I think JP's point is like there's not discrimination against asexual people. Like no one.
Well, I think there's
is-
also a lack of knowledge of it too. I mean, you didn't
Yeah,
even know
nobody
about
cares.
it until
Like,
5
because
minutes ago.
the people that care that, you know, people are gay or people who like are religious reasons or something like that. I don't think there's a person on the planet that cares if somebody's not attracted to anything. You know what I mean? Or, you know, so I don't know. I think that I get the like discriminatory,
You know,
situation with, you know, if you're bisexual or transgender or something like that, totally discriminated on all the time. But are asexual people really ever discriminated on against?
I think it's I don't think it's fully about the discrimination. I think it's because they're a minority and they're different.
I guess so.
I think that's why they're there. But
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
more the minority status.
yeah, and you know, this whole thing though, man, like I've always been someone that, like, you know, I joke about labels and shit like that all the time. You put labels and stuff. Like, I'm not a big fan of it though, and I feel like this is just putting labels onto people. It's fucking insane because like we're sitting here trying to figure out this whole thing, and as the
I'm
LGBTQ
completely ignorant.
has completely gone. I didn't even know that there was an IA and a plus and shit like that. And I'm like, this thing is just putting more labels on. I'm like,
I want to be the plus.
this is absolutely insane to me. Like, I have no problems with this. I'm just getting confused, which is probably the comedic word to use right now, isn't it? But
Well,
How
I
many
think,
letters
yeah,
does
it's-
Jeremy fit into?
he definitely fits into the lesbian one. Yeah. And the asexual thing, I guess. Is there something for somebody that just will never get anything? I don't want to say pussy, or he might.
Jeremy, aka Ellen Degenerate.
Ellen
That's a
Degenerate, yeah. It's still one of the greatest nicknames of all time, man. But yeah, that was a weird conversation for the show. We don't really discuss that very often, but
Well,
yeah,
we're not only
back
here to
the,
inform, we're here to educate too.
The synopsis of My Nightmare on Elm Street is an examination of the homoerotic subtext of the horror film. So it sounds like it's specific to
Mila
Nightmare on Elm
Kunis
Street
just went
2.
down on Natalie Portman. That's lesbian.
Mila Kunis.
That's that's two pretty good looking.
Lesbian fantasy, because it kind of only happened in her imagination, right?
Black Swan.
Hey,
Black Swan.
spoilers. Yeah, Black Swan's on the TV in the background right now.
Oh, I got Hostel 2 in the background on the TV.
What channel is Hostel 2 on?
So that's what that fapping sound was.
Yeah, I was jerking off to Hostel 2.
He wasn't even jerking off to Hostel too. You were
one of the
jerking off to
Cinemax channels.
Oh, I don't have Cinemax.
to the LGBTQIA plus conversation. Oh my god, I can't. That's like a mouthful.
All right, let's move on. I would probably
Before we say some shit that we probably shouldn't say.
we probably
like Gavin already.
I'm not going to be rude.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shit.
no, I would never be rude about that shit.
No, in all honesty, like we love the gay folks out there and gay brothers and sisters and trans peoples and stuff like that. So
You're an all-inclusive podcast.
yeah, dude, we have Jeremy as a main host of the show.
The thing I like about those type of people is those type of people. That sounded so bad, but is that they're more honest.
What do you mean, those type of people?
Wow,
Yeah.
I mean, they put the name. It's the acronym has put them into a box. I mean, for fuck's sakes, but they're just more honest than straight people. I think there's more liars out there than they're more trustworthy.
True that. All right, so this next, it's not really news, but I thought it was cool. Bloody Disgusting reported that Letterboxd reported their 10 highest rated films of the year that are horror. So number 10 was In Fabric. Number 9 was Knife Plus Heart. Number
In Fabric made their top 10 list?
highest rated, so that's an average rating of users. So
highest rated. Okay, yeah.
But still, that means that a lot of people gave it a high rating.
Wow, that movie was very, very disappointing. I even said that I really liked the premise of In Fabric. I thought it was, but the execution was pretty terrible. And actually, Dave agreed with me on that. He's like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea, totally missed. Yeah.
Yeah. After that, 8 was Ready or Not. 7, Dr. Sleep. 6, Climax made the list. 5, Tigers Are Not Afraid. 4 was Us. 3 was Mid-Lamar.
It's catching on. It's catching on.
You actually said Lamar right. The correct way.
Number 2, One Cut of the Dead, and number 1, The Lighthouse. Lighthouse was the highest rated.
One Cut of the Dead was number 2. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. All right, so that is that. Next up, we have Netflix in early talks with Andy Muschietti, for the, of course, director of the It Chapter 1 and It Chapter 2, to do a remake of The Howling for Netflix.
Oh, for Netflix. Wow, interesting. Well, you know what? I'll be happy if they get Dee Wallace back. I was going to say Dee Schneider there for a second.
What?
It wouldn't be hard to get Dee Wallace back. I mean, she did Critters Attacks this year. Last year.
Get her back to do what?
Well, she played
like
a different
a cameo,
role.
or
yeah, just have her in. I love Dee Wallace, man. She's
I mean,
like,
is that going to be inconsequential to the movie though? Like what?
how many remakes have you seen where people from original have made like a cameo or some shit? It's not.
Well,
that
I understand that, but I'm like, is that really going to matter to whether the movie's good or not?
No, I just think that would be cool if that happened. I'm not gonna.
Unless the movie's shitty, because then you're going to be like, why the fuck did she agree to
Well, she's been in
well,
a
you
ton of
can't look
shitty
at it
movies.
like that. I just thought it would be a cool idea because me personally, and the reason why I say it is because I love The Howling. It's my favorite werewolf film, and I love Dee Wallace. She's like one of the nicest.
Your number one?
She's
my number one.
She's
too.
one of my favorite people I've ever met. Like, man, she was so fucking nice, and she just didn't want to stop talking, and she has really soft hands. You were like rubbing my shoulders and shit. It was awesome.
Yeah, she's probably the number one person I've ever dated. It was cool.
Ever dated?
No, just fine, but man, it's like
That's
I don't
a
know.
shit franchise, man. I don't really care for any of them. Like
Even the first one.
Yeah, I think it's a good movie.
Fuck,
like
man.
I think I gave it like an 8, but I just never want to watch it. It's just
Part 1 is legitimately great in my opinion. Part 2 is a great example of a film that's bad, but it's so much fucking fun. It has a great soundtrack. It's got goofy,
I don't even
silly.
like Part 2.
It's
I like
got-
Part 3 more than Part 2.
Oh, Marsupials is fucking boring and horrible. It's like one of the worst Aussie films.
but it
ever.
got cool effects.
Yeah, it's got okay. But the narrative is so stupid in that movie. It's so bad. But at least Part 2 has Christopher Lee in a really weird role. It's got good effects. It's got Sybil Danning's huge ass titties bouncing everywhere. It's got lots of gore. It's got some. It's a fun movie, man. It's a really stupid fun movie. I can't believe Christopher Lee was even in that fucking movie.
The pair of titties number 2 just keep showing up at random times.
Well, man, the credits are like the best, man. They just keep like it's just so fucking.
It's almost like, I mean, I love titties, but it still feels awkward when they just keep showing up.
I know,
like,
right?
What the hell's going on here?
It's like you can almost hear like the record, you know, getting cut up. It's like, tick, tick, tick.
Yeah.
Coming back to her titties, like.
The first one is
Hilarious.
I love the first one because it's
How many
so
of them have
different.
you seen?
Of Howling?
Yeah.
Too many of them.
Well, we've seen them all.
God,
All 8.
yeah.
All 8.
I mean, throughout the years, I've seen them all, but I don't care to revisit.
Have you really seen Howling 7?
Howling 7 is actually one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life. That is a fucking 90-minute country western music video.
He's not lying. It truly is that. It is.
Well, there's literally
90-minute
no
country.
actors. They shot most of the scenes in this bar with like real people, and it's so bad. Like there's like no narrative to it. It's just a terrible fucking movie.
There's like a couple like insert shots of like werewolf vision.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's some bad shit, man.
Like I'm like not even sure it could qualify. Like it's like a home movie. Like I don't think it's a real movie.
It really is, man, because there's really no story. It's just shot with real people, and they just said whatever and shit. Is like give free reign. Like I don't even know how it became. It's pretty bad. Like the guy like produced it, directed, starred in it, fucking did the music, did like
Edited it.
everything, edited it. Fucking is this like ridiculous, man? But
Yeah, he was like, what the hell was his name? He worked on a couple of the other Howlings. in certain ways.
I think that part 5, it's like the Agatha Christie fucking 10 Little Indians type story. I know it doesn't really fit in too well with the franchise, but I think if the movie was a standalone, I wouldn't say it would be like cult status like, a Halloween 3 or anything, but I think it's worthy and it's decent. I think part 5 is actually pretty decent. It's bad in a franchise though. I mean, like,
I didn't really care for that one, honestly. I liked part 6 a little bit more. The Freaks.
Yeah, Freaks is okay. It's okay. I don't like it as much as part 5.
Well, as far as the new story itself, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts about just the fact that they say they're remaking the first one? Like, I don't.
Oh, is that what we're talking about?
Well,
yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
I'm just like, why not just make a werewolf movie? Why do you have to say Howling remake? I don't understand.
Because it's gonna be more interesting for people.
Is there any other
it.
specs on this thing? Like, do we have?
No, it's very brand new.
Andy is directing, but here's the thing: like,
but he's not.
I think
right. I like he's just directing it, so who knows what kind of script he's being handed or anything like that.
Yeah.
If there's one type of film that could benefit from name recognition, it is werewolves, because there are a lot of bad werewolf movies that come out, and honestly, it's hard to catch on and be known as a good werewolf movie. They're like Late Phases was probably one of the best. And maybe were. But other than that, it's really hard to get a successful werewolf film off the ground.
Well, the thing is about werewolf films, they don't really make a lot of werewolf films like modern ones. It's kind of strange, actually. I mean, they do.
Not with any sort of budget. You see a lot of, like, no budget werewolf type movies, like Bone Hill Road that we saw recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
did you guys like Dog Soldiers?
Oh, yeah, we're talking modern. Yeah, like Dog Soldiers kicks ass.
Yeah, like I'm talking like the last 10 years. Like, I mean, werewolf films are so sporadic. Like, they'll come out, in spots. Like, I mean, I dig the Wolf Cop movies. I think those are kind of funny. I mean, they can classify. Obviously, Late Phases. Weir was really good. I even dug Howl. I thought Howl was okay. I mean, there's a little bit shoddiness on the werewolf, a little bit of CG, but most of the effects are practical and shit, but I thought that one was pretty good. But they don't make a lot of werewolf movies. They don't, where the horror industry will go in phases, right? In late phases, they'll go in late phases, and they'll make like a fuck ton of found footage films and a fuck ton of zombie films. Like, those have really
but
tatered
werewolf
off.
films have never been
the
done
one
to go to.
Exactly, it's never been like that. They'll go in phases, even with like vampire films and shit. You get a lot at one time, and then remember a couple years ago when slasher films came back, there was like 10 or 11 or 12 like really good slasher films like 2 years ago, and then there wasn't any last year or like the year before. It's fucking weird. Like, they just come in phases. But werewolf films have always been that kind of like niche main type of horror character.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they just don't do a lot of them. It's kind of strange, but.
Yeah, but what are you going to think if they just do like all CGI werewolf transformations launch?
I think it's bad.
You know what, Mike? I don't think that they're going to go. Honestly, dude, I think the way a lot of movies have been going this way, I think with Netflix, it might have a little bit of a budget where they could probably do some practical stuff. I think people just are really starting to realize, well, not just the horror fans and stuff, but I think the producers and the directors and stuff are really.
Nope. I just thought of it.
I think they're starting. What?
I just thought of it. It's Andy Muschietti, and both It movies are filled with CGI. They're gonna fill it with CGI.
Yeah, I'm more interested to see like who is writing, and because
probably Andy Muschietti.
Yeah, those are the worst things about those It movies, man. Is honestly the shitty stuff. But I
mean,
that's
what I'm saying. I could totally see them go in that direction. Like, think of the end of It 2. Like, I could totally see the whole end being like a crazy werewolf spree or something.
But you gotta put it in
with
perspective,
Netflix,
though,
it's like, what's the budget going to be? How are they going to
probably
have the
pretty
budget?
high.
But I think, like, when you put it into perspective, some of the shit that they are CGing is, to do those practical effects is a little bit harder. I think when you're dealing with a werewolf, we've seen some modern werewolf films that have come out recently that are all practical and they're really fucking good. Right?
That's true.
And those are really low budgets.
They
I'm
could do it.
assuming with Late Phases and even Weir and shit like that, like, I think some of the I think Netflix might even have a bigger budget than some of those movies. Those are pretty low budget movies, which have practical
sure.
effects.
I think that it'll have the budget. They definitely have the budget.
There's no excuses when it comes to werewolf, in my opinion.
Well,
unless
they have the funds. Will they give this one the budget?
Unless you want to do,
I guarantee you they will give it the budget to be able to do practical.
The only thing that I worry
there's not
about,
a Netflix movie that is low budget, dude.
The only thing I worry about is if they try to duplicate, a transformation scene and they go the CG route and stuff. But you don't necessarily have to do that. If you're going to do a remake, you can do your own thing. You can call it The Howling, whatever. You don't have to have what people call the second best transformation scene in werewolf films. But that kind of worries me. But as for a stand-up werewolf and shit, in my opinion, there's no excuse. I mean, I don't mind seeing a dude in makeup in a suit and shit like that. That's okay with me, man.
I believe you're referring to as bipedal. Did you say stand-up werewolf?
Yeah, exactly. Bipedal.
Yeah,
exactly.
I like
that's
the
a technical term. Thank you.
Bipedal ones as well.
But I like that shit, man. And
bipedal goes back to the whole wolfman as opposed to werewolf. Because
I don't like the humanoid ones though.
I do though, man, because I think that. I mean, but they stem from humans though too, so it kind of makes sense that they would be like that.
Separates it from just being because a lot of times if a man just turns into a straight up wolf, it just is a wolf as opposed to a werewolf or wolf man.
Yeah, but I just don't believe the wolf man is capable of tearing people up and stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not when he's in human form, but when he has that transformation inside of him, that anger,
the
all that.
Man and fucking The Howling does. I mean, what they transform into are fucking.
Yeah, but those ones are different. Those are dog soldier kind, which I like those ones more. Those are my favorite kind.
Yeah.
But the ones that are a little bit more wolf, but still bipedal like Wolfman.
That's the whole thing, because The Howling versus American Werewolf in London, where it's in American Werewolf in London, it's almost you lose all control, whereas in The Howling you have the main villain and the secret society who are they are kind of embracing it, and they can not control it so much as in they almost embrace the fact that they are.
It's more of a controlled thing. I think they've figured out a way to kind of control it and be and kind of segregate themselves a little bit.
Well, because one dude
create a community out of it.
When the dude confronts Dee Wallace, and he's almost half transforming while he's talking to her, it's just to almost be sadistic about it,
Yeah, it's like Bad Moon. It's like the movie Bad Moon, right? Where the uncle lives out in the trailer and stuff, and then when he turns, he's out of fucking control because he's going after them and the dog, and he's completely out of control. That's kind of different, but that's what I like. That's what I love about The Howling. I've always loved the Howling storyline where they have this community. And they've controlled it. I think that's great, man.
It has everything. It has the cool werewolves. It has the sleaze factor. I think it has a good story, and I like how they have the story with the doc who's trying to almost tame them to be we got to live among society, where as in part of their group is no, humans are here for us to feed on, we're superior, and it's that kind of conflict with them. I just think it has a lot going on for it. It felt very different from what other werewolf movies were.
I think that's one of the reasons why I really like that movie is because it does have such a kind of a different narrative. It's not your typical just turn
just
under the full moon,
a dude turning into werewolf.
Yeah, a dude that's been cursed, and then when the full moon hits, he turns in and he's got to go feed and shit.
Yeah, and The Howling, they don't see it as a curse, really.
No,
or at least most of that group.
It has a lot of depth, and I mean, honestly, The Howling does have a lot of social commentary to it, also, right? I mean, with that different type of community. I mean, it's relevant to today and shit like that. I mean, you can really put that commentary into today's world a lot, and I mean, they're trying to say a lot of that. The same stuff that's going on today and stuff.
When I was growing up, American Werewolf in London was my number one, but somewhere along the line, The Howling flipped it, where I like The Howling the best.
I think I'm one of those people that has lived in the minority group for so long. Yes, insert jokes right there. Anyways, with American Werewolf in London, man, I've never been in love with that movie. Ever. I think one of my favorite scenes in the movie is a fucking dream sequence. The dream sequence in that film is probably my favorite scene, and it's not even part of the movie. It couldn't even. It doesn't even have to be there, kind of thing, right? It's I don't know what it is, man. I've always said that movie. It has a fantastic transformation scene. I think the effects are brilliant in that. There's a lot of really good things to it. I just don't think I think it's overrated as fuck, to be honest, man. I really do.
Too, but after seeing it in a theater, it's definitely bumped into my favorite werewolf films. I think that I felt a little cheap with the dream sequences back then, but they are part of the narrative. Like,
well, it feels like John Landis. Like that's the type of shit that, like he, right? Like if you look at the rest of like John Landis' stuff, American Werewolf in London reflects like the type of stuff John Landis writes, and it has kind of that weirdness to it. There's some goofy stuff in it, but the werewolf stuff itself is just brutal and excellent.
Yeah, like I said, there is good points, and I understand that Landis, with his comedy background, and he's done a lot of shit like that and stuff, which, I prefer Landis's comedic films, man, more than his, horror comedy type endeavors, man, to be honest. I don't know what it is, man. I know I'm probably going to catch a lot of hate, a lot of flack if people are actually listening to this segment right now, but just being honest, man, it's like...
Nah, probably not.
It's like with with Midlamer. I felt like I caught a lot of beef on people like, are you fucking kidding me? Like Midlamer? Well, they weren't saying Midlamer.
At least you didn't, like, shatter everybody's favorite Carpenter film, apparently, coming out of the woodwork with, like, Prince of Darkness is my favorite John Carpenter film. I'm like,
what
where
happened
the fuck
there?
were you people at?
You know what happened there is because I specifically said on the show, I'm like, you're gonna catch some fucking heat for that one. No,
but I'm like, I've never heard a single person ever in existence say their favorite Carpenter film
there was more comments rolling in like yesterday and today and shit. Like, some guy wrote another fucking paragraph about how it's the second film and the Apocalypse trilogy and stuff. And I'm like,
I'm like, I know that.
We know that. We know that. We just don't always say everything that's needed to be said about everything, kind of thing. But
JP said,
but thank you for the comment. If you were listening to the show and you're hearing us talk about you, thank you for the comment. We do appreciate it. People just don't comment as much as they used to. And to be honest,
I've actually noticed that like the last couple things have gotten a lot of comments.
Well, back in the day, man, YouTube used to, with the comments on YouTube and stuff, most people used to say a lot of positive stuff. But now people comment when they have to chime in and or just be like, hey, you're wrong about this. Right, that's like the only time people ever say some shit. It's like, it's fine. The feedback is totally 100%, accepted. We love that shit. But it's just interesting how people aren't as positive as they used to be with really everything. It's just you got to focus on. We could have a show that was 95% positive, just all like butterflies and fucking rainbows and popsicles and shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm going with this, but anyways, and then you say one negative thing, and people will fucking focus on that one negative thing that you said in the show that they don't agree with. It's like mind blowing to me, man. It's crazy. I don't know. My New Year's resolution was to be nicer to people that I don't like, but it's not gonna happen. So. I'm just joking, people. I like you all. I'm fucking joking.
Mine actually is partly that too. It's actually to just be, if I don't have anything nice to say, I'm just not going to say anything anymore.
Stop being a goddamn pussy for two reasons right now. First of all, stop making New Year's resolutions, because my New Year's resolution was not to make any.
I had a couple. I had a couple
New Year's resolutions. Hate New Year's resolutions. I think they are stupid because it gives people... I understand it gives people hope and it gives people drive for certain things. That's all good and stuff. But at the end of the day, people don't make realistic resolutions, so they're all fucking stupid. And
mine are very realistic. Like 2 years ago, mine was the quit
being nice to people. That's never gonna happen, dude. You're a dick.
No. It's not being nice. It's just not starting fights or anything.
Oh, give me a break. The show wouldn't even be the same if you weren't gonna start fights with me.
This show's fine. I'm saying like with other people, like online and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, fucking people online, man.
And then
taking jabs at you on other podcasts and shit. Who does that? Who fucking does that?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know, man. I'm just a toxic offender, man.
Do you want me to read off the list?
Exactly right. There's so many. There's so many fucking people.
But no. So yeah, that, and then to watch more of my collection, which hopefully the Patreon will be helping me do that. And then the other thing was to not be out of shape going into my 30s.
Oh, yeah.
Which I've already started. I've lost 24 pounds before New Year's, so I'm doing pretty good.
Nice.
24 pounds, really? I don't really get to see pictures of you very often. I don't really know how fat you got it again and shit. Because you're always fluctuating in weight, aren't you?
Dude, right? I know. People always are like, dude, like, oh, JP got huge. And I'm like, yeah, but like watching like 4 months, I'll be back to like, because if you look at the history of my YouTube, it's like I balloon up, go down, balloon up, go down. Like I've always done that. But yeah, I lose weight pretty easy, but I've noticed I've noticed since I've gone past 25, I haven't been able to shed it off quickly like I used to be able to, so it kind of freaked me out a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm actually trying to, and I know you were getting into some fitness like over the past year too, so good with that.
I was very surprised actually, because the last time I did like a major like weight drop is before I got married back in 2007, and back then I was actually a lot smaller than I started this time. I was about 235 at that time, and I dropped down to about 185 in like 4 months. So I dropped like a lot, like 50 pounds. Well, I think it was 45 pounds or whatever it was. And then just let myself go again right through my 30s, and I got like really big. Like I was 270 in fucking September, and now I'm down to 210. So, which, you know, I did gain back a little bit of weight during the holidays and stuff.
Yeah.
That's expected, right? I mean, but it was also because I really couldn't go to the gym for like 2 weeks because I'm just so busy. I had so much shit going on. I had my kids. Like I honestly couldn't go. But I wasn't eating. I wasn't really off my diet, so I wasn't really gaining. The wife was so mad at me. She's like, "How the fuck do you only gain back 5 pounds of all the things that you fucking ate during the holidays?" And I'm like, my metabolism's back up, and you know, I'm allowing, because I've been changing up shit. I've done this before, and I want to drop down. I'm going to drop another 10 pounds. I'm going to hit 200 and then just maintain. So, but I mean, that's pretty good. That's 70 pounds, right? So
I want to drop definitely another 20, and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that you know, so those are realistic New Year's resolutions. You know what I mean? Like I could definitely do all of those things. Watch some of my collection. Which
I think if I had have made that as a New Year's resolution to lose all that weight, I wouldn't have done it. I need to do shit on my own terms.
That's why I started it. I said I started it before the New Year's resolution passed. You know, I didn't wait until January 1st to start doing what I said. I said, this is going to be my New Year's resolution, so I'm going to start it back in December or actually November. I started it. So yeah, and I did slow down significantly during the stretch of like Thanksgiving and then Christmas and then New Year's again. But I'm still on the right track. I still go to the gym like 2 to 3 days a week. 3 if I can, 4 sometimes, but definitely try to hit at least 2. And it's been working. Diet is key too, because you know, they always say you can't outrun a bad diet, and it's true. You could do as much working out as you want, but if you're eating horrible, then you're not going to see any results. So, and before I used to, I could still eat bad and work out and still lose weight. Now in my, you know, almost 30, I can't do that anymore. If I eat bad and work out, I'm not seeing any progress. So I've definitely been watching my diet a little bit better. I'll go in spurts. Like I'll go on a diet, like a keto diet or something, for a couple weeks, maybe a month, and then I'll stop, and then I'll eat still good, better, not perfect, but not dieting either. So that's been very successful for me lately. So I'm just gonna stick with it for now.
I think the keys are obviously diet and exercise, losing weight, but I think the main ingredient is willpower, man. If you can really stick to what you set your mind to do, it's really actually not that hard. Like I said, I've done this before. It's been really easy this time. I just felt like I was really fucking motivated. Like, if anybody knows me personally, like I would drink a lot of beer, man. I just love drinking beer, and everyone's like, "How are you doing with that?" I'm like, "Fucking great. I feel great. I'm not hungover any days, and fucking, I don't care. It doesn't even bother me." I do miss eating bad foods, though. I won't lie. Like, I'm a chip person.
That's my biggest one.
Chips are my my kryptonite. Like, if I open a bag, it's gone, right? So, but I haven't even touched chips in like since September, end of August, kind of thing. But it's all about willpower, man. Like, tonight, I took a picture of me and my kid, man. We were at the food court waiting for his skates to get sharpened at the sports store. And he said it was going to be a while. I'm like, well, fuck. I'm like, dude, are you hungry? He was like, yeah, I want some popcorn chicken. So I took him to KFC in the food court and sat there and watched him eat fucking fries and popcorn chicken and shit. And I'm just like, whatever. Like, that's and it is, man. Sitting in the food court watching people eat New York fries and like Taco Bell, and I'm
smelling it.
And like, I don't even like Taco Bell, but motherfucker, I would have ate like 16 tacos, man, if I could have, man. Like, but I don't. And that's why I'm doing so well. And like, I'm around it all the time. Like, the wife, she doesn't give a fuck. Like, she's sitting there having wine in front of me, eating fucking chips. Like, she doesn't give a shit. she's like, I know it doesn't bother you. I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, it does too. But it's all good, man. But it's willpower, man. That's the main ingredient.
Yeah. I feel so much better if I go to the gym. I truly do. Like, I feel less tired and lethargic. It's just awesome. But yeah, I've been doing that lately.
Absolutely, man. I'm there Monday through Friday. I'm actually going to go tomorrow because I'm going to end up I'm going to go and do some serious training tomorrow because, yeah, I mean, I know I'm going to end up going out for dinner tomorrow, so I'm going to it'll be my cheat day. I only eat once, like, have a cheat day once a week kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right? So, what
the hell was the news story that this branched off of?
I know. We've been going all over the place. Anyway, let's
it was the Howling remake. But anyways, long story short.
Yeah.
We've been talking about fucking
Netflix doing
homosexuals and fucking diets.
This is like the 22 topics of moods and horror.
Well, 22 tangents, man. That's what we've been kind of dubbed as. But whatever, man. People, if they don't want to listen, don't listen. It's all good. It's all good. Anyways, is there more news?
Yeah, a couple more things. Fox renewed American Horror Story for season 10, 11, 12, and 13. So at least 4 more seasons of American Horror Story. Kind of surprises me just because it's like they're so confident in it that they're have another 4 years guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed, but they're saying that they're going to do it.
What do you think the next 4 topics are going to be?
Dude, that's what's so cool about the show is it's like endless possibilities.
They've been rumored like for a couple of seasons now to do a season in space.
Nice.
So I'm assuming that's
when you jump
the
shark, though, right?
They should do yeah, exactly, because every time a franchise goes into space, it just turns complete shit. They should do a post-apocalyptic one, man. That would be fucking dope.
No, they did that.
Oh, did they?
Not this season, but the one before it.
Oh, that was supposed to. Oh, see, I haven't started watching it yet, so it's like, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of the end of the world.
I haven't started watching it yet.
Oh, okay.
10 years in.
And I have like all the seasons. It's absolutely ridiculous. How was that slasher one? Did anyone see the slasher one?
I liked it a lot.
Oh, really?
I kept hearing from people that it was fucking horrible, but
I mean, but that's the thing with American Horror Story, though. Every season it's like that. Some people love it, some people hate it. Yeah. The reason I liked it was because, I liked the slasher concept, but I also like the fact that every season there's like a point, maybe like episode 5 or 6, where they like flip something where like it totally changes the trajectory of the season. But I felt like that moment in this season, it didn't totally flip anything on its head. It stayed kind of aligned with what was going on to where it seemed like a reasonable kind of flip. But I had fun with it. To me, they nailed the 80s slasher aesthetic. It's like we're hearing it over and over again because 80s, it's like they're still going. I mean, how much more 80s nostalgia do we need? When are we going to click over to the 90s? But I thought, Ryan Murphy nailed it with this one, and they had a guy play Richard Ramirez, who was like a recurring character throughout the season.
Wow,
which is crazy.
What's your favorite season?
My favorite season is the hell was the name of the second one? Asylum. Yeah. Because I thought Asylum was like the most horror centric. Like it was just pretty scary as far as what was going on, and I thought they just did a good job with the story, and they didn't go out on crazy like side stories too much. It felt kind of reined in. I still like the first season too, Murder House.
So they didn't act like this podcast and just tangent off left and right.
Yeah. But American Horror Story's problem, for the most part, has always been how they wrap it up. The end, because
I've heard that from everybody.
The common theme with American Horror Story is like the episode 1 or 2 episodes before the finale feels like it should have been the end, but they always treat like the last episode or 2 as some kind of epilogue, and that's where things really get weird. But I thought Slasher kind of did well. Slasher was like a big finale at the camp, and everything kind of stayed within the confines of the story, so I thought it worked.
Yeah, there's one day I want to watch those. One day, like I was always hoping
It's going to take more than one day.
You know what? I even considered maybe bringing it up to put on the Patreon or something to like almost force us to watch one of the seasons, because ever since we started this show, I've been wanting to check it out, and I just there will never be a time until we're done with the show or the show's done that I'll get a chance to do it, unless we did it on here. I even brought up like years ago of possibly even doing it way before the Patreon, but yeah, I own the first 3 seasons on Blu-ray, but I've never given it a chance. I know I would like it because everybody's told me I would like it, but yeah. Do you think it's the most successful horror show, or is that still The Walking Dead?
I would say Walking Dead, just because of sheer amount of people watching it and the crossover. I think American Horror Story, for the most part, it feels like it's still more horror fans, or Walking Dead.
It seems a little more niche still.
The Walking Dead feels like the diversity of people who watch it who don't necessarily watch horror in general.
Oh, tons.
Dude, I've talked to people that watch The Walking Dead that have never even seen or heard of Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. There's people that watch The Walking Dead that didn't even know it was based on a comic, which
of course,
and they didn't know that was based on like Romero zombies, because Robert Kirkman himself, the original creator of the comic, his whole framing of The Walking Dead when he first created it was, I'm a huge fan of Romero movies, but when the movie ends, I always wanted to see what happens to those characters afterwards. That was his basis of Walking Dead, to make a long-term story to where you get to stick with those characters over the long term. And I thought that was an interesting outlook, because I was similar when I was a kid, like in especially Dawn, when they take off in the helicopter at the end to leave the mall. It's like,
yeah, like what happens, right?
The first time I saw Day of the Dead, and it opens up with like or pretty much at the beginning when there's the helicopter, because I didn't know anything going in, I thought it was going to be the same characters because I was a kid and I didn't know any better. And when it wasn't, I was like, damn, well, what happened to the characters from Dawn?
I think that was kind of intentional too, to do that, but
yeah, I agree. I used to think that too. So after that, we have Richard Stanley's Lovecraft film. This was another one of the most anticipated of 2020. That is Color Out of Space. Will be coming to 4K in February. So this, I actually picked up a Rue Morgue that had a big article on this film. It was on the cover.
The new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess what asshole's seeing it next week in the theater?
January, February edition. I literally have it sitting right in front of me. Like I'm actually holding it.
So do I.
It's in
Venom
my
has
hand
a ticket. Venom has his ticket to it. I'm like,
rest
you
in
asshole.
peace. Rest in peace to 2019.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, so I didn't really know much about it other than Nicholas Cage.
Jack Nicholson. Wow.
Nicolas Cage is in it, and it's Richard Stanley. But apparently, like the Lovecraft story actually sounds pretty interesting. So this looks like I think it'd be pretty cool. And it's Spectre Vision, which is awesome.
Yeah, it looks like, I saw the trailer. It looks pretty fucking cool.
It could be the breakout hit of the year, the one that everybody like, all the, kind of like Mandy was 2 years ago. All right, after that we have Scream Factory announced a couple of titles. They're re-releasing Deathstalker 1 and 2, which was a exclusive for their website back in the day, 2016. They did 1,000 copies.
I'm glad I fucking stood my ground and said, fuck, I'm not getting those exclusives. They're gonna reissue them one day. I'm so fucking
I don't
smart.
know if this is website exclusive again or not.
Oh, you didn't. Fuck, don't get my hypes up. Whatever.
Yeah. After that, they announced Escape from LA, the sequel to John Carpenter's.
It had to come out, right? It did.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised it took this long.
Yeah.
Again, killing it with the Hammer stuff. The Curse of the Werewolf, which is good. Collector's edition on that. And then again with the cool just old movies as well. The Spider, 1958, also known as Earth versus the Spider.
I fucking love The Spider, too. That's a great movie.
Yeah. Then a couple of more Hammer films. Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, and The Lost Continent.
I shit you not. I was literally talking about that movie last week.
Which one?
Captain Kronos. So fucking bizarre.
I like The Lost Continent.
Yeah, that's cool too, man. I've never seen it before, but I was like, Captain Kronos, man, needs a fucking nice release. Sure as shit. So weird, man.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man. Ever since they acquired those Studio Canal shit, man, like they've been just fucking murdering it, man. Releasing they've been burning holes in my pockets for like the last year and a bit. It's ridiculous. All the the Universal stuff and all the Hammer shit.
I would love to get fucking Graveyard Shift, dude. That's one I've been waiting on forever.
Is it Paramount?
Yeah, so you're probably not going to see it, but wait, wasn't Silver Bullet Paramount?
Yeah.
Wasn't Pet Cemetery 2 Paramount?
Yes. Maybe they do
So
have some
maybe
Paramount.
we will see it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I think they do Paramount titles now.
So I'm assuming Graveyard Shift will probably come this year. Mark our words.
I
2020.
love Graveyard Shift, dude.
Well,
That's like just a fun comfort movie for me.
I shit you not, dude. Every day that I'm watching movies in my man cave, when I look straight forward, I look at a fucking original one sheet of Graveyard Shift. Every fucking day I stare at that thing and I'm just like, where is the Blu-ray? I know there is like a European one and stuff, but I've just not grabbed that one because I just have this in the back of my mind that it's going to get released in Region 1. It's not like I care about the region, but I just, for some reason, I want the region. I don't know what it is about that movie. I just want the Region 1.
Well, it just doesn't seem like a title you go out of your way to get imported because you know it's eventually going to come out in the U.S. anyway.
I know, right? So, but, well, I guarantee we see it this year. Mark my words.
Yeah. That's it for the news, though.
Sweet. That is the news.
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots.
Alrighty, so getting into a quick little knowledge segment.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
It's probably not going to be quick because every time we say quick, it's not. But since the topic of this show, this Patreon pick show, is kind of mockumentary type style films, I thought, why not find a top 10 or, in this case, 15 list of the top 10 found footage / mockumentary films. This list right here is not compiled by us, but it's compiled and on a website called flickside.com. I just typed in, top 10 list, and this is what I came across. So I thought it was kind of interesting. But without further ado,
How many is it?
It says 15 terrifying mockumentary found footage horror films. So there's 15 on this list.
Because do you consider found footage and mockumentary the same thing?
I think it's just alluding to the fact.
No.
I think it's just alluding to that they're found footage, but they are mockumentary films.
Okay, so these are mockumentaries.
Yes,
then,
I think
because
all
this
these
episode, I struggled with what to title it. Should I title it Mockumentary Volume 1, or should I title it Found Footage Volume 2?
I would say mockumentary.
These specific films
Because
on
it's a
this
specific brand of found footage.
Yeah,
kinda.
I think. I think that these movies are specifically mockumentary style films. I mean, some of the films on this list.
Can somebody name
is found footage itself a genre, or is that just a method of delivery?
It's a method of delivery, but we lump stuff into genres.
Oh,
so,
okay.
But
it's a subgenre of horror. It's like a slasher film, but it's fucking found footage. I mean,
but like a found footage movie like Wreck is completely different than found footage of like one of the movies that's being covered, even though they're both delivered via POV.
Yeah, so those are just found footage films.
Right.
But mockumentaries are specifically when some mockumentaries
because mockumentaries don't have to be found footage. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying these are mockumentary found footage style, right?
Yeah.
Kind of done that.
But I would say they're mockumentary first, just delivered via found footage, right?
Yeah, I mean, either way you look at it, I mean, it's lumping the two together. It's like found footage is kind of like a subgenre of horror films.
Yeah,
mockumentary is like a sub of that too.
It's two styles that partner for these ones.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I was wondering because like a film like Rise of Leslie Vernon, that could be considered mockumentary.
That's 100% mockumentary. Yeah.
But
it's done found footage style. But it's done in the found footage style.
It is until it isn't, right?
Yes,
Because then it goes into actual movie. So that's why I say,
that one's a little bit different, and I think that's why that movie's actually a couple of lists I even looked at. I don't think it was even on because of that reason, but you know what I'm saying? Like found footage, you know, certain type of film. But the specific ones that we're reviewing tonight those are straight up mockumentary found footage type films. I mean, especially the fact of like, you know, the tunnel. Like some of these movies are literally having, you know, the characters from the narrative tell the stories, right? That's mockumentary stuff.
Most found footage is mockumentary. Most, not all, because there's like stuff like Cloverfield isn't.
No,
that's just found footage.
That found footage. Mockumentary is where they're trying to deliver a narrative to be true to you. But we obviously know it's fiction. Even some
found footage films do that in a like Cloverfield's supposed to be true.
There's obvious exceptions to the rules.
It's kind of interesting to think about like how many non-mockumentary ones there are, because there's not I feel like there's more mockumentary ones than non.
Probably because when you do, because they're shot almost documentary style, right? It's guerrilla filming, and that's where you're getting it from, right? Yeah.
Well, it feels like the whole purpose of the POV is because they are documenting the events.
Hence the mockumentary. These are documentaries, but they're not real, so they're called mockumentaries. But they're done in that documentary style / found footage style, because most found footage movies are kind of derived from that narrative, right? Like someone's going to do something and some bad shit happens and people either find the footage and compile it, or in the cases that we're doing tonight, there were survivors and they're
the first two, like the main two, were mockumentaries, right?
Blair Witch. What about something like I haven't seen in a while, but something like Last Exorcism, that's just... Was that done like almost like a mockumentary, or was it just
I think that's found footage.
It's found footage. I think the narrative, and they're going to investigate. So I don't know. I don't think it necessarily trying to tell like a real story. I think it's more just filming what's going on and shit, and then it's found footage.
What about something like Troll Hunter?
Mockumentary, right? That's about them,
because they're documenting like the troll, like supposed troll thing going on in that country or whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, some of these are hard if they're not fresh in your mind, because the details.
Well, I haven't seen Troll Hunter in a while, but
I just think there is definitely some crossover on certain movies where. But I think that's why.
I think that's why it says / like 15 terrifying mockumentary / found footage horror films.
So, but are they including stuff that's just found footage, or
I
does
don't know.
It
Let's
have
find
to?
out. Let's find out.
All right.
All right, in at number 15, the infamous Ruggero Deodato's Cannibal Holocaust. Now,
that's mockumentary.
Obviously, this is mockumentary. It's done in a found footage style because it was documentary telling it, but we understand that. A little bit surprised at number 15 on the list. Number 14, The Blair Witch Project.
What? Get the fuck out of here. Wait, hold on. I didn't even get to be outraged about Cannibal Holocaust because I was just like, oh, Cannibal Holocaust. But two of the best
I know
off the bat.
If I was to compile a list of the best.
Is this ranked? Do they write anything next to them?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there's a little bit of write-ups, and so I guess these are. I mean, if they have numbers by them, I would assume that these are just not done randomly.
Well, above that, before they start listing them, does it say like no order, like random order or chronological order?
Yeah, is it like ranked specifically, or just I'm gonna give you 15?
It just says a list below mentions some of those best efforts along with their fairly good work. So maybe they're not completely ranked.
They might be chronological because Cannibal Holocaust is the first.
No, they're definitely not chronological. Okay, so I think it's more of it just just kind of a list with numbers. I don't think it's actually ranked. Cannibal Holocaust, number 50. Number 14, Blair Witch Project. I knew that reaction was coming out of JP, so I wouldn't hold too much merit.
Both of them, though. Both of them are.
Yeah, it doesn't even say like coming in next, kind of thing. It's just I think they're literally just listed. But number 13, the Poughkeepsie tapes from 2007.
Haven't seen that. Is that mockumentary or is that found footage?
It is mockumentary. It's about the serial. Yeah, it's mockumentary. Yeah. Done, obviously, found footage style. Number 12, Incident at Loch Ness, 2004. I have not seen this one, so I can't comment on it. I'm surprised to see some of these on here I hadn't seen. That's crazy. Number 11, Cloverfield from 2008, Speak of the Devil.
Love Cloverfield.
Yeah, Cloverfield's cool. Number 10, Afflicted, which from 2013, which I've seen also. I actually really like that movie. I know Jeremy was not a fan of that movie at all, but it's kind of cool, man. It kind of plays on this whole vampire superhero type shit, and it's weird, man. It's like it's a very strange kind of found footage. I guess it's documentary too because they are investigating some shit, so mockumentary style. Number 9, Paranormal Activity, 2007. I know.
That is not documentary. Good. That is purely found footage.
Yep, that's purely found footage. Yep. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess because
I mean, he's saying I'm documenting what's happening here. Yeah, but he's not like going to make a documentary.
No. Yeah, it's not like in a news format.
Hence really. The / found footage. Okay. So number 8, The Bay, 2012, which is obviously mockumentary.
Definitely.
Number 7. Now this one I've heard of this movie, but I completely forgot about this. I remember some people talking about this one years ago, but it's Europa Report.
The Europa Report.
Is it Europa? Europe? Yeah, Europa. Yeah.
Is that Lars Van Trier? Europa?
No. I've never. Have you seen this one, JP?
No.
No. Okay. Number 6, Wreck from 2007. Number 5, Troll Hunter.
Also not a documentary, right?
Mockumentary?
Wreck?
No.
Wreck?
I don't think so.
Troll Hunter would be considered a mockumentary.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Is Wreck start?
No, because that's like a live broadcast.
No, because they get called to the place where all this shit's going down and it's filmed.
But isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess because it starts out with her doing kind of like a night show, like, right? And they just happen to get called.
Yeah, but that's not the same as doing a documentary.
No,
it's almost like it starts out as one, but then she gets called in.
No,
I don't know. It's been a while
she's following. I think she's telling. Okay, what?
She's doing a show like
TV reporter Angela and her cameraman are taping the mundane details of a fireman's job. So I don't think I think they might just be documenting that. Maybe
it's more a show as opposed to documentary.
It's like a piece for TV. For a news broadcast.
It's like David Tell's Insomniac,
so
but then
in a sense it's kind of documentary in a sense, I guess, but not fully. It's
kind at least that one could be like a hybrid almost a little bit. At least the way it starts.
Exactly. I mean, she's doing a minor piece for a TV report.
Yeah, because they're definitely like as the movie turns, they're not like documenting it for a special.
No, it's not like The Bay. Like the ones that we're reviewing are true mockumentaries. Number 5, Troll Hunter, which we just mentioned, 2010, which I will say is a really fun movie. I really enjoy that.
Oh, it's fucking rules.
Number 4, Creep from 2014, which I really like. Creep, man. Creep is
documentary.
Great. No, I would say it's more found footage because it's definitely not a mockumentary. Lake Mungo in at number 3. So the 2 of the 3 that that we're reviewing tonight are actually on this list.
These definitely aren't right.
Lake Mungo. Yeah.
No. Number 2, Ghostwatch from 1992.
Again, more of a broadcast, not necessarily a documentary.
It's not, but it is more of a mockumentary on what they were. The whole thing was actually like a pure joke. Right, so I guess it kind of falls into. It's a little bit different. It's not the exact structure you would put into the other ones, but number 1 it says Nori, aka The Curse, 2005, which is fucking fantastic. It's a great movie.
Yeah, there's some fun ones on there for sure. I'm questioning if I should call this mockumentaries or not, though. Well, should it be found footage volume 2? Because what sucks is the first found footage show we did.
Dude, just call it mockumentary found footage volume 2. I mean, you can lump the two together because essentially they are the same with different titles.
But what if we do one that is just found footage? do I call it found footage / mockumentary 3?
I don't think they have to be the same names. I think they fall into the same categories. I think
Because-
people understand what you're getting at, though.
I know, but I'm just saying for titling aspect, not necessarily what they get, but what how it's archived. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of more depending on your show itself. If you're
I'm fine with calling it found footage.
or volumes of found footage.
Found footage volume 2. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go because all found foot if
do
we did
found
a
footage
mock,
volume 2 subtitled mockumentaries.
Because it'd be different if you're
we
doing
could do that,
volumes of
'cause
mockumentary movies, then it doesn't matter if it's found footage or not.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Well, we might, but if let's say we did
But then if we
Man
do a
Bites
volume
Dog
3 and
or
it's just
something,
found footage, then you just put found footage volume 3. Part 2 just happened to be a hybrid of the mockumentary /
But
found footage film.
here's why I'm bringing this up, because the first one we did was 2 mockumentaries as well, but we just called it found footage.
Whatever.
Because
It is what
Grave
it is.
Encounters are mockumentaries, right?
100% they are. Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think we call it found footage volume 2, baby.
Okay. So
Well, I don't know. The first Grave Encounters is definitely mockumentary. Is the second one, or is it just some dork that was a fan of everything that's like, oh, well, now we're going to go there? Because with the second Grave Encounters, were they even doing a show, or is it just some dude that was like obsessed with
I think so. I can't
events of
actually
the first
remember.
one?
I can't actually
I
remember the
remember
storyline.
loving both of them, but I don't know.
I can't quite remember what the actual narrative for part 2
I
is.
didn't.
But
I didn't think the main people in the second one had a show. I thought they were just obsessed with the.
Yeah, they want to make
events
their
of-
own documentary about what happened there.
Yeah.
yeah, it was
Well, I don't know.
investigate
Were they
what the
making
hell
a
happened to the
documentary,
first
or were
one.
they just going for their own purpose? I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen it, but
Well, I couldn't just stop there, man. I clicked out of this and I saw Bloody Disgusting has one. So it says 13.
Oh, you cheater.
So
good lord, moods.
13 scariest. It just says mockumentaries ever made, and I believe. And then the reason why I'm doing this is because I think this one actually is just straight mockumentaries.
So other is it Man Bites Dog?
Yeah, that'd be a mockumentary. So the first one on the list, these are not ranked; they're just listed. So it says the War Game 1965. I don't know anything about this one, but it does look like it's straight mockumentary. That's interesting.
What year was this list published?
This list was published in 2014.
Wow, pretty old.
Yeah.
So a lot of newer films wouldn't be on here. Well,
No.
obviously they wouldn't, but there's some.
I think that's why we get the War Game 1965. Next up on the list is Punishment Park from 1971. This one looks really cool, man. It's like another old school entry. This experimental film is set in a fictional dystopia where protesters are labeled traitors by the state and rounded up into camps. That's kind of cool. Next on the list is The Legend of Boggy Creek, which is a perfect
yeah,
example.
that's a great one.
See, that's
That's
why
a
I want
great one.
That's what I'm saying. That's like one of the kings of mockumentaries right there, because I think people at times thought that shit was fucking real, man. So
It is real. They actually announced that as one of the titles for our April drive-in that we go to every year. So that will be
nice. And that brand new 4K or scanner, whatever. Apparently the new scanner on that shit is like bananas. So
yeah.
Next up again is Ghost House 1992. Man Bites Dog, also from 1992, which is phenomenal. That is a fantastic film. Here's a great one, The Last Broadcast.
Oh yeah,
The film that came out just before Blair Witch, which is a fantastic film, definitely mockumentary. Nori the Curse from 2005, which is really, really great. I reviewed that on this show. I don't know what episode it was, but it was really good. From 2007, we got Head Case, which is actually pretty good. I don't mind that film either. I think I have a couple editions of that, actually. 2007's Long Pigs. Guys ever seen that one? Canadian mockumentary about a serial killer?
No.
Oh man, Long Pigs is fucking fantastic, man. It's really like disturbing, man. This guy's like showing the documentarian how he basically dissects human bodies, and he's like talking about like tying off the colon and shit so he doesn't get contaminated. It's fucked up, man. It's really crazy shit. Next up, the Poughkeepsie tapes from 2007. Oh my god, like Mungo, The Fourth Kind from 2009. You guys seen that one?
I've seen it, but I don't. The details aren't even enough in my head to even remember it being a mockumentary. But I guess so.
I just remember actually being surprised by it because I thought going into it was going to be terrible, and it turned out it was actually pretty good. So, Yeah. And then the last one on the list is The Tunnel, 2011. Interesting. So, yeah, the mockumentaries / found footage, whatever. Yeah, you guys know what we're getting at here. But, yeah, that's knowledge. Thought those are a little bit fun, too. I like doing these little quick top 10s and shit. So.
Yeah, they are fun. I like them, too.
So, and that is knowledge. Let's get into some box office brawl. JP, you want to do the honors of enlightening us on what's going on?
Let's get ready to rumble!
So, as we mentioned last time, we have a new format. So, this year's format, Jeremy was, in fact, the winner of last year. This year's format, because I had actually, the reason I did this is I actually had a few messages of people saying that they didn't like how the box office brawl was done. And I actually never mentioned it, but I actually felt similar to what the people were saying. Like,
I'm so glad that people message you with that shit, because I would never respond to it.
Yeah, well, I think that's why they message me, because they know that I'm the one that kind of handles it, even though it was Jeremy's segment.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Yeah.
But one person was Watson, and we kind of brainstormed over it. But essentially, I think that it kind of becomes less about it becomes more of like a game of screwing over the other person instead of a game of like actual skill of guessing or luck of guessing, depending on what you think, guessing the numbers. Because like if Jeremy did 14 million and I think it's going to make more than that, I would just say 14.1. So
it turns into opening rounder prices, right?
Yeah, essentially like that. So what we decided to do was give our numbers to a third party. So we don't know what each other picks until all three are submitted. And it kind of works out good like that, because it's a true who's going to guess the correct number. Now, the only thing that sucks is me and you, Moods, we're facing Jeremy, who is looking up what other experts say.
I know, I noticed that. His numbers are very, very similar to...
What a fucking cheater.
Because I totally looked into this, and I was like, his numbers are like the same. I don't know what it is, Box Office Mojo or something. And I was like, this motherfucker's cheating, man.
Yeah, so we're like bad. We're like, running uphill on this one.
What a fucking Ellen DeGenerate kind of move.
That was a perfect uses of it. I love it. So fucking true. He not only cheated once last year, he cheated twice. He's cheating with that shit, and he's cheating with the fact that he wouldn't actually do the box office brawls when he got up a few. He's like, fuck it, man. If I just don't do them, they can't catch up, kind of thing. Motherfucker.
Yeah, well, he had to send me the thing from another world a couple of years ago, and that made him so upset that he's like winning at all costs now. Such a he picked for people wondering, he picked the Ambulance Scream Factory release from me.
Record of Sweet Murder, which I completely had even forgot, so I should probably just send that to him right after the show. Fucking just send it.
He has mine already.
Yeah, I completely forgot. Shit, man, slipped my mind.
So the first film that we had was The Grudge, which came out last week. And that we predicted, we were all really close on this.
Actually, we were so close that I guessed the same number as somebody, and I had to like re-guess.
Yep.
That was crazy.
So Jeremy guessed 12 million. Moods guessed 12 million, which I told Derek, if somebody guesses the same number, tell the person that answered you second to pick a different number.
Yeah.
And I picked 13 million. So Moods changed his to 2.1 million.
I was reading the fucking, yeah.
And it ended up making 11.4 million.
Ugh, such lame shit.
So if you would have said 11.9 million,
I was thinking of it too.
That's the point.
I was thinking I should have done it, man.
Do you get like a bonus point if you're within a certain percentage?
No, so you only get a point if you're the closest person. So it's no longer me versus Moods and Jeremy versus Moods and me versus Jeremy and Jeremy versus Moods.
Straight up point.
Yeah, it's just straight up point. So Jeremy would take the lead 1-0. And that was, now the thing about The Grudge is it actually, when it debuted with the Thursday night previews, it was projected to make around 13 million or above. But once the actual like reviews started coming out, it had significant drop off and ended up making less than projected. So had the movie actually been good,
surprised.
I would have won, because a lot of people went and seen it on the Thursday night previews, like more than expected. So had it actually been a good movie, I would have won, but no can do. And then the second film here, which we made our predictions for too, and Derek did get them back to me in time, is Underwater, which came out yesterday at the time of us recording this. Moods guessed 6.5 million. I guessed 11.5 million, and Jeremy guessed 13.5 million.
Holy shit.
So very big difference between Jeremy and Moods.
You know what? I gave Derek my numbers. I was like super busy and I was just like all flustered, and I was like, I don't know at all, because I don't even really know much about the film at all. It's like I threw out the most random number ever. That really was.
What's funny about the number you picked is that's actually what going into it was projected at.
Shut
was
the
around
fuck up.
I think it was 6 million was what they were saying.
Wow. Crazy.
But after the Thursday night previews, they're saying, and some decent reviews, they're saying that it could, make a little bit more or a little bit less than what kind of me and Jeremy are going with. But I think that my logic of picking that was, I was thinking, okay, I think that it'll do better than The Grudge. So I was like, The Grudge made 11.4. This is going to make 11.5.
I didn't even have any reasoning for mine. It was just pure illogic guessing.
Yeah, I truly guessed based on just, I thought it would be fucked up if it didn't do as good as The Grudge. It was PG-13 too. Grudge was R. I figured it had to do better. But Jeremy with the 13.5 scares me, because I do think it could even do that probably. So yeah, that is Underwater.
He must have read that from a different source.
Yeah, and next week will be The Turning, which we'll get to on the next show.
Mm-hmm. It looks so bad.
I thought it looked pretty bad too.
Yeah, I actually was forced to watch that trailer at the cinema, and I turned to Godzilla and I said, "Holy fuck!" AKA Chris Marquette. Shout out to Chris Marquette. I was like, that looks really bad. He just kind of laughed. He's like, "Yep." But I don't really have the best track record with calling that shit, because sometimes I say that looks really, really bad, and then it turns out to be really good. I don't think that one's going to be one of those ones.
I wanted to just say this because it's something me and Carly been talking about a lot. Not a lot, but we brought it up a few times.
Carly is his girlfriend.
When we were doing the end of the year show and she was talking about The Fanatic, she totally forgot to mention this, but I thought it was super cool. So The Fanatic is about a super fan of this dude, right? And Devon Sawa plays the dude who's being obsessed over. Devon Sawa also played Stan in Eminem's music video of Stan. Isn't that crazy?
I didn't even think of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, Carly's the one that brought that to my attention. She said she meant to say it on the show, but she didn't know for sure if it was him, and she didn't want to say it and look stupid. So she didn't say it, but then later she looked it up, and
I'm appalled that, the huge super fan you are of Eminem, that you didn't just clue into that right a fucking way.
No, because I don't know I didn't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was him.
I mean, Eminem is top 200. So.
But isn't that funny? Because hey, and shut up, dude. Eminem made your top 20 favorite MCs. I don't even want to hear anything about it.
Where the hell's my top 20 MCs?
I'm saying Moods's.
That list was also done in 2013 too. So, literally 2013.
Moods was very drunk when he made that.
Actually,
list.
someone made a comment to me about that not about Eminem being on the list and shit like that, but about how I should how the list have probably changed. I'm like, oh, dude, it's fucking crazy. Like, everything has changed so much, man, because it's been so long, right? Might have to re-up that.
It's funny because I never thought about the fact that it was Devin Sawa in that video, but as soon as you said it,
you can just picture
even just based on memory now, like just a photographic memory of seeing that video, I was like, holy shit, yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was, right?
And it's like so obvious now that it was said out loud.
That's so cool though, right? Because he was playing an obsessed fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hella glad that he did Eminem a favor like that.
Do you think Fred Durst like did that on purpose?
Maybe.
Durst.
But him and Eminem had like a beef though.
What on who's the worst? Is Watson really a Fred Durst super fan, or is he just messing around?
Yeah, I think he actually likes
like Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit a lot. I could totally see that.
I mean, I could see it, but I could also see him just messing around. But who knows?
I mean, I could see really liking Limp Bizkit back in '96 and stuff when they put out their first album and then their second. I could see that, but like still being
$3 bills, y'all.
$3 bill, y'all, man. That record was awesome. And then Significant Other, when that album came out, man, it was like, man, this new group Limp Bizkit's amazing. I love
I think the thing is their first album kind of hit at the right time.
Are you talking about fucking hot dog flavored Starfish?
Not that one. $3.
That's a third album.
Bigger.
Because I think that one is where they blew up, was the chocolate Starfish one.
No, man. Significant Other, man, was one of the biggest selling albums of fucking 90s, for Christ's sake, man.
Really?
Yeah, dude, that album was ridiculous.
All the dude bros loved it.
I don't even think I heard of them until Chocolate Starfish.
What? Significant Other was like the biggest shit ever. Man, they were like, everyone was blaming them for the fucking Woodstock in '99 for the riots and shit because of break stuff and oh my god, it was fucking insane.
Sexual assault.
Oh fuck, he just went crazy, man. Fred Durst is the devil. He's making fucking 500,000 people do crazy shit. Fucking insane. Record sales, that almost sold like diamond. I think.
What singles were on Significant Other?
Well, break stuff was on there.
Oh, okay. Now, all right, I know.
Nookie.
Yeah. That was kind of
okay. I remember.
That's what blew him up, right?
Yeah, that was what blew him up. But
huge.
I think that. I mean, Chocolate Starfish sold like nearly as many albums. Honestly, though, I'm looking at it now, it's only like it's less than 1 million off. Damn, dude, that sold 77.6 million albums.
7.6
Significant Other.
Yeah. Chocolate Starfish. Well, I mean, it was obviously feeding off that doesn't surprise me. It sold as much as it did because, I mean, really, they had some pretty big singles off that too and shit. What's crazy is that Results May Vary actually went platinum too. That's fucking crazy.
I know, that's nuts, and that was 2003.
Yeah.
3 years later from Chocolate Starfish.
It had that one fucking slow ass. I can't remember what it's called, but that album sucked though.
Dude, I just think that why people liked them is because like they just had like a different sound for the time, there was like that rap rock shit that was going on then, and it is like kind of a hype music, but like if you actually break it down and like listen like to the lyrics and shit, like Fred Durst is like awful, dude.
Yeah, it's just very generic.
Well, it's not really meant to be a lyrical type music and shit. It's more about getting shit hyped, really. Come on, let's face it. So, but yeah, man, that's fucking insane, dude. These album sales, holy shit, man. Fuck. I was close with the diamond, anyways. 10 million, fucking 7. But yeah, it's crazy. Like $3 bill, y'all end up going double platinum off the success of Significant Other, because I don't think that album had even sold fucking 100,000 records before fucking Significant Other came out. It's crazy. At least some people went back and bought them. So, but that's usually what happens.
I had a couple of them. I had the one that I think it had all of them on the cover with like knives thrown at them or something. Was that what it was? I can't remember.
Remix albums.
I don't remember.
But anyway, is that it for Box Office Brawl?
Yes.
That is everything? Okay. Well, that is going to conclude Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that
but I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children?
What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
Alrighty, so moving into the what we watched or the dub portion of the show. Yeah, you guys all know the deal, man. Review some movies, give some ratings, pass the torch. Mikey, start us off.
Oh man, well this one kind of came up already in the beginning of the show, or somewhere in the beginning. It's The Grudge 2020. Not much more to say. I mean, we kind of got into it a little bit. Man, I mean, unless you are a super fan of the Grudge series or the Grudge franchise, skip this one. I saw it. We did an episode on Fresh Cuts about this. Nobody liked it too much. We had a...
Wait, somebody liked it?
No, nobody on our show liked it. We had Lacey, Dan, and Don and Ellie on, and
surprised Don didn't love it.
Don didn't give it a 10 out of 10?
I was a little surprised, but
then again, he is kind of a purist. Like, he likes like original, like Japanese stuff, I think, too.
Yeah, I mean, really, JP said it best. It's soulless. This is chalked up as like a, what was the point of making this? I mean, maybe studios thought they could get some money off the name The Grudge, because otherwise it sucked. And I was disappointed because, you know, John Cho, I'm a fan of his. I was hoping that, you know, maybe he would carry the movie, but he's kind of wasted in this. He's kind of brushed aside. I mean, Lin Shaye's cool. Her scenes are cool. William Sadler is kind of just cool to see him randomly in this because I had no idea. But man, it's like, if you've seen the original Grudge, just stick with that. There's no reason to go see this. I mean, and as a franchise, I don't think the Grudge is that great to begin with. I was intending to rewatch the 2004, is it? I think the Sarah Michelle Gellar one. I was gonna rewatch it just to see like how good that or good or not good it was, but I just ran out of time. And
I thought about watching it too, but I was just like, man, I don't feel like watching it.
Yeah, because based on memory, I don't remember liking that one too much either. And when I say rewatching, I meant before I went to the theater, not before the show. But I didn't have time to do it, and after seeing the 2021, I'm like, I don't really have an appetite to watch any Grudge movies anytime soon. I did watch the first one before, and you know, I liked it well enough. It's not like my favorite J-horror to begin with. Like, I'd much prefer Ringu to The Grudge, but man, this sucked. Do not go see it. Don't waste your money. Yeah, I don't know what else to say because we kind of already talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show. If I had to rank it, I mean, how low do I got to go to convince people not to see it? 3, I guess.
That's what I gave it.
Yeah, so there.
Really? A pair of threes. Holy
no,
shit.
It's awful. I mean, because like some of the other later, like, I like the original one, but like some of the later ones I don't think are that good. But at least, you know, I would still say they might be worth watching as a first time watch just out of curiosity. But 2020, just avoid the hell out of it. Don't watch it in the theater.
It had some okay gore, but that's it, man.
Yeah, and like something I was saying on our show is like, I am a defender of like jump scares. I know it's been like chic to like be anti jump scare. It seems like in the last decade or so. I love jump scares still, but this one was the worst offender of how to do jump scares because everything was a premeditated by like a musical cue where like you knew exactly what was going to come, and the jump scares were really meaningless because it was like, oh, a ghost is going to jump out and say boo basically, and then it's meaningless to the actual scene. It just sucked. Like there was nothing original, nothing interesting. I think Don might have said it best, where it's like when you remake something or do a sequel or something so many years later, you're really looking for them to add something or diversify it, and this did the opposite. It's like they took away things that made it. So kudos to Don for saying something good.
That's what I said too, man. It's like it truly felt like there was not even that they didn't do anything new or expand upon anything, but they didn't, like, I truly feel like they didn't even attempt to.
It's like they stripped down what they thought a Grudge movie was and didn't like build at all on it, and it was just disappointing as hell, because going into it, like, I try to temper expectations anyway. Like, I try to go into everything just even keeled, and I didn't necessarily think it was going to be great, but I was like, give me something just fun at least, and this did not do that. So, yeah, 3 out of 10.
Yeah. Also 3.
Wow, man, that sounds amazing. I can't wait to watch this. JP.
Okay. I had a chance to revisit Green Room from 2016. Had it in the collection for a while. I saw it initially when it came out, and I actually had it in my top 5 of 2016. It made my number 5 spot, I believe. And I liked it a lot then, but man, I'll tell you what, I loved it this time watching it. So it follows a punk band called the Ain't Rights, and they are traveling through the Pacific Northwest, and they're on tour, and they're doing like these smaller gigs with probably just enough money to get to the next town, but they get interviewed from this dude who's like a radio DJ, and he arranges a show for them, but the show ends up canceled, so they're kind of effed without any money. So he calls his cousin Daniel, who gets them a gig at a neo-Nazi skinhead punk bar in Portland. Mm-hmm. So the crew travels there, and they play a show in front of these Nazis, these neo-Nazi skinheads, and basically they witness a murder, and they kind of get holed up in a room where the Nazis with machetes and Rottweilers are attempting to kill them. That's the basic plot there. Dude, this movie is so good. It really is, man. I liked it back then. Honestly, it made my top 5, but watching it this time, I even saw like more greatness in it. I looked at my original top 5 list, and I was like, you know what? This would be my number 3 now. I would have The Witch, Invitation, and then this would have been my top 3 of 2016 had I redone the list. And I think that this movie blends. It's directed by Jeremy Saulnier, who did Blue Ruin, which was really good as well. Revenge film.
Yeah.
And this movie, what did Jeremy Saulnier do after that? He did something else too.
He did that Netflix original, right? The hell's it called? Something in the Night, or
the the dark the Alaska movie.
Yeah.
Dark Was the Night or some shit like that.
Yeah, and he kind of like brought Macon Blair into like the scene too, because now Macon Blair, who's starring in all his movies for the most part, is like making his own shit too.
Fucking Murder Party, man.
Did he do Murder Party too?
Yeah, and he also did Blue Ruin.
Shit.
Blue Ruin.
Yeah, I mentioned Blue Ruin.
JP just said that. Come on, Mood.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't see Hold the Dark, actually. That was one I just kind of missed. I think I was going to watch it. People kept saying it wasn't horror, and I was like crunch. It was like crunch time 2 years ago or whatever, and I was like, fuck it, whatever.
It's not horror,
and it's 2 hours plus.
Yeah.
It's much more like, I think it's much more divided among people as opposed to his first 3, which are more universally loved. But I liked it. I thought it was good.
Yeah, he's 4 for 4 in my book. I like all 4 of his films. But yeah, this one,
the violence and carnage in this film is just palpable. You know what I mean? It's extreme. It's realistic violence for the most part.
Yeah, it's visceral.
When Anton Yelchin, rest in peace, sticks his arm out of the door and gets it hacked up with a machete, which you don't see.
He draws his arm back. Yeah,
you don't see it happening out there. But when he pulls it in, it is horrific. It is a horrific visual that is one of the most ugly, knife wounds I've seen in film. It really is. Like the way that it's like at different angles and like it looks like a spiral noodle or something. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's disgusting. And his acting in that scene, dude, I feel so horrible that he died at his age, because he was a tragic, fantastic actor.
And the way he died too, you read about that, right? How like his car was in neutral and he fucking accidentally rolled into him and pinned him. Fuck, man, that's horrendous.
Yeah, I first noticed him in a non-horror film called Alpha Dog with Justin Timberlake.
It's a good movie.
Yeah,
Jake Mazurski's little brother.
Yeah, he is great in that movie. Everybody's great in that movie. That's a fantastic movie, by the way.
Based on a true story.
Timberlake kills it, and that was the first time I was like, oh, Justin Timberlake actually seems like pretty chill dude. That I didn't ever seen him in a movie before, but Anton Yelchin was just great. You know what I mean? He's great in this movie. All of them are. Imogen Poots is in this movie as well. The punk aesthetic is. I wasn't in that scene, but I knew people who were in my era. Mm-hmm. But it seems like people think that it's done pretty well in this film. So I can't say that it is or isn't, but it feels like it is to me.
It feels pretty accurate. I was more in the metal scene than punk, but there was some crossover because they would book a lot of, hybrid bills on, especially small clubs. You get a lot of like the crossover. It felt pretty true to that scene to me.
Yeah, and you have this was an A24 film, by the way, which I totally forgot. Also, it's Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart played a perfect evil motherfucker.
I always wondered, man, if Patrick Stewart got cast in that film because he's been a life baldy.
Oh, he's great.
He plays the part so well. What makes him so great is like as the leader, he's that calm, collect. Because like you have like the Billy badasses, but he's just more like the quiet, in charge. He's so
surgical about everything.
Yeah.
He never feels like he's not in control of the situation.
He plays that alpha male role quite well. He
just feels like he has an answer to like anytime you think that like the white power dudes don't have the upper hand, he always has like the solution.
Yeah. And
Charge, man. Charge.
Like I love there's a scene early on where they call the police, and just how everything deals with how they deal with everything just seems like so professional. Like he basically just quickly pays like two younger skinhead apprentices, if you will, to like take the fall for that, and like one of them stabs the other one. It's so disgusting too. Like the violence looks so real in this film. It really does. Between that and like there's a nice shotgun blast to the face. There's some great violence in this movie.
My question is this a horror movie?
Oh, 100%. I remember that debate for this film. I never thought like it is horror. It's scary, man.
But weren't you on the other side of that debate though? Is saying it's got horror elements, but it's not a horror movie.
I don't think on this one.
I'm pretty sure you were.
Somebody can pull the clip of me back then, but
it has the tension. It has the tension. It has the gore. It has the characters in peril. It's her horrific situation. I mean, if anything, it's like almost like a reverse home invasion because they're in someone else's home.
It's a siege narrative.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which I'm a huge fan of. I've always loved the siege narratives in horror. Because that's scary to me. Like when I'm trapped somewhere and people are trying to get me, that's scary. Especially if they're Nazis. Machetes are, in my opinion, the most terrifying weapon. They're in chainsaws. I worked around chainsaws when I was in my teens and young 20s. I seen my friend cut his arm almost off with a chainsaw, and it's just chainsaws.
I got an awesome Still chainsaw, man. I love using that fucking thing.
Yeah, I did tree cutting for my mom's boyfriend. His father owned a tree cutting business, and my best friend's father owned a competing tree cutting business, and I worked for both of them in my from 13 to 20. So yeah, definitely know a lot. Been around chainsaws and trees a lot. But yeah, chainsaws are scary, and machetes, dude. Machetes just are terrifying because of the amount of carnage they can do with one swing. You know what I mean? Like you could get stabbed in the arm or something. Take a machete to the arm. It's way scary. It's just terrifying. But yeah, I love this movie, dude. I'm at a 9.5 out of 10 on this one, dude. I came up from an 8.5, full point. So good.
Wow, it's pretty good.
Yeah, if I had to rank it based on memory, it'd easily be a 9. It might even be higher if I rewatched it more recent.
That's what happened. I watched it once back in 2016. It was sitting on my shelf. Like I said, I've just been watching kind of whatever lately, and I decided, hey, let me throw this in. It's been a while.
Yeah, way back in the day, I remember I talked about this on Exploding Heads. I was a guest on there years ago, and love this movie. I think I saw it at an advanced screening. Somehow I scored tickets to it, and I knew a little bit at the plot, but I didn't know a ton, and I hadn't even seen Blue Ruin at that point, so I didn't know much about the director. And I took my friend, and it was just holy shit, what the hell? You know when you go into something and you know a little bit about it but not much, and it just kind of blows you away because it's you had no idea you were watching something that's cool. That's how I came out of the theater. Holy shit, I just saw something special.
Plus, you got that cool armbar break, dude. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. And the dude got choked out too.
Yeah, and then he got his fucking disemboweled, which was disgusting.
Yeah, when the chick was
They do not make pretty violence in this movie. It is not beautiful at all.
Dude, the scene when the fucking dog takes her out, or no, is it the dude which one's the one that the dog chews out the throat or whatever? Is that the other band member, the guy, or
the guy gets the throat ripped, but I think the chick gets killed by a dog later on too.
Yeah, that shit was just brutal. It's not like they keep the shot constantly on it, but what they do show, it's so realistic looking. It's just oh fuck.
Man, I gotta rewatch this, man. I don't remember a whole lot.
Dude, definitely check it out, man. But please watch it because it's better than you probably remember, dude.
No, I think I gave it a really high rating, man. I think I really loved it. I thought it was amazing. I'm pretty sure I came in higher than you the first time. I think I was at a 9 out of 10 or some shit.
And honestly,
I remember it in pieces, but I just want to. I'd like to sit down and watch it again.
The gore stuff just makes it better because even before you really get much gore, just the tension of the situation, because the fact that I think they get told ahead of time don't go here, and they accidentally walk in on the murder, and as soon as that happens, you oh shit, they're not going to let them out of there because
they play that whole thing script wise very good, the way that they're kind of negotiating, just come out, we're it actually, the way the characters react to it is very what you want them to do, where they're fuck no, but then there's a slight almost wanting to believe them, but just the whole way that thing happens is
and what I love too is the hierarchy of the fucking neo-Nazis, because I think some of the lower level dudes I think they're hesitant to even like hold them captive or, you know, go through with the violence. But Patrick Stewart's character, being that leader, is like, there's no way I can let them like walk because it's too much of a risk. But he's trying to orchestrate it, like, you know, he's playing his own guys for puppets too. And I think that it's so well done. He has to almost manipulate his own people to be like, no, we got to take him out, but I can't just come out and say it. So he's
talking about like he wants like this part, like he wants as little amount of people to know what they're doing as possible. Only the red lace people, which I assume red laces, they don't really expand upon that, which I like. But I assume, because your brain can do the rest for you, I assume those are people that have proven themselves, and they're people who have, like, you know, they're like they've ranked up in the
exactly. It's hierarchy.
Yes. But yeah.
So moral of the story is Moods rewatches because it's fucking good.
I remember a lot of the shit you guys are talking about. I remember one scene with like at the bar and some like serious carnage like behind the bar or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking
there's a nice shotgun blast.
That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. I just watched too many movies, man. I can't remember them all.
Dude, I'm the same way. I used to remember every movie, like all the details.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking through like some of the films I watch and I'm like, I literally don't know what that movie is.
At least I know that I've seen the movies. Like some people like just completely like, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
And then they pop it in and they're like, I've seen this fucking movie. Like, how do you not remember that part? I can see like forgetting details and shit. That's completely natural, you know, but yep. Especially in the last 3-4 years, man, like the amount of movies. I mean, in the last 2 years alone, I've watched close to 1,600 movies. So
damn,
just in 2 years. So that's fucking insane.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's insane because it's all logged. It's all.
I don't even know how you have time.
On Letterboxd.
You're a parent, goddammit.
Yeah, I fucking don't ever watch movies when people are. I'm a night person, man. It's just I sacrifice sleep for watching movies, I guess. But I'm a soldier, man. I do it for the game. Don't hate the player, hate the fucking game. All right, so moving along here, man. First up, Patreon pick. I'm not sure who the Patreoner is. I apologize sincerely because I forgot to write your name down because I actually deleted off our Google page that we keep track of all the stuff on, and I went to write your names down and it was gone. So I apologize for that, but you will know who you are when I mention it. From 1989, a film called Marley's Revenge, the monster movie. I'll be honest, man. I'd never heard of this movie. Like this one obviously slipped through every crack in my life, probably for good reasons, I guess. I don't know anything about this one. This one's dubbed as like a comedy horror. It's definitely along those realms. Basically, this one follows our two main characters, Alan and Gary. They are trying to smuggle Gary's aunt and uncle across the border they're from Haitian descent and trying to get in the United States. And of course, when they get to the border, what they don't realize is that there's these like redneck vigilantes who patrol this border on this coast, and they take matters into their own hands because they patrol the border, looking for drug dealers. And of course, they mistake Alan and Gary as drug dealers. And what these rednecks do is they actually, when they capture these drug dealers, they take them to this island. They bury holes and just kill them. That's what they do. They're just vigilante rednecks. It's ridiculous. So anyways, Alan and Gary, they get captured along with the aunt and uncle and stuff, and they get hauled off to this island where his auntie ends up getting killed and shit like that. But what they don't know is that his uncle Marley is actually a voodoo priestess, and he manages somehow to resurrect all the dead bodies that are buried on. So these would be ex-drug dealers because they're dead. That's funny. So yeah, he resurrects all these people. They turn into zombies and shit like that, and also this really huge fucking monster and shit. And not only after he does that shit, it's kind of funny because it's like the zombies against these vigilantes, but it's also against Gary and Alan also, as they can't get off this island because of all this carnage that's happening and shit. Anyways, that's the premise of the film, pretty much the entire movie. It is just like pure, strictly comedy. It's very slapsticky. It's got like really fucking like Looney Tunes sound effects and shit in it, man. Like there was actually a couple of parts that made me laugh out loud because I just wasn't expecting. It wasn't like overdone with the cartoon sound effects and shit, but every once in a while they throw in like one of those acne sounds, and I'm fucking pissing myself laughing. Going into this movie, I actually thought the movie was going to be shot on video. It just appeared it was going to be shot on video, and from the opening scene, I actually thought it was shot on video, but it was a VH transfer I was watching on YouTube. And the VHS was so bad that it appeared that it was actually shot on video. But once that, kind of cleared up and shit, I realized it was probably shot on 60 millimeters, shot on film. So, which actually had a really cool look to it and stuff. But, it's kind of a fun movie. It's just really, really bad. I didn't really care for a lot of the comedy. It was kind of falling very flat for me and stuff. But the one thing I will say, though, the zombies in the film actually look pretty cool. Like, once the zombies actually get resurrected, which is probably the biggest problem and flaw with this movie, is that it only runs about 77 minutes. You got this pretty simple premise, but it takes about 50 minutes before anything really happens. All you have is all this character interaction with these rednecks and Gary and Alan and all this shit kind of going on for like 50 fucking minutes before the zombie action kind of starts, and it lasts like 20 minutes, before the credits and shit. So it's kind of like Children Don't Play with Dead Things, like the build-up is better in that movie, but then you kind of want more of the action, what I'm saying? It's obviously budget constraints, I understand that, but once the shit starts happening at the end, it's, pretty atmospheric. The zombies actually look pretty good. I thought the makeup was pretty cool. Not really a whole lot of, not like a lot of gore and shit like that. Maybe like a little bit here and there, but definitely some missteps. The big fucking creatures like in this huge rubber suit. It's actually kind of funny. But yeah, it's just kind of a boring movie, to be honest. I was bored out of my fucking tree, to be honest. And there's not really a whole lot to say about it, man. The ending was ridiculous, kind of stupid. And it's rednecks, man. It's like those stereotypical rednecks you see in movies and shit that they say all the things they're going to say. Well, that was the script. It was just those type of dumb stereotyped rednecks and shit. I'm just like, oh my god, this is like just so awful. I did get a little bit of enjoyment, like I said, the last 15-20 minutes, but overall, very, very boring movie. For a 77-minute film, it seemed like it was taking forever to get going. 3 out of 10. I cannot recommend this. I thought it was pretty piss poor. That's Marley's Revenge, the monster movie. It's too bad that the last 20 minutes wasn't like 60 minutes of the film, because it actually probably would, with more gore, and it would have been definitely recommended. But nope, not this one.
I always wonder, it's because people send us these titles with never saying why.
I think it's probably because he went out on a limb and probably thought that, maybe I hadn't seen this one, because it is pretty fucking obscure. I don't think this thing has any other releases besides some pretty minor VHSs, and it seems like it's pretty hard to find, so pretty obscure shit. And
okay,
maybe they thought it was video. I don't know if they'd even seen it or not, but I'm assuming maybe because, I do like shot on video films for the most part, and that's why I assumed it was shot on video. It was 89. It just seemed like the type of movie, but it wasn't. It was actually... there was a little bit more production value to it, which was shocking to me, but it just didn't. It just fell flat. So I don't know, but yeah, it's a good question. Why do people pick some of these movies? I'm assuming because I probably hadn't seen it. That's it. No other reason. Mikey.
Or because they hate you.
I don't think this pick was intended, because I bet you the person that picked this probably thought I was going to enjoy this, but there just could have been a lot better film there. I mean, it's, it is what it is, but yeah, these things happen.
Yeah, well, continuing with that, my next one is The Marshes. It's listed as 2018 on IMDb. It just was released on Shudder, I think, earlier this week. It's an Australian movie. A few biologists, they're basically conducting research in the outback in the marshes. And shit goes awry, and there's a killer on the loose. This movie sucks too.
Is this movie Australian?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, there's a lot of Australian movies being reviewed on here tonight. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I was hyped going in. It was more just oh look, a 2020 release. Other than what I saw, obviously we're getting the theatrical releases, so I already know about those. But it's 2020. I'm looking forward to just things dropping on VOD or whatever. It's the new year. You're looking forward to consuming all the new stuff as soon as you can. So when I found out this dropped on Shudder, I was like, all right, let me check. The first bad sign was like when I pulled it up and they have the little like skulls with like the rating, and I think it was like 2 out of 5, and I was like, all right, well, that doesn't necessarily matter because I don't necessarily have the same taste as everybody else, so I'm gonna check it out. No, they were right. It's not very good. It's just it's just kind of boring. It's not like a horribly made movie. There's a little bit of okay gore. It's like a kind of like a cannibal killer movie in the Australian outback. It's not poorly made. It's just uninteresting. There's nothing outside the scope of what you expect going in. Just from the synopsis, like, okay, they're gonna go out there to do their science surveying and shit's gonna go awry, and it does. And I don't know. It's one of those movies where, like, if there was just more killing and more gore, maybe the fun factor would elevate it a little bit. But there's just not even that much of that. It just doesn't have much going for it. And it's on Shudder. I mean, if people want to check it out against my advice, but I'm not gonna like totally talk everyone out of giving it a chance, I guess. But I would say, don't bother. I don't have really even a lot to say about it. I'm just disappointed. I was hoping for something a little more fun, maybe some more kills in it, but it's weird because like the little bit of gore you do get is actually decently done. There's a part where the dude like carves out like some internal organs on a dude he has strung up, and that was like the one scene where I was like, okay, this is all right, and then it goes back to being boring and bland, and kind of sucks because like Australia, they put out some good stuff. Like
it's like one of my favorite countries, man.
Their stuff is usually like pretty brutal, and like they manage to just make good horror movies regardless of the genre. So yeah, this one was disappointing. It's The Marshes, so I would say skip this one as well.
What's the rating?
Oh, the rating, shit. I won't be as harsh as The Grudge. I'll say 4 out of 10.
Damn, that was exclusive.
What'd you say? Yeah. 4 out of 10?
Yeah, it's like I have to give a bad enough rating to like sway people away from seeing it, but The Grudge is just so bad that I don't want to like give it as bad of a rating. Yeah. But I would still. It's like hopefully 4 out of 10 lets people know that I'm definitely saying don't bother with it. Yeah, it was a Shudder distribution original, not like they made it or anything. So
yeah, I think that. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's disappointing that they would lead off with something so blah. But yeah, they have some misses throughout the year for sure. But all right, what do I got next? Okay, let's do Billy Club 2013. This was a pick from Mikey Fish. Mikey Fish always comes through with the indie flicks. I do appreciate that. Like, Patreon listeners out there, take note. Mikey does a great job giving Patreon stuff.
I know one person would beg to differ on that one.
Well, that's just because he likes fucking with Jeremy, because Jeremy's an asshole. I'm nice to Mikey. So Mikey, see what happens, right? I say, Mikey, you do great picks and you give me awesome stuff. And he's like, awesome. He's like, I'm going to keep giving you fun stuff. Jeremy's like, fuck Mikey, he gives me shit. And what happens? Mikey keeps giving him shit.
Yeah.
See, there's lessons learned here.
He doesn't learn. He just doesn't fucking learn, man. We tell him this shit and it's obviously happening to him, but he's just not figuring it out. Like, what is so hard about this, man? Good lord.
But yeah, this one's a lot of fun. It's called Billy Club, 2013 independent slasher film. It follows a group of kids now grown up who used to play Little League together. One time in Little League, they lost a game, and it was all Billy's fault. And they believe Billy is back for revenge because he was bullied after. I don't want to spoil like what actually happens because it's revealed throughout the film, and not necessarily at the beginning. So yeah, but he's the killer is dressed. There's actually a pretty cool scene early on in the film at the beginning where the killer is like, you know, putting together his getup, which reminded me of like Nightmare on Elm Street, how Freddy's like designing his glove and stuff like that. He uses a baseball bat with nails and a retractable knife that he builds himself. Pretty cool. It actually is a great slasher weapon. And he's dressed up in, I don't know, what does he have, like a catcher mask on or something? I don't know.
Yeah, he's got the catcher's mask on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a spike bat.
You know, the bat, and then he has like he has like some pads on and stuff like that.
Catcher,
pretty cool. I actually really like, you know, gimmicky theme, but I dig it. Very, very well thought out for a gimmick, unlike a bowling bag on your head.
Good Lord. Fuck.
But yeah, so these group of people reunite that used to play on this Little League team together. It's super convoluted, like why they meet up and stuff like that. They're just kind of in town and stuff like that. And then they decide to like go out and pay respects to the coach and like the rest of the team, some of the team that had been killed back then. And you know, slasher killer stuff happens. I think this movie's pretty entertaining, man. I really do. I think this is a very entertaining. Like, it's not the best. Like, the acting's spotty. It's very amateurish in certain aspects, but I think it excels in other aspects. Better than average. You know what I mean? Like, so you might have some things that drag it down, but at the end of the day, it's entertaining. It does excel in some aspects, such as gore and just overall like fun factor. And fun, you know, the killer looks good and stuff like that. There's some actual like genuinely funny moments in this film. There's a scene where a girl is like hooking up with this dude, and she doesn't want the other person to know, and he like kind of walks up to their like shack or whatever, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing there?" She's like, "I'm getting a shower," and he's like, "Huh? Like, what's all that rustling going on in there?" And she comes out, and he's like, "You're like all dirty and shit, and your hair's not wet." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I like to take quick showers. Sometimes I don't wash my hair." And he's like, "Yeah, but you're like filthy." And it's actually like very funny. Like I was actually laughing out loud, which is, you know, doesn't happen a lot with these indie films. Like sometimes the rating's so bad I'm laughing at the movie, not with it. But in this case, I was laughing with it. There's a weird like scene where a dude like kisses another dude like kind of out of nowhere, and then it was just kind of, I don't know, I felt a little misplaced. I think it was for comedy, but and there's a scene, like there's some dumb stuff in the movie too. Like, okay, like a girl like runs into the woods when she could have just like ran over to the car and left, you know, just stuff like that is stupid. But it's a slasher film. There's usually some stupid stuff, so I'm not usually as harsh on them. And it's like throwback, so I think it's set in like the 90s. It's trying to be like a throwback slasher too. I honestly really liked it. I thought it was good. I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. I remember digging it though, man. You know, anything to do with baseball and shit, I'm fucking down. All right, moving along. Again, another Patreon pick from someone I don't know. I apologize again. So this one right here is from 1983, and it's called Copperhead. Now, this is a film I did know about. I did know about this movie, and I'd never seen it before.
I thought this was another film called Copperhead, or like it was like I thought this was a TV movie about rattlesnakes at first too. And then I clicked on the link just to see what is this, and I was like, "Oh, geez, yeah. It didn't look so good."
Yeah, so this is a shot-on-video film from 1983. Actually, a very, very early one, and I'd known about the history with this movie a little bit. Like I said, I'd never seen it before. I don't think it has any type of formal release. Maybe it has a VHS release back in the day. I meant like after the VHS. So I think this one's pretty fucking obscure to find and shit like that if you want to check it out after you hear my thoughts on it. But yeah, this one was kind of notorious for having lots of real snake killings in it. And it's definitely true. There is a lot of real snakes that get killed in this movie. It's fucking bizarre. It's not even Italian. It's just, they just managed to kill a lot of fucking snakes in this movie. It's crazy. In fact, the movie opens up with a very, very tedious, probably 5-6 minute scene of a close-up. It's literally just like a it's a static type shot of this camera just focusing in on this Copperhead. And obviously someone had thrown a mouse there. The Copperhead bites it. The mouse dies. And then you get this like painstaking 5-minute intro to the movie called Copperhead of this snake literally ingesting this fucking mouse. Like it's obviously time lapse a little bit, but you get to see from the process it gets bit to the process of the final, the little last bit of toes being ingested into a snake. Yeah, I'm like, oh my god. And then it cuts into this movie, and it's basically about this this dude. He's got a wife and his 3 grown children. They're essentially on the run. So he's kind of purchased this land out in this like kind of swampland and shit like that. And they're on the run because they've essentially kind of stole a treasure and stuff. And he's super fucking paranoid that like everybody's after him. Like not only the people that, that he stole this treasure from, but everyone's, kind of out to get him and shit like that. And there's absolutely no evidence of anybody knowing where they are. I'm sure people are after them, but nobody knows where they are, kind of deal. And he's like a massive, massive fucking dick. Like this guy is just paranoid and delusional and shit like that. Anyways, one of their neighbors comes over one day to essentially kind of introduce themselves and shit like that. And he sees a snake, and he turns out that he's like a biologist and stuff, and he deals with the type of shit. And anyways, this father freaks out, grabs his gun, and fucking blows the snake away. It's just insane. And now he hates the neighbor and shit like that. So he's essentially, the rest of the movie is just, him kind of being super paranoid about, people trying to find the treasure and stuff like that and whatnot. My thoughts on the movie though, man, this is another one of those like shot on video films that it's very standard type shot on video filmmaking where there's obviously no budget and it just takes forever for shit to actually start happening. Again, this one, I want to say this one runs, it must be like 80 minutes or 90 minutes or something. I don't know. It's fucking longer than it should be anyways. And it's just a lot of scenes where you have the father just kind of freaking out and getting his kids to do shit. And it's just like, it's so monotonous. It's so monotonous. It just keeps kind of repeating itself over and over again. And then, to pad the time even more in the first like 70 minutes or whatever the fuck it is, it cuts to like the neighbor and his relationship with his wife and his kid and stuff like that. And it's just like, oh my God, like what the fuck? We finally get some action when he finally loses his mind and starts, going Rambo style on people and shit like that. The thing about these type of movies that really fucking bugs me is that you ever watching a movie and all of a sudden characters just appear into the film and you're like, where the fuck did that character come from? Like they've never been introduced and stuff, but the character that you're watching the film actually knows who this person is. Like that is just beyond fuck to me, man. I absolutely hate that in movies, man. This movie has that happen. Towards the end of the film, a character shows up and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, where the hell did this person come from? No mention of the name, nothing like that. It's just, it is what it is. But that's not even like the biggest surprise. This movie actually theoretically is a snake revenge film. So after, the father has this paranoid delusion that these snakes are coming to get him and shit, he forces him and his sons to go out and just basically shoot every fucking snake that is around their cabin type deal. And it's like this long drawn out fucking like 20-minute scene of snakes being blown away, obviously with real fucking guns. Like these things are exploding, there's guts, there's blood, there's fucking everywhere. I'm just like, holy shit, man, this is insane. Right? So, and then the ending goes like completely ridiculous. I was shocked to see or actually to hear that there was like original music for this movie. I thought that was really interesting. And I will say, for a shot on video film, this is probably one of the best looking shot on video films. You can tell for the time that they actually had probably some of the best cameras. It kind of reminded me of like watching maybe those early episodes of like The Littlest Hobo when they shot them on video and shit. I don't know. It's had that production value. It actually looked really clear. It was insane, considering it's 83 and it's a VHS transfer, and it just fucking looked really good. So, but boring, straight up fucking boring movie, man. Like just boring. And I was getting a little bit. It was tedious watching all these snakes getting killed and shit. I'm just like, I don't need to see this shit anymore, man. Like it's not even tasteful at all. It's just brutal. And it goes absolutely nowhere. It's ridiculous. I will say though, and I usually don't bring this up for shot on video films because I don't care if the acting is bad or not, but the acting actually isn't that bad in this movie. I was surprised. It seemed like they actually had some, people that actually knew a little bit what they were doing, but it's all right. But yeah, Copperhead, fucking absolute bore. The ending's a complete mess and shit like that. The ending's actually pretty comical, what happens to everybody. It's just like ridiculous. But still, I'm just like, I couldn't wait for the shit to end. 2 out of 10. It's horrible. Fucking horrible, man. Really did not care for this shit.
Wow.
That's funny.
Now I'm like shy to lower my ratings on the first two.
There's just nothing redeemable about it. I mean, like, have you ever seen Boarding House before? Like where the scene, like the extended cut, like, how scenes just keep going on and on and on, and you're just like, why the fuck don't they just cut this shit down? That's what this whole movie is. It's like, it's 90% padding of time. There's so many painstaking conversations. You're like, this doesn't even add to anything. It's just so boring. Horrible shit, man. Like these are the type of shot on video films that really, really give shot on video a bad name. Ugh, so bad. Mikey.
All right, this one's probably a cheap pick because it's one I love. I've seen many times before, but I was actually watching it a little bit before we started recording with my kids. And that would be 1987's The Monster Squad. I've always said growing up, I was a card-carrying member of the Goonies until I saw The Monster Squad, and I turned in my Goonies card.
Oh, hell no.
Because I was like, pirate adventures were cool until I saw the club that actually hunted monsters.
Yeah,
the Universal Monsters.
Fratellis will beat the shit out of the Universal Monsters.
Fratellis, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, The Goonies is just probably more of a quote-unquote epic movie. I mean, it's Spielberg.
It's my favorite movie of the time.
Yeah, I mean, The Goonies is great. It's not really a knock on The Goonies. It's just a growing up because I was getting into horror that I was... And this was really, I mean, if you look at like my age and when I saw this movie, this really kind of set me on the track of Universal Monsters in general, because that's who's in this movie as far as the villains go. But this is a very interesting movie to watch, like in the modern era. It's very of its time. Like a lot of the dialogue between the younger characters, you're just like, whoa, they would not write stuff like that today. I was getting a kick out of the little sister, Phoebe is her character name. My youngest is about like that age, and my kids have this thing about they love watching movies with kids in them, not necessarily just kids movies, but any movies that just feature kids, period. So they were kind of checking this movie out, getting a kick out of it. I've always just loved this movie. It's a really good cast. Noonan as Frankenstein does great. The werewolf, or the Wolfman, is Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. The guy who plays Dracula, I just think all the monsters are really well done in this. I like the story. It really reminds me of being a kid in that era where you're into monsters. I didn't have like any type of club or anything when I was a kid because I just didn't know enough people that were interested in horror. Not to the extent that I was. I grew up in a neighborhood where the kid next door to me was a classmate, and we had those summers where we just rent horror movies like every day, one after the other, from this place called 99 Cent Video. So I guess that's the closest that I had to actually having a monster squad or club or whatever. But I've always just loved this movie. It's great. And I'm sure there's the nostalgia factor too, because it's part of my childhood. It's a PG-13 movie, but like we said earlier in an earlier discussion on the show, it doesn't feel like the PG-13 rating hampers anything in this movie. Everything's depicted well. I'm sure this is a movie that everybody, you guys and the listeners included, are very familiar with. I don't know that much needs to be said about it outside of like if it's being done for a main review, so I will cut it a little short and just say, shit, man, and I'm going for the gold on this one. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. I don't really see any flaws in this one. I think it works for young folks. It works for shit. I guess I consider myself an old folk now. It's maintained its consistency with me. I don't think I've enjoyed it any less, even as I've grown older. So yeah, Monster Squad.
Yeah,
I know you guys have seen it. So what do you think of this movie?
No, I've actually seen it at the drive-in a couple years ago.
What did you rate it, Mike?
10 out of 10.
Oh, sorry.
That's kind of crazy.
I mean,
Moods rated it a 10 out of 10 on the show before.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Yeah, I don't really see any flaw. And like the running times, it flies by. Like one of the things I never noticed. Yeah, watch, because I saw it a lot as a kid, and then it kind of like that gap goes by, kind of probably in my like late teens, 20s, where sometime and revisiting as like I guess a later stage adult, I didn't remember that. Man, it's a pretty short running time, and the pace, it's like it just gets right into it, and before you know it, it's like kind of in the showdown already. So, man, I don't see any really flaw in the movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never loved it, honestly. Like, I think it's a good movie, but I definitely didn't have the nostalgia for it. I saw it much later in life. I saw it when I was probably 20 for the first time.
Yeah.
So, or maybe 8.
So, how old were you when you first saw the Goonies? Because a lot of people say a similar thing.
6.
You see, there you go. Because a lot of people that didn't see the Goonies till adulthood have a similar opinion. They like don't understand why so many people love the Goonies, and it's because they didn't see it till they were adults. So it's kind of has that similar effect.
I don't understand though. Even I don't know. Seeing the Goonies, even an adult, I think I could recognize you would have a different appreciation for it if you liked it than if you saw it when it first came out. Did you watch the Goonies when it came out? When it first came out?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, clearly he's not asking me.
Well,
I wasn't alive.
He wasn't born yet. But me and you being the same age, because
what exact year did the Goonies come out? I mean, I saw it as a kid.
85.
Yeah, I mean, I was a kid definitely when I saw. I probably didn't see it in 85, but I saw it, in the.
Well, I'm thinking like 85,
that,
86. Yeah, like as a young kid, like I saw it at such a young age too. But that shit was like just embedded into my mind. Like that was like the coolest shit ever. And
oh yeah, it was like one of those repeat viewings where it's like you constantly.
Oh yeah, dude.
Watched it all the time, and yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's like. Every time I have this discussion where I'm comparing the two movies, it's really like no knock on the Goonies, because I think the Goonies is fantastic, and all things considered, I think the Goonies is probably the better movie. But it's just me personally, because when I was transitioning into just becoming a horror fan, the Monster Squad just had that extra layer of appeal to me, because as opposed to like the pirate thing, this one was monsters, like horror villains. So this one always just had that kind of extra to it, even though objectively speaking I can say that Goonies has the bigger epic adventure feel to it. But I don't know, man, it's just the Monster Squad. I just love it.
All right, my turn.
Yep.
All right, so my next title is a big F you to Moods, because he said I wouldn't review this film. And this is, I told you I'm turning over new leaf, man. Blue Underground's 3-disc
release of House by the Cemetery, the Lucio Fulci film that we have reviewed in a featured review here before, in the first Italian Horror Month, I believe. So 5 years ago, at least. Been a while since I've seen this. And in fact, I've revisited City of the Living Dead multiple times since then. But House by the Cemetery was always my least favorite in that trilogy. Because honestly, I didn't really get the movie. It's kind of hard to follow a little bit for me. But this time I kind of understood it a little bit more. So it basically follows a family with their son Bob, which Bob is kind of... when you bring up House by the Cemetery, I feel like Bob is the first thing everybody thinks, which is kind of funny. That's what everybody thinks. Because the dubbing on Bob is...
or the female that dubs Bob's voice that's like 13 or something, or 15.
Oh, is it really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Or I might have known but forgot. But so they move into this house because the husband was friends with a guy who lived there, which I never really understood that whole thing. I still don't. So like he moves into this house because he knew somebody who lived there and died, and he's doing research on old houses or something. So it doesn't really make sense, but that happens in these films. Like I think that happens a lot. That's why, like, if you're uninitiated, sometimes people like Luis hates...
No, the guy that moves into the house he's basically continuing the research of Freud,
continuing the research
of Dr. Freudstein. Yeah.
Well, no, Dr. Freudstein's a different person. His friend was doing research on Dr. Freudstein.
Yeah, I've that's right. Yeah.
It's a little confusing, but so yeah, okay. So I guess that makes a little bit more sense. But I don't know. Did they like flat out say that? Because if they did, I missed it.
They do because they continue the research about Dr. Freudstein, and I can't remember what the fucking other doctor's name is.
It's like Pearson or something.
But I mean, if you follow that right there, he's moved into this house and he's continuing the research about Dr. Freudstein and stuff. If you keep that in mind until the third act hits, then it kind of makes sense.
Right? It's just weird because why would he be like? Why did he have to move into the house where the guy died if he knows nothing about Freudstein up until that point? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Why would he go move into the dude? Like, if you carry over the work of your friend who dies, you don't go move into his house, do you?
Hey, man,
especially when all his research isn't even at the house; it's at the fucking library.
Yeah. Well, maybe you just felt like, being close to it would help. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, but like that's the stuff that like in first watch I never questioned because I'm just so confused the whole time. But in second watch, when I could focus more, I'm like, okay, these are some issues I had last time. Let me see if they actually, because most of the time I can't remember if they like explained it or didn't. But when I'm paying attention a little bit more, I figure that shit out. So anyway, it's kind of a weird movie because it's like a mixture of things. It's almost like a mad scientist film mixed with like some ghost shit or like some Gates of Hell shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like on one hand you have like a dude who used to do experiments in the Victorian era in his basement, and then on the other hand you have like a potential like Gate of Hell type thing. Like from the beyond. I guess that's why they consider this a Gates of Hell film. And anyway, there's a lot of characters that come in and are introduced and then die, and that I don't know, it's like hard to follow who's who and like why this person's in the house all of a sudden and stuff, but they do explain it if you really pay attention. It's just like Italian films are so weird with not making it a point to like let you know like this person's here because they're a babysitter.
See, if I remember correctly, it's honestly like this minor details and stuff, but I think that the reason why they move into the house is because there's information there that he needs to go there to continue the research. Anyways, like he needed to go there, so he just moves his family into the place because that's where the information is. So it was just easier to move everybody instead of having to do it in a different spot, kind of thing. So.
It's just weird because like
he comes from a different city, right?
If this guy was so into Freudstein, he would have just like checked the basement.
like better.
Well, they
You
never,
know what I mean?
but they can't go in the base. Like it's,
No, I'm saying like the other guy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like weird. It's like,
but I'm assuming it's probably the same thing, right? It was locked up and it was like kind of off limits and whatever, and he just kind of respected that. You know, it is what it is, because even when they move into the house, they realize this thing's all locked up and shit, and it's like, well, okay.
yeah, I know, but he clearly killed the last dude, so it couldn't have been locked up the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
So who locked it back up? The only way that I could explain some of this is that it's like gates of hell shit. Like it's supernatural. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way to explain some of it. But yeah, the good thing about this movie is like there's some gnarly kills, and honestly the ending is like really good. It's like better than I remembered. Because it has like the whole, like it's kind of intense with Bob like on the other side of death approaching thing, you know, that you're like, what's in the basement, because they kind of keep it in secret most of the time, the whole movie, until like the reveal at the end, and you're like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like that's not what I was expecting. And then it just kind of like the whole like maggot body thing is really gross and cool, very Italian, and then the music is fantastic in this one. Who did the music in this, Moods? Rizzotti?
Why am I having a fucking brain fart right now? That's like absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I think it's Rizzotti. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, overall, man, I think this one has some fun atmosphere and stuff. There's a lot of like blah 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 talking that goes throughout a lot of the film. I wish that Fulci had put a little bit more action, maybe a cut, like even like 1 or 2 kills in between some of the dialogue. I think that it would have like took this film like to another level, because that's really the only problem is like there's a lot of downtime of like a lot of hoopla shit that I really don't care about. But other than that, I definitely have a new respect for this one, because it's just weird. I like how weird it is, with like the supernatural, like this, like the even the little girl, right? Like the little girl that Bob sees but nobody else does and stuff.
Yeah,
like that's weird. Like it's almost like a haunted house.
But it is explainable why she's there and stuff. I mean, right? Because she's kind of there to warn
the little girl. Yeah, kind of. But then at the end, you're kind of like.
But that's why she is kind of, I mean, that's kind of what her role is, because, I mean, if you're watching the movie closely and, like, you do realize that, oh, wait a minute, no one else is kind of seeing her, Bob is only with her, like, there's got to be something going on there, so she is kind of that, you know, that angel, she's like the opposite end of the demon, you know, there to, you know, basically guide them in the right direction so they don't end up dead, kind of thing, right? That's really what her role is, right? So... I kind of like that angle and shit like that. That little girl. She's in a lot of these Italian films too. You recognize her, little ginger kid.
Yeah, but overall, you know, I like this one more now than I did before. I definitely was able to like piece together the story a lot better than I did on that show 5 years ago. But I mean, it's still a little problematic. I think that it's definitely the weakest of the 3. But I still do like it. I think it's pretty fun and has good atmosphere, music, some good gore in there, and overall I like how weird it is. It's I like the mix of this like mad scientist murderer with like this almost like ghostly type thing, and then this like supernatural like gates of hell element to it too. So I gave it a 7.5 out of 10, which I gave it a 7 the last time I seen it, which was 5 years ago. And there's some new features on here. You got a new audio commentary. They ported over a ton of features from the original Blue Underground release, and then like Q&A with Catriona McCall, and a new interview with Dr. Freud's Katarina. Katarina. Yep. Stephen Trower, author of Beyond Terror, the film's Lucio Fulci. So there's an interview with him. And then the disc 3 is the soundtrack. And of course, it has the cool lenticular cover. I really like these 3-discers that Blue Underground does.
Imagine that transfer is like ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Definitely some grain in there, but definitely.
Well, that should be there. That should definitely stay there. I mean, those films are. That's like the integrity of them right there.
Yeah.
So atmospheric, man. But he always shot like to this day I still can't even figure out what the fuck film, like how Fulci shot those movies to like just have that atmosphere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
this one's interesting because a lot of it takes place in the daylight.
Mm-hmm. But it's still super atmospheric, right? Because I don't know, it's weird, man. He just manages to capture that. But good shit, man. Good shit. Moving along here, man. Another Patreon pick. I apologize. Again, I do not know who gave me this one. I could probably figure it out. But anyways, from 2008, this is the second film in what at the time was a trilogy. There is a fourth film now, and it's called ReGOREgitated Sacrifice.
Wait, somebody gave you this?
Yep.
Didn't you do the vomit dolls before?
I did the first one.
Isn't this part of that?
Yeah, I did the first. This is the second movie.
Wow, somebody really hates you.
Yeah. Of course, directed by Lucer Valentine, who actually is Canadian. This guy might be the sickest fucking Canadian ever. Like, oh my god, dude. Like, there's really no narrative to speak of in these movies. It's supposed to be about a girl that having... It's kind of an interesting, the way the synopsis is written up here. It says, a girl with a disturbing hallucinations continue her downward spiral into hell, not for the faint of heart. I guess that's kind of true. I mean, but our main character, the girl that's, what is her name? Amara Levely, she actually got killed in Vancouver. I think 2017, she got fucking shot, actually. It was crazy. She's like 34 years old, but she's actually not even in the movie that much. She is the girl where all this kind of nightmare logic and stuff is stemming from. And it's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure the guy that's, talking in the film, doing the POV and shit, actually is Lucer Valentine. And I always perceive these films to be, it's like an extension of his reality. Like, I truly believe that Lucer Valentine is a really fucking messed up individual.
Have you ever seen Black Metal Veins?
No, I've kind of left that one. I really, really hate drug needles. I don't want to even see that part of the world.
It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I've seen enough living in Vancouver with Hastings and shit, and no way. I just don't need to see more of that shit. But I mean, that's pretty much where he was filming that stuff. So I've seen it live. I've been there. But I always feel like these movies are just an extension of his mental reality and shit like that. I've read in interviews that, he had a pretty fucked up relationship with his sister and shit like that, some incest and shit like that. And, this Lucer Valentine's he's a very, I don't know, man. He's mysterious. He's very mysterious. Like, I don't even think I've ever seen what he looks like before. He doesn't really do interviews. And a lot of people say like these type of movies are just an extension of like what's kind of going through his mind and stuff. And it's really messed up. Like, it's maybe just his fetishes that are put onto film. But again, our main character here, she is kind of having these nightmares and things like that. But the weirdest thing about this movie is that the Soska sisters actually star in this movie. They're pretty much in the whole movie. They're uncredited. This movie is not on their IMDb page. They will not talk about this shit, which is kind of explainable. It's fucking crazy. And they basically kind of play these twin demons in a sense that kind of rape and torture and kill people. And it's just really fucked up. It's like scene after scene of, rape and torture and nasty, nasty gore. One thing I will give credit for Lucer Valentine's films is that the gore in these things is fucking crazy, man. It's really bloody, gory, messy, nasty. There's this really cool kind of mashed up head scene with the Soska sisters. Like, their heads are they're together. They're joined. They're like Siamese twins, which kind of makes a little bit of sense since they're twins. But but the gore, like the way that the effect happened, is really damn good. But man, 65-minute film. of nothing but nastiness. And he does a really good time. It's kind of like Gaspar Noé, where, you know, Irreversible, where, you know, the music is at that really down tempo, low bass stuff, real grumbly, that actually is meant to nauseate you. You know, like that was the point of that music in that film and stuff. It was really kind of meant to just disorientate you and fucking just get you in that. Well, Lucifer Valentine does the same type of thing with his really quick editing, the down tempo, the low monotone fucking bass lines and shit like that in this. It's really meant to make you nauseated. And if that isn't enough, this one right here doesn't have as much puking as the first one. Actually, the puking comes more probably in the last 10-15 minutes of this one, but this one really relies more on the rape and gore and other real nastiness and, you know, these scenes to scene. It's like I said, the Soska sisters are picking up these hookers and things like that. They rape and torture, and man, there's some crazy, but this one takes it a little one step further than the first one. I mean, there's scenes in this one where there's women really pissing, and there's the scene where this chick pisses, and then she pisses into a cup, and she drinks it, and then of course she instantly pukes in this toilet, and it's like this long puking scene of just like yellow urine. It's fucking nasty. And this other chick comes in the room, and they start pissing on each other, and then they start puking in each other's faces, and it's like fucking, it's totally 100% real too, and you're just like, oh my god, like what am I watching? I feel like I'm watching, and like the effects are so real. You feel like you're watching a snuff film mixed in with this real nasty fucking sexual fetishes. But it's mixed in with this like real nightmare type logic. Like this one is a lot better done than the first one. He definitely stepped up his game for filmmaking wise, even though there's real no narrative here. And maybe there is one to him, but I mean, to find a coherent narrative is probably, it's very subjective. I think people could probably see this shit as being a lot different, and you could probably psychoanalyze the shit out of this and come up with 300 different fucking meanings, especially where the end happens too. It's got this whole kind of Kurt Cobain thing, because the story starts in 1973 and it kind of ends in 1994 with Kurt Cobain's suicide, and the very last scenes in the film are actually like, you know, of her at this, you know, the gravesite, or at the, you know, at his home and shit. It's really fucking strange. It's really odd. Mm-hmm. It's just kind of, it's just, you know, like I said, for a 65-minute film, it's a tough watch, but this one actually kind of rips by because you're just so intrigued in what the fuck he's going to do next. Like, it is really, really nasty. The shit that I don't care for in this film, all of a sudden this one dude just kind of appears in this real fucking nasty ass scene, man, where the Soska sisters basically disembowel this chick, real nasty guts coming out, and he kind of shows up into the scene. He kind of shows up in the scene. Was that a real snore?
What?
Oh my god, he's actually fucking sleeping. He just said he never falls asleep on podcasts. This fucking guy.
That was pretend.
That was not fucking pretend. Oh my god. But anyways, so this guy jumps into the screen and he basically uses the intestines and he starts like sucking it off and shit, and he's like puking in the fucking disemboweled guts.
Intestines?
Yeah, and oh my god, it's just fucking brutal, man. It's so brutal, man. Ugh, sewing of like real up close pussies. Oh my god, I could just go on and on, man. This shit has everything for any type of fucking weird fetish, man. And then like the end of the film, with not with the Kurt Cobain stuff, but with the POV, I'm assuming it's Loser Valentine's, and oh, it's just insane. But these are the type of movies that's really hard to review because you just have to talk about all the nastiness that's in it because there's no real narrative. But you know, it's kind of interesting that people would say, I kept thinking to myself, like, how you find people to do this shit. Like, do you just put out an ad saying, hey, I'm going to do this movie, I want girls that are willing to really piss, drink piss, puke on each other, and it's fucking nuts, dude. It's absolutely fucking bananas. And I was reading in the trivia, and it said that there was safe words just in case shit went too far. So they were like really kind of doing and pushing the envelopes when they were filming this stuff. And oh man, it's on a different level. Like, this shit is not for most people. I would say 95% of real fucking,
definitely not for me.
Yeah, this is the type of shit that, you know, you don't really want to subject yourself willingly, even though I've watched this 3 times now. Because I watched this when I first got it, and I watched this before I was supposed to review it months ago when I actually wasn't on a show. I watched it, and then I, of course, had to rewatch it again because I just feel bad if I don't rewatch a film for a review. So I watched it again, but you know, it's like I said, it's tough. It's fucking tough, but
I love how you said not willingly, like someone's gonna tie you to the chair to make you watch it.
That's pretty much what happens in this. People get tied to chairs and it's kind of ironic. It's almost like a flip side of it, right? A little bit. But if I ever met the Soska sisters, which I hope I do one day, I want to just bring this up because I'm very confused on why they're uncredited. It's not on their IMDb page.
Do they get naked in it?
They don't actually. They're the only girls that don't show their bare pussy and tits and fucking open pussy and asshole
of
and
course.
Fucking. It's like it's just a fetish porn, man. It's essentially.
What year did this come out?
It's 2008. So this is the second one.
How established were they by this time?
I think Dead Hooker in the Trunk just was about to come out, right?
I think it was about the time, yeah. I think it was about that time. But they obviously want to, disconnect themselves with the fact that they did this Lucer Valentine film because it is something I wouldn't want to be associated with if I was, filmmakers trying to make something of themselves, like go back to this. But I have heard that they won't even talk about this shit. So
if you do meet them and you get a chance to ask them, like, swipe your cell phone and hit the record button.
I'll just, you know what I'm gonna do? Like, I would bring up this DVD and be like, "Can you guys sign this?" And just see what they say.
Like, you're gonna be like, "Fuck off,"
right? Like, I don't want them to be like, get the fuck out of here and then hate me and shit, but at the same time, I think it would be pretty funny to do.
Well, just say all your other shit first and then bring it up.
Yeah, man, but it is pretty crazy, man. Like, there's a scene in this film where, well, I'm convinced, I mean, he doesn't actually show up, but man, she's right in there. I don't know which Soska sister it is, man, but this, like, pregnant hooker, like, she's fucking totally eating her out, man. It is fucking crazy, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? They're having, like, this threesome with this pregnant, gross hooker. Ugh, it's nasty. But, like, she goes right down on her and shit. I'm just like, her face is right in her crotch, man. I mean, she's not licking, her nose is touching her cooter, so it's pretty fucked. But, yeah, it's definitely some interesting... I mean, it's supposed to be artsy and shit, but, like, at the end of the day, it's pretend snuff with real nasty fetishes. I'd never understood puking on each other. Like, okay, I mean, it's not like I understood.
Is there anything to understand about that?
I don't understand it though. Like, what the fuck? Like, how is it? These are real fetishes. Like, people, like Germans, whatever, they shit on each other. I get the pissing thing because it's bodily fluid, but like shit and puke though, like I don't understand why people would subject themselves to doing this. Like, I guess people just, I mean, they obviously enjoy it. I don't know. It's fucking weird, man. I just don't understand how it ever got started. Like, who was the first person to ever be like, yo, man, can you puke on me? Just vomit right in my mouth. Right? And like, how do you ask somebody, like, you, like, say way back in the day, you were like, all of a sudden had this, you saw a chick shitting, you're like, man, I would love to have her loaf right on my mouth. Like, I just don't understand how the fuck this ever could happen. But anyways, Lucer Valentine, this is probably the best one. I haven't seen the fourth one yet, even though I do have it. Danny actually bought me the fourth one. Out of the first three, this is by far the best one. If you want to call it, if there is a best one, I don't know. It's oddly entertaining if you can handle it. I've seen it twice before, so like the puking and shit wasn't really affecting me and stuff like that. But I wouldn't recommend it, but I am going to actually give this one a pass because, like I said, just for the gore effects alone, man, it's edited better than the first one. I mean, I can't say it's not not boring. I guess you can't look away. It's like a train wreck. You just can't fucking look away. So I'm coming in at 5.5 out of 10. Yeah, I just can't stop thinking about it, man. All I see is puke and piss and nasty gore. It's fucked up. My brain's all fucked up right now.
I'm seeing it in my head just from you describing it. I'm like,
there is just so, like, in the last 15 minutes, it just goes fucking, I mean, the whole movie is bonkers. And every, there's scenes throughout the whole thing. But man, when the dude comes in puking, oh my god, man, it's fucking messed. It is bizarre. So, yeah, I guess that's going to be what we watched.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who dis?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, getting into the featured reviews here on episode 174. This is a Patreon pick coming from our homeboy D Bougier 963. Yeah, this is a show that he picked, I guess, the mockumentary / found footage style films. I guess we'll figure out exactly what we're going to call that if we already did.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're mockumentary / found footage, but just for titling's sake, I'm just calling it found footage.
Yeah, because, I mean, these ones definitely are bona fide mockumentaries, for sure.
For sure.
So, without further ado, first film from 2008, coming straight from the land down under in Australia. A film called Lake Mungo. This was part of the 8 Films to Die For Volume 4? I think it was in the fourth one.
It was the 4th year. I actually had a sealed box set that I got from Go Hastings for $8. The full box set, with all 8 individual, with all 8 slipcovers.
Yeah.
And I got that. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah. I thought there was only 6 in there at first, but it's the 4th year, and I think this is there's like 3 good films in that year.
Yeah, the 3rd and 4th seasons were really lacking. The first 2 have most of the good ones, but this is probably one of the better ones from the 4th season.
I think the 3rd season's the weakest, right?
It is, man. I think there's only 1, maybe 2 salvageable ones in that one. Like I said, the first 2 horror 8 Films to Die For were definitely really fucking solid. They tapered off, but Lake Mungo, man. Yeah. Quick little synopsis. Strange things start happening after a girl is found drowned in a lake. That's pretty accurate, I guess. I mean, that's pretty much what the setup is. Beginning of the film kind of starts with this strange kind of voiceover, this premonition voiceover of this girl kind of predicting her death kind of thing. The story actually takes place in 2005. They give like specific dates too, December 21st, so like 4 days before Christmas and stuff. Our lead, or the person that dies in the film, Alice Palmer, she just tragically dies in an outing at the beach. See, a lot of people, if you're not familiar with Australia and the way the world works and stuff, December is Australia's summer, so that's why they're at the beach swimming and stuff like that. So right now it is the middle of the summer there. But yeah, of course, she drowns, and not soon after, like, kind of strange things start happening. She starts showing up in pictures, and there's other kind of paranormal things that are happening and stuff, and then one thing leads to another, and then yeah. So what are you guys' thoughts on this one?
I liked it.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it.
I did like how, I did find it kind of funny how, when they find out the daughter was fucking the neighbor and his wife, they're just oh yeah, she kept some secrets. Wow, you guys kind of got over that pretty quick.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're kind of jumping ahead a little bit there, but yeah, it is true because basically the film starts out after she passes away and stuff. It's just interviews with the family and her close friends and stuff like that, and everybody has nothing but good things to say about Alice. She's very popular. She was beautiful. Everyone liked her. She didn't really seem to have any skeletons in her closet until they start really kind of looking into certain things about her life and stuff like that, and that's when they actually do discover that kind of weird.
She has some skeleton dicks in her closet.
Yeah, that kind of weird thing. But I really wish that they had taken this angle, because the way they set this thing up, right? I mean, for the first probably 20-30 minutes of the film, it's pretty standard mockumentary stuff. It's a lot of interviews and stuff, and then then we learn that there's some kind of weird shit happening. The brother, or they've taken pictures around the house and stuff, and then she keeps kind of showing up, and this ghostly figure kind of keeps showing up in these pictures and stuff like that, and everyone's convinced it's Alice. And there's even a point where in the film that I think the father was even fully convinced that, you know, that she was still alive because, you know, she keeps showing up and they're not really convinced that she's, you know, that she's a ghost because he may have fucked up with, you know,
with the identification
on the body and stuff, which, you know, I mean, if you do drown and your body's not found until well later and you're kind of,
I mean, that body was pretty fucking gnarly.
It was, but that's where this movie has a little bit of a flaw, though, because, you know, at that point, I mean, if you're somebody that's, you know, supposed to identify the body, and if you're not 100% sure, you should be like, I'm not really fucking sure, you know, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
At that point, it's just a quick little DNA test. You could figure it out.
Right? Like, why, like...
Well, because you're fucking with someone's life. Like, I mean, not life, but, like, you're dealing with something pretty fucking major here. I mean, you want to make sure, and if it's...
You want a definitive answer.
Especially considering you would be, like, praying that, like, even if you were, like, pretty sure, you're like, 100%. No, I want DNA tests, because you're like, you know, you want to know for damn sure, right? Because you're hoping it's not.
Exactly.
You're, like, holding on to any shred of hope that it's not her.
Exactly. So there's a point. They don't do any of this stuff. You know, she's buried, and of course, all these pictures start showing up, and these pictures convince the parents that she's still alive. So they exhume the body, and of course, they do a testing on it, and it turns out that it actually is her. So now the parents are really bummed out. Everyone's kind of bummed out that it actually was Alice that had drowned that day and stuff like that. And then, of course, right after this revelation happens, we find out that the brother, Alice's brother, was actually doctoring these fucking pictures in the house. And, you know, not only pictures, but with video and stuff. He was, you know, kind of fucking around with this stuff. And like, it's kind of a weird way to take the narrative, I thought, for sure. Because, you know, at that point when they revealed that this shit was, you know, kind of being doctored and stuff, they don't really have like a really great reason, because they try to incorporate in the film that the brother was just like, well, I was kind of doing it for whatever reason and stuff, but they don't really go anywhere with that.
I think he says because dad wasn't sure that he identified the body, so he was like, wanted them to make sure that he knew that would get him to.
Of course, but
that doesn't make sense either.
No, it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. He was doing it because of that, but why wouldn't you just take a totally different route? Why get their hopes up? You know, and like, you know, like you're really just getting their hopes up to really kind of reveal the inevitable that, you know, everybody probably pretty much knew that it was her, that, you know, that she was dead and stuff like that. But you go through this whole process of doctoring all this type of shit and all this type of things and stuff like that. But I mean, I guess in a sense it kind of leads to, you know, kind of looking into Alice a little bit more and stuff. And there was actually, you know, an incident that happened at where the name of the movie is called Lake Mungo. And it's actually just a small part of the narrative. It's actually where Alice had something happen to her at this Lake Mungo. And they don't really know what the fuck happened to her, but they do know that something was captured on one of her friend's phones of Alice kind of freaking out in the middle of this party and burying her cell phone and her you know, her jewelry and things like that on this beach. And her parents are like, why the fuck would they do that? Like, what is up with this shit? Why would she ever do that type of stuff? So that kind of led into them investigating why she would do something like that and shit like that. I thought that was kind of interesting. I really wish that they had went into, and maybe the narrative was a lot differently when, you know, they find out that Alice actually had some skeletons in her closet. She used to babysit the neighbor's kids, and not only was she babysitting the neighbor's kids, she was actually fucking the parents of them too, which is kind of so strange that they threw this in there. But I remember
I was like, how old is she? I know. I'm not sure.
I know, that's the funny thing, because she said that she babysit them for 2.5 years until the age of 16 or something like that. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, is that like an error in like age or something? I was like, what the fuck? Didn't that seem a little bit odd? But
I mean, I guess age of consent's different in different countries, but
I guess it just seemed very odd. It seemed like she was still too young to be doing that, but
it seemed like a big old revelation, but then it seemed like her parents kind of got over it, like we all have our secrets. It's
well, this is where the narrative. This is the first time I watched this movie, which was years ago. I was really hoping that the narrative was going to go in the angle that it was kind of leaning towards at that point, but they don't really take it that far. They don't create the mystery that, you know, because they found this sex tape and the neighbors may have something to do with her, you know, her death. kind of thing, because they weren't really 100% sure how exactly Alice drowned and stuff like that. And, you know, they allude to the fact maybe that, you know, the neighbor may have had something to do with this and stuff, but it's very quickly diminished.
Yeah, they
you know,
tease it.
Yeah, because then they find, you know, and that's another problem with the film too, is that there's a scene where, you know, once they're investigating this stuff, the family actually leaves for a little bit, but the brother leaves the cameras running in the house, even though he was the one doctoring all the, you know, the camera footage and you know, the pictures and stuff like that. They leave the camera running because who knows, there might actually be some disturbances. They do catch something on camera, but it's not Alice. It actually turns out to be the neighbor that she was fucking. He was in the house looking for something, and they're like, what the fuck? And so that kind of leads into them, you know, investigating, and that's when they, you know, they find the shit and stuff like that. But they kind of lean towards setting it up that, you know, the fact that she died and she had the evidence, that which was the sex tape, that he may have offed her, that they may have offed her, because they actually get up and they move like 6 months after, you know, she dies and stuff. They just kind of up and leave and shit like that and stuff. But they chalk it up to him just probably being more embarrassed and doesn't want the truth to really come out and stuff like that. But I don't know, this is one of those films that's actually a little bit hard to predict, you know, where it's kind of going and stuff, because you're like, what the fuck is going on? But it's kind of interesting because in hindsight, once the film ends and you think about the very first like line in the film where she's kind of predicting her own death and stuff like that, if you think back on that, they kind of give you the ending right in the beginning of the film. It's kind of fucked up, but I mean, if you kind of look at it like that and shit. So what did you guys actually think of the reveal of why Alice had buried her stuff, and, you know, what exactly was going on?
Mike?
Nothing. No. I thought it was all right. I mean, I really liked this movie the first time I saw it. Rewatching it for the show, I still enjoyed it. I thought like the explanations and reveals were a little convoluted though this time around, like trying to piece together the mystery of it, you know?
I just feel like where it goes and the explanation.
Like, you mean the doppelganger?
It felt like they just added in unnecessary elements to, like, it plays like a straight up.
Well, it's not even a doppelganger. She like literally sees her death.
It's so like it's okay, because I didn't know if it was like supposed to be like a ghost.
No,
like,
see what happens.
Like
the
omen.
Yeah. So that's exactly what it is. It's an omen.
Kind of like a Final Destination.
See what happens. She's at Lake Mungo, and but that's the problem with this movie, is that it just happens. Like, they reveal this part where she sees her dead self, like, you know, the body that we see that gets that gets pulled out of the water, you know, that real fucked up body and shit. She sees that at Lake Mungo, and she realizes that, holy fuck, that's like myself dead. And it's like a visual premonition of what's going to happen to her. So she freaks out because it was on camera. That's why she buries her shit and stuff. But I don't know, man. Like, do you really? I just have a hard time buying into the fact that, like, that's the reveal kind of thing.
Yeah, it feels weird because it's like that supernatural element is added to it when it doesn't seem like it was necessary.
Well, the way I look at it, though, too, I guess it doesn't reveal like exactly how she's going to die, but at the same time, it's also telling her that she is going to die presumably soon. And by the looks of that, I mean, anybody that's seen someone that's drowned, that's just what you look. That's the only way you look. You look bloated, you look white, you look fucking bad, and shit like that. Like, I mean, to me, it just seems like, okay,
if you're confronted with that, then don't you have the power to change it? I mean,
that's the thing, right? I mean, it's like, okay, I should probably stay away from some water for the time being, while, you know, kind of thing,
like,
right?
It just fuck out of Lake Mungo.
Yeah, well, she doesn't die at Lake Mungo. She dies at, you know, a different place, but that's where the shit happens at Lake Mungo. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I just think there's a little bit problems with that, you know, the way things are revealed and the way the narrative goes and stuff. But, you know, it's actually pretty. The movie itself is pretty well done. Like, I think the acting is on point for these movies, and that's, like, I've always stated. You guys have heard me say this a million times on these shows. Mockumentaries and found footage films and stuff work the best when the acting is spot on, because it's supposed to be real, right? When you're being interviewed, you're just being yourself. You're not acting, right? You need to be authentic in these in the characters that you're playing and stuff. And I think for the most part in this film, like, everyone seems pretty good, except for the father is a little bit off at times. I think in some of the interviews and stuff, I think that he kind of his emotion is just like a little bit wrong at times and shit. And same with the brother actually a little bit too. But for the most part, everyone seems very genuine, especially when they're interviewing the friends. Like those interviews seem really fucking genuine, right? Like, oh yeah, you know, she had, you know, this and that. And like she was cool. Like it just seemed it seemed great. I mean, I don't know. The whole tone of the film just kind of it's like a perfect level of tone, man. I actually really enjoy the overall kind of feel to it and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think that honestly, man, I think that they could have created a little bit more of a mystery. More, it seems like what they did with the reveal seems to be a little bit more of a shock thing. But it was just like, okay,
yeah, it is. We get the reveal and there's really no explanation behind it. Like, well, why is this happening? Like, what's the...
I don't know if there could be an explanation for her just having a premonition and seeing death and stuff like that, but at the same time, it just seems like it's out of left field too. It's like there's just nothing else there. I mean, I guess these type of shit could happen and stuff, but you know, it's not like the worst thing in the world. I kind of wish that it turned into something else, to be honest. But yeah, I honestly wanted to see more of that sex tape. It looked awesome.
Yeah, it looked like they were just getting right into it, and then it's like quick cut out of there.
Yeah, I think
because it was a sex tape with the husband and the wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah. I think one of the weirdest things, like, okay, so once the reveal happens about the brother who's doctoring the pictures and kind of fucking around with all that shit and stuff, is that once that gets revealed in the film, it really does slow down for like 20 minutes in the middle of the movie. Because then it kind of focuses on over to like where Alice had, she had went to see the, what the fuck was that guy's name? The, I guess the medium or something like that. I can't remember. But anyways, it kind of focuses on that part and how she went to see him before and stuff. And then we learn, it's obvious why she was doing that and stuff because of, she had this kind of weird premonition and shit like that. But I don't know, man. It's pretty decent. JP, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I pretty much have the same issues with you and Mike. It's decently acted. The story is told kind of cool, and I dig the doc style, the mockumentary style. But there's just some missteps in the story. It just doesn't. It just doesn't make all that much sense. Everything from like the hoaxing to the identification of the body to the actual like reveal. I will say that the end scroll was pretty cool, seeing other stuff throughout the movie and stuff where she was featured.
Yeah, the very last shot in the film is actually pretty interesting too, because it kind of puts what the brother did to it kind of I wouldn't say it faults it, but it kind of puts it in perspective that this shit could actually she could actually still be there and shit like that too. I think that's kind of interesting. I like that last shot. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that shit was like full of spoilers, by the way. I guess I'll have to put a spoiler thing at the beginning of that.
Yep.
But I mean, really, it's hard to talk about the movie without spoiling the shit out of it, because otherwise you're just talking about interviews.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these kind of are.
Yeah, because this one's like really interview heavy. It's really what it is. I mean, there's not much investigative part to it and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think a lot of the pictures and I think a lot of the the footage that the docked footage and stuff like that in it actually looks pretty fucking good. It looks pretty authentic and stuff. I think they did a great job with putting the film together. I think there's just the biggest problems are the missteps in the narrative and shit. I think they probably could have changed around some things and worked things out a little bit differently, because I mean, honestly, when you're watching a film and you're like, what the fuck? Like, you would totally make sure that body was identified 100% before you did anything. It's just a huge misstep in the narrative. It's ridiculous.
It's fine in a regular movie. You can suspend your disbelief a little bit because it's a movie, but whenever like the thing that's pulling you in is the fact that this is supposed to be a real thing, and we know there's a barrier there where we know it's not, but like you're supposed to go along for the ride with these things, but if you're questioning it, then it takes you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Ratings? I don't really got much more on it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll go first. I gave it. I think that overall it's entertaining. These are fun because there's so many things you could do with these mockumentary styles, and it's always interesting to see what people come up with and how they put it together with the editing, right? Because that's a lot of what this is, like what kind of clips they're using, because you have to have variations. Like you want to have, for a film like this, it makes sense that they're interviewing the family and stuff like that. But it's always cool to see where they take it and how creative they are with like how they frame the footage that they get or the pictures that they get, stuff like that. Because it's like, they have to come up with that. Like, okay, let's have the footage from the beach or something like that. And I like that about it. I gave it a 6.
Mike.
Shit. If I would have been reviewing this like the first time I watched it years ago, it probably would have been higher, but rewatching it for this, there's a little bit more holes in the story and how it unfolded. I still overall liked it. I still get a kick out of the reveal that she was boning the neighbors. I'll go 6 on this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit higher. I still really enjoy this movie. I think it's, for the most part, the actual technical aspects of this movie, and it's pretty entertaining for what it is, but it just has these kind of head-scratching moments that are like, why? Like, why would you do that? Like, the movie actually, like, surprisingly doesn't really have any suspense. I know in these mockumentaries and stuff, like, they vary and shit like that, but with the next movies, like, at least there is a little bit of, different suspense and shit like that. I feel like this one really is just more of, like, a head-scratching mystery, and I feel like it leaves you scratching your head even more. You're like, what the fuck, man? Like, not in a confusing... It's not even in a confusing way. The movie's really easy to follow, but it's just like, why? Like, where did this... I feel like sometimes when you throw shit out of left field, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think, in this case, it was like, it kind of works, but at the same time, you're scratching your head and you're going, what the fuck, right? But
I think that's the best way to put it, is like some of the more, I guess, horror or thriller aspects feel like they're thrown out of left field. And
I feel like the best stuff in this movie with the horror aspects and, the mystery and suspense and stuff is all dumbed down by the fact that it was all hoax.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like the brother like literally admits to it and you're like, oh, well, what the fuck, man? Like, Jesus Christ. It's like getting the rug pulled out from underneath you. You're like, shit, dude. Like, I was right there and now I'm on my ass. It's like, okay. But overall, like I said, no, I think there's a lot of great stuff going on in this film and stuff. I do like it more than you guys. I'm definitely way down from where I used to be. I think I was probably in like an 8 or something like that. But I'm going to come in at a 7 because I still think it's a solid film. I think it's definitely I think it's worthy of being noted as one of the better kind of mockumentary style films, even though it has minor missteps and shit. I think some people might be able to get past it and shit like that, but it's definitely worth a look.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So that was Lake Mungo from 2008.
Whenever something's not spoken about, I've got to ask why. It's my job as a journalist.
The plan from the start was, when we got to the tunnels, was to get to the lake, because that's where the story was.
Okay, through here. Through there?
Yeah.
It's a bit tight down there, Tubby. You reckon you're gonna make it?
Directly below one of Sydney's busiest train stations is the forgotten water resource that's causing all the controversy. If it was true that homeless were going missing, this was a big story. And this is something that we could now prove.
And moving along to The Tunnel from 2011. Also an Australian film.
Yes, yeah. The Tunnel.
Yes, The Tunnel. 2011. Okay, so quick little synopsis. An investigation into a government cover-up leads to a network of abandoned train tunnels deep beneath the heart of Sydney. As a journalist and her crew hunt for the story, it quickly becomes clear the story is hunting them. That's not bad. Okay, so
this one, good.
Oh, I was gonna say the tunnel. Yeah,
yeah. This one starts out with like more of a traditional like documentary, like interviewing people. They talk to a homeless person, which is the homeless live in these tunnels, which is very common actually. You see that in all parts of the world, right?
Yeah, of course.
Any place that has underground caverns or tunnels or whatever, you see that.
Yeah, I like the political. The thing I like about this movie is that it feels very, very genuine. I mean, the movie is about this reporter. She wants, to basically get that big break kind of story and stuff. She assembles a crew because she feels that the story of the tunnels is just, it's not what they're saying it is, kind of thing. So what happens is this, I guess the minister of health or something like that, or the water minister or something like that. So water recycling, yeah, it had something to do with the water recycling, and
there's a water project like revitalization going on.
So, but what
something
happens
like that?
But what happens is there's a guy running for the head of this, this election and stuff, and his campaign was all about this, putting in this water recycling system in the abandoned train systems and stuff like that. And so when it came time to vote and stuff, this guy ends up winning, but then the whole campaign just disappeared. And she said, and like her angle is like, well, if this was your entire campaign to get reelected, was to put in this water recycling system, and all of a sudden it just disappears, it seems fucking weird, right? Because if you're going to convince all these people to vote for you and put all this money into this project and stuff, and then just have it disappear, there's got to be more to the story than this. There has to be something going on down there or whatever. Of course, she tries to interview the mayor, and it's just not happening. This guy's not saying anything.
It's told to fuck off.
They're really not getting. They're really not getting anything out of anybody. And they're like, okay, well, since we're not getting any information about this water recycling system supposed to go down there, let's go check it out for ourselves. Yeah. And this actually kind of hilarious scene where they go to the train station, which it's literally like a working train station above, but then when you get down below, it's like there's like a whole nother part of it which was all abandoned and stuff like that. So. But they go there and they have all their filming equipment and stuff, and one of the security guards is like, no, you motherfuckers can't go down there. Right? So they essentially sneak their way down there, which is probably one of the worst things they could have done, because it's actually really cool, because there's a piece of dialogue in the film that says something on the lines of, the worst thing we could have ever done was covered our tracks. I love that piece of line, man. That's a great piece of dialogue, man.
Yeah.
Because in hindsight, it's like so fucking true, because, even though you're not supposed to be down there, if you get into trouble, you want people to know that you're in fucking trouble, right? And so I just, that piece of dialogue just like haunted me. I still remember from the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, that's great, man. I loved it. But I really like this angle, man. So they go down there and they learned that down in the tunnels, it was used for... something to do with World War II and stuff like that. They used to put soldiers down there, and it was basically set up for that they could live down there.
It was like an air raid shelter.
So it was equipped so they could actually live down there. It had bunks and it had running water and all the amenities to basically save these people from war and stuff like that. So so they come across that kind of shit like that, and while they're doing investigations and stuff, something kind of creeps out of the darkness and starts.
I thought I was watching Chud 3 for a second. I was like, dude, fucking Chud 3, Chud from Down Under.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about this movie, and the thing I really like about this movie, is that it has tons of great suspense, man. I think the way the movie's done is like, it's really it's creepy, because they set it up and it's not like you just learn it, but they're in these tunnel systems that is literally pitch fucking black. And one of the scariest thoughts that you could ever have is that when you're down there, and actually when they go down into the tunnels, they do have a map of the tunnels, but
they're noticing that there's parts of it that are wrong, and they're like, well,
exactly.
Shit.
So basically what they thought was like a very kind of generic tunnel system turns into a labyrinth, because there's a lot of tunnels that are areas that aren't supposed to be, or they're just not on the map and stuff. So they essentially, they could get lost real easy. But the scariest part about this whole thing is that they're in the pitch black in this potential area of being lost, and they only have so much battery life. in their lights. So if the lights,
that's so
if the lights burn out while they're down there, they're fucked. They literally are fucked. And they set this up so perfectly, knowing this, and when you're watching them creep through everything and it's so dark and shit, and they're like, you're just like, man, if those lights go out, man, they are so fucked. And then of course we learn that they're actually being hunted by something down there, which just really fuels the fire. And it's like, it's so suspenseful. It's done so well. I think the acting is like really, really on point in this. It's just like, you can feel the terror in their fucking, in like the dialogue and the way they're just approaching every scene and shit like that. And it has this kind of very ambiguous approach to it also. You don't really know what's going on, as they don't either. And it kind of ends up like that too, which I really do like. And and like I've said before, in certain films, you know, the ambiguous ending sometimes can be like so tedious. You're like, what the fuck? Like, why the fuck? But at the same time, you have to look at it in perspective. Sometimes it can't be revealed because they don't know either. Like, there was nothing ever revealed, in this situation, or in that situation and stuff. So I think really this whole film is just like, it really does work for me on all levels, man. I think it's fantastic, man.
I think that what's really cool about this film in particular is the tunnel underground aspect lends so well to the found footage aspect, because you actually feel like you're there because it's point of view, you know what I mean? And it's terrifying, because I think honestly, like one of my fears is like underground tunnel, tight spaces, stuff like that. It's like horrible to me, you know what I mean?
There's so many elements that are there, though. It's the fact that you don't know what's in there. You don't know like what's around the next corner, like the fact that the light's going out, like, and you're like, at one time, like a really haunting scene is actually where they come across one of the bunkers or one of the bunks, and it actually, you could tell that there was homeless people living in there before, but they're nowhere to be found. Like, there's no one around anymore and stuff. And then,
that fear of the unknown, and the fact that every step of the way they figure out, or they find that they've been lied to about like what's actually going on down there before even the quote unquote monster or whatever the hell it was starts stalking them. It's the way everything unfolds. It feels like realistic. Not that we would all find monsters in the sewer, but just the way. I mean, up to that point, it feels very realistic that like there's shit going on that you've been told, oh no, it's not. That's not true. It's all good down there, and then. I thought the tension in this really builds really well, even because it was kind of creepy, just the fact that they were kind of down there in this huge maze of sewer, the labyrinth, as you said. It was done really well. I found them very believable in kind of like their interviews, just for the mockumentary aspect of the way they dramatized everything. You would get like the comment, and then just like the steady shot on them without them commenting, like the focus on their face. And I was like, wow, they're really doing a good job to like dramatize this. But I found it good. And then when we finally do get the monster, it's like effective, and they don't, and with it being like the found footage, we're not shown too much. We're shown like just enough to make it very effective.
I think one of my favorite aspects of this film, which I think some people might even find anticlimactic, but the way the story is told is actually from, our journalist and one of the camera guy. So it's revealed right in the beginning of the film that they survived this.
I know, and that's one of the things that I think kind of sucks a little bit.
See, I actually kind of like that, because it doesn't give you any false hope either. Like, they made it out of here. Like, what is the fucking story? Like, they tell you straight up in your face, like, hey, we made it out of here. Let's see what actually happened down there and stuff. And I just really like the way it's constructed. I can see how it wouldn't work for some people. It can be a little, like I said, anticlimactic and stuff like that. But I do like this structure to the film, because it kind of adds a realism, and it adds that little potency that I feel really does work for it, because. I mean, especially considering where it goes, the ambiguity to it and shit like that. And I don't know, man. I think it really does work for it. But like I said, I can see why people wouldn't like that aspect.
I can see that when you want to see how it unfolds. Like,
yeah.
If you think of it like, you're like when you do this, when you reveal, who survives in your film during the film, I can kind of see where you're saying, well, as long as the story of like the story is suspenseful to see like what is going on, there's enough mystery to it. Of in other aspects, like the main mystery isn't who's gonna live and who's gonna die at the end. It's like what happened down there. Well, so I could kind of see where you're coming from with that.
Exactly, like, and that's what I like about it, because it's, I mean, you got to remember, this story is about uncovering this obvious government cover-up, right?
Yeah.
They had this project, they found out what happened down there, and they never went through with their shit. So now, like, that's what it's all about.
And it's fed to you very slowly too, which is always a plus in movies like this.
It is,
to
man.
Me, it feels like, to me, it feels like almost like watching an old school episode of like the X-Files, where it's like something's going on, the government's lying about it, and they're going to go figure it out for themselves with somewhat disastrous results. It's almost like, oh, you want to go find out what's going on? Okay, to your own detriment if you go down there and do it. And they bit off more than they could chew by trying to, like, you know, investigate themselves. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, it's true that we know that those two survive, but it's like there's also other people with them that are not being interviewed. So it's like, okay, what the hell happened to them?
And that's the thing. Like, I mean, you always have that to look forward to. And I mean, with Spanx or whatever his fucking name is, like the way he ends up, you know, kind of going and shit like that is real. I love that scene, man, where they're filming her hitting the bell. And like when it's happening and shit, he's picking up shit in his, because he's the sound guy. And like, for people that don't know sound that well, like, I mean, microphones can pick up shit from, it's crazy, dude. Like, you have your headphones on, you can't hear it when you don't have it, but like, you know, like, you can hear shit in the background, like, really crazy. And he keeps hearing this like fucking like voice or some shit that's going on there. And then he's like, okay, it's like, she hits the thing, it fucks up his audio, his levels peak to shit, so he goes in the other room, and then she hits it again, and then like, all you can hear is him screaming, kind of thing, right? So they go back and review the footage and stuff, and you can like hear him fucking screaming and like all these sounds and crunching. Oh, it's just fucking, I love that shit, man. It was just like haunting to me. I'm like, oh my god, ugh, nasty. But again, you know, it's done so suspenseful too, and like there's just scene after scene like that and shit that really does work on all levels and shit. And like even the footage right at the end when they get back out into the train and stuff like that with one of the guys and stuff, and like just the way that all that shit happens and stuff, to me, the footage, the way it's shot, like when the girl comes up, she's like, you got a phone kind of thing. She comes over, and it just seems like they're guerrilla shooting that too, because it seems like there's the odd person kind of walks by, and I don't know, man. I love that. It just felt so fucking real to me, man. It's just done well. It's really, really done well.
The film is definitely done very well. I think that the use of the night vision and the actual, like, you know, the actual camera work in this film feels very natural. Mm-hmm. The acting feels very natural, which, you know, like you said, that's one of the most important aspects to making, because even though, like, I heard somebody say the other day, like, found footage is a genre I'll never understand because they want you to believe something that you know is bullshit. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, yeah, but like for that brief moment, it's like you kind of let yourself, like, well, what if this was real? Like, what, like, this is what it would look like if it was real. You know, you're trying to make it, you want it to be as real looking and sounding as possible to have that another layer in between you and reality. You know what I mean? Like, we all know that none of these are real. Like, none of the found footage films are real. But
it only ever happened one time when the Blair Witch Project was being promoted, and the way they marketed that film was, it actually convinced. I mean, you got to remember what the time was. It was 99, and it was just that time where people just, it was new, it was unexpected, and people really wanted to believe with that shit. Like, but their campaign was so unbelievably believable that it literally had people convinced that they were fucking dead. It was nuts, man. Like, it'll never be recreated. And we know, like, taking that, you know, that learning experience, which obviously didn't really buy into that, but like just taking what you know from that learning experience and incorporating it into all these type of films. You know, this shit's all fiction. It's just entertainment. But at the end of the day, it's still nice to, like, convince yourself for the 90 minutes that you're watching this film that it could have been real. I mean, that's the thing with these mockumentaries, is that I mean, they're still stating something. There's still social commentary here. It's still about government corruption and the shit that always happens. Like, Australia's been full of this stuff, man. We've reviewed and talked about films many, many times with these same type of topics. Australia always deals with this corruption, this government fucking overtaking, all this type of shit. Like Dead End Drive-In's another one where it's the control factor and shit. This one doesn't really have the control factor, but it's more about covering up shit, which happens everywhere, really, with government and stuff. But it's just a prevalent theme in Australian films. I don't know if you caught on to this one, but one of the main reasons why she gets interested in this story is actually from like a YouTube video, and I'm glad that they actually that they actually, you know, talk away that, because they even laughed at her too. She's like, "Wow, I saw this YouTube video about this shit." You know, it was these guys were down in the tunnels and shit like that, and they pretty much saw something on the cameras. Right? Mm-hmm. It was captured on there and stuff. And then I like how they kind of joke with them, like, really? Like, you're going to go and investigate from a YouTube video and shit like that? But, like, at least they acknowledge that was, like, ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes you gotta go with punches, man.
Good pairing with As Above, So Below.
Yeah, man, you know, definitely that claustrophobic type feel and down below. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure, man.
In the catacombs.
Anything else on this one?
Oh, I wanted to bring up, just before, I was thinking that you were going to bring it up, but one thing that we've kind of come to a mutual agreement on about found footage films is the overuse of camera glitches and stuff, and how it's utilized in these type of films, and when it's not utilized, and, you know, just how it affects your visual, like the presentation of the film and stuff. I want to note that when the glitches start in this film, it's right after, like, there was no glitches before until the cameras dropped and also got wet and shit. The camera gets all fucked up and stuff. So
yeah, done in the correct way.
It was done in the proper way, because a lot of films that we've reviewed in the past, you'll just be like, they'll be filming shit normally, and then all of a sudden it'll just start glitching. You're like, what? When suspense, like, they're using it as a tool for suspense because it starts glitching, but that's so unbelievable because cameras just don't fucking do that. In this case, it wasn't used as that way. It was used as an after product of the camera being fucked up. Right. Mm-hmm. So it was done properly. Again, another aspect of this film that was done really well. So, but that's pretty much what I got on the movie, man. I think it's, I think that's it.
Yeah, it's a very good movie. One cool thing about it is that it actually was crowdfunded. This is an early crowdfunding experiment, 2011, almost 10 years ago, and it actually was released in non-traditional formats as well. It was basically released as a torrent.
Really?
Like, yeah, like it was actually released as it says here, it was released on DVD and stuff like that. The film has garnered much attention for its controversial release via BitTorrent. The Tunnel was the first Australian film to be distributed and promoted legally through BitTorrent internet downloading platform. A release strategy which exposed the film to tens of millions of people for free. This free and legal online release is a cooperation between the filmmaker's peer-to-peer distribution platform, Vodo, and BitTorrent Inc., which is distributing the film through an app in the client, in its client, it's kind of interesting because you always wonder, like, okay, like a film like this is a perfect film to release through BitTorrent because it's like a film that people are going to be talking about, like, oh, did you see The Tunnel? Like, it's real creepy, like scary, you know, like, where can I see it? And it's like available everywhere. But on the flip side, it really didn't do much for any of their careers that millions of people saw this movie, because the director of this film hasn't done anything since until now. They have a new film that came out that hits festivals in 2019, and it's going to hit better in be wide released in 2020. So it really, you know, the argument that, like, you know, if people are seeing your work, that's what should matter. I don't know if it's true, man, because it's their career kind of. This is a great movie. I think we all agree that, but their career did not take off after this at all.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, I mean, who knows? I mean, you do a different style of film and it might not work as well too, but I don't know. I mean,
True.
I think that they kind of got fucked on this one a little bit because it's definitely worthy of seeing, and it should have propelled and turned into more stuff for sure, but who knows? I mean, maybe the industry down in Australia is, I mean, it is a little bit different, you know, they don't produce as many films and stuff, so maybe it's just harder. I mean, they had to crowdfund this shit, right? I mean, how many times can you crowdfund your films? I guess nowadays all the time.
they actually announced a sequel back in 2012 called The Tunnel Dead End, which featured a pair of siblings who were searching for their brother who got lost in the tunnels.
Oh, they're searching for what's his name? Tangles.
Yeah, but they never
Tangles, yeah.
they never made it.
That fucking name always cracked me up all throughout the movie. Like how many damn times they said Tangles within that 20-minute period.
Well, yeah,
we gotta find Tangles. Where's Tangles? Oh no, it's Tangles.
Well, it's like such a fucked up scene though, man, because like, you know, some shit goes down and then, you know, you drop your camera and you pick it up and you start reviewing the footage and it's of someone holding the camera or filming you.
Yeah,
that's some fun. Could you imagine being down there in the pitch black with this light that's about to die and you're reviewing that shit? It's kind of interesting that they did that too, because it almost humanized whatever was down, or the creature, or the people, or the mutant. You don't really know, but they knew enough to operate that thing, so kind of cool. I like that. Ratings. Who went first last time? GP?
I went first. Yeah, I went first last time.
Mike, you go.
I'm going to give this one... what do I want to give it? I'll give it a 7.5. I enjoyed it a lot. This was actually a first-time watch for me. I'd seen the other two before, but not this one. I hadn't even heard of it. And it's one I want to revisit. Just, you know, see it a second time through, but I had a lot of fun with it. I thought it was very effectively done. I thought when they were kind of being interviewed, that was like one of my favorite aspects. I thought they were very effective the way they were being interviewed and recounting the events of what happened. They just came off very convincing to me, and it kind of enhanced the believability about, you know, what was going on down there. And yeah, I had a good time with it. It's a 7.5.
Yeah, this one is, I've stated this to many, many people over the years, that this has always been one of my favorite found footage films. I've recommended this to so many people. I've had this on so many top 10 lists, man. I've always been a huge fan of this one. I haven't watched it in a few years, but it definitely didn't really change my view of it. I think I've always kind of saw it the same. In fact, I probably even liked it even more this time. I just, you know, when you're watching it with a critical eye and you're just really enjoying the shit out of something, it's so refreshing to have that happen over, you know, since it's been out for so long and I've seen it a few times. Sometimes your rewatches can really bring it down and stuff, but I've just seen not a lot of issues with it. I think that it's just, I think everyone was cast perfect in this. I think it was edited really, really well. Like really fucking well. The idea behind it's awesome and stuff. I like the ambiguity to it, and there's just so many levels of this film that I just truly believe are just so well done. And for me, it's kind of a staple for this, you know, the subgenre of horror films. The Tunnel. That's why I always recommend this to people. I've had people say they didn't care for it. It is what it is. I mean, everyone's got different opinions and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. Just the way they project the journalism is like real journalism, but. You know, at the end of the day, man, the truth always doesn't come to light. Like, literally, right? But yeah, I'm coming in at 9.5 out of 10. It's one of my all-time favorites. I love this movie.
Wow. I like this movie a lot. I think that it's effective in the storytelling aspect as well as the found footage aspect. I think what's probably my favorite aspect of it is that it's actually scary and it's actually suspenseful and it's actually, you know, claustrophobic, and it's like an intense watch, you know. I recommend watching this with the lights out and like, you know, not in the middle of the day or something, like at night. But yeah, I'm coming in pretty high as well, not as high as you, but I gave it an 8.5.
Cool. Yeah, man. I'm glad you liked it so much. It's good. Fucking Mike coming in with the fucking terrible ass. I'm just joking, buddy. I'm just joking.
I could totally see if I rewatched it, maybe even liking it more.
You know, I think it's just a lot of people that like watch films like this. Like, if you don't appreciate the subject, like I was never like I went in stages with found footage, though. To be honest,
I love them. I used to just think they were like, whatever. Some are good, some are bad. But a really good found footage film, dude, really works for me.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, right. And that's what I kind of learned about found footage. I'm like, there's going to be some bad ones, there's going to be some really good ones, but if you sift through the shit, man, you're going to find those gems. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of really great ones out there, and I think The Tunnel is definitely one of those ones that is refreshing. So
911, what are you reporting? Sorry, did you say something bad?
Yes, it's a really bad happened. She's bleeding.
Where is she bleeding from?
Good morning, Maryland. I am in Claridge, the host of our annual July 4th party.
But moving along, man, to the following year, 2012, with a film directed by Barry Levinson. Fuck off. It's called The Bay. I can't talk right now. It's late. Levinson. Called The Bay. Synopsis. Chaos breaks out in a small Maryland town after an ecological disaster occurs. Now, this movie is also really scary. Because this shit could really fucking happen.
Dude, this one feels so real to me. I was just like, wow, dude, this is...
Yeah, man. I really fucking enjoyed it. I saw this movie when it first came out and thought it was great. And I hadn't seen it since, man. This is only my second time I've ever watched. I think it's only my second. I don't know. But it was like watching it yesterday. I must have been glued to this thing because I just remembered everything that was happening. It was crazy. But these type of stories are fucking scary because it's literally mostly caused by us. You know, it's just, this shit could really fucking happen. Like, you know,
what it is happening. I mean, not necessarily
not to this level, but I'm just saying,
like the horror aspect, but the fact that the government lies about water and cleaning things up just to save face, and then you find out that they weren't doing shit about it. Well, in this movie, literally, because I think they said like they at the beginning they caught like them dumping pig shit or something into the water.
It's the chicken shit, but I mean
the chicken shit, yeah.
So basically, the premise of the film is like there's these this is outbreak. It's July 4th. It's Independence Day in the United States in this small little Maryland town, and basically what's happened is the story is being told by this journalist who was there on the day. This is, I think she's telling the story. Well, it's present day, but I think it happens in 2009. 2009, the story takes place. And right away, we know that she survives because she's telling this story. And how the story is told is from all the footage that was captured from that day. Not only from her and her cameramen, but like everybody that was filming on their cameras and shit like that. And how they accumulated all this footage was when she wanted to tell the story, they set up this website and stuff where if you had footage from, you know, these events of these days and stuff, it was sent to this website, and the whole movie was compiled. The whole story was compiled through all this footage and stuff, and it's like really disastrous because almost every piece of footage is like people just fucking dying, you know, getting eaten up by these kind of larvae of isopods and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So these kind of mutated isopods that essentially is being created by us. You know, I mean, we learned in the movie that at one time there was like a nuclear reactor that was leaking, and you know, it wasn't supposed to be hitting the water, but who knows, it could have leaked already into there and stuff. And and also there's like these chicken farmers and stuff, and they dump all the waste into the bay area and stuff.
Dude, like the part where you're seeing the like night footage of the dude, he's like, this is all chicken shit. Like it's like scary, dude. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's like mountains, dude.
It is so nasty, and I like this kind of setup and shit like that, because we learn these things, and then, you know, it's July 4th, and the mayor is like he's talking about how they have the best water in Maryland, and he's drinking all this water and shit like that. But, you know, it's the government not really, you know, doing proper testing and shit like that. And this is very prevalent. You know, they'll say, and that's so scary to think about this, man. We read labels and we really trust that's what's on the nutritional facts and stuff. But is it true? You know, like the shit that government's telling you, do they really test this stuff or really well? Of course, they're going to show you that and stuff. But this is the hypothetical, you know, situation that could possibly happen. You know, if this is the result of their lives and shit like that. It's very extreme, but I mean, at the same time, this shit could really, that's what's so fucking scary about this, man. It's like mutated these isopods, and to the point where they became almost man-eaters, man. They were like literally eating through shit and killing everything and stuff, and it's just like, holy fuck, dude, it's absolutely insane. So basically people are being infected with this larvae through the water, the drinking water. That's the kind of the core of the story. You know, the mayor and everyone's assuring everyone that the water's all good. We learn very fast it's not. So people are ingesting this larvae, which they actually, it's kind of cool how they tell the story too, because the larvae is rapidly growing. It's growing into these huge ass, almost like cockroach sized isopods that are eating their way out of your body. And what it's doing at first, it's causing like a rash. You're getting like these blisters on you and shit. And it's kind of frantic the way they tell the story, because you have all these people kind of going to this hospital, and this doctor's like, I have no fucking idea what the hell to do with this.
This movie is fucking scary, dude.
Yeah, dude. So this guy's this guy's a really, you can tell he's a good fucking doctor, and he's like, I don't have a fucking clue. I'm trying all this shit and nothing's working.
He's calling the CDC.
So he calls up CDC.
What the fuck?
He calls up Disease Control Center and stuff like that, and it's like, holy shit,
they're kind of even like, what the fuck, dude?
Because at first you would think that these guys might know, but they're not part of the government. They're literally part of the disease control. So they're like trying all this shit, and then, you know, their story kind of develops and stuff, and then they realize that, you know, I mean, the hard thing about this is that there's a point in the film where you realize that this is not going to end good, man. This is not good for anybody. It's very, very downbeat, and the way the story is told with the footage and stuff, and it's like, she's like, yeah, this is so and so, and you know, this is what they were doing right before they died, and it's just like over and over again. It's just like embedded into your mind, and it's shown over and over again. Like, it's very depressing, but it's just very realistic, because if this shit was to actually happen, this is probably how it would go down. It's crazy, man. I mean, these type of outbreaks have happened before. Perfect
setting too, with the Chesapeake Bay 4th of July. Never really heard this one brought up for 4th of July horror, but definitely one that, like, I gotta own this. I don't even own this film.
There's a few Independence Day ones, but yeah, this is definitely one that I think I'd actually forgot about that was even on Independence Day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You never hear this one brought up as a 4th of July.
It's a great example of art imitating life, because like 20 somewhat years ago, Chesapeake Bay was like becoming insolvent, and they had to go through like a whole project to fix it up. And, you know, it's very common just for government in general. I mean, you know, they'll pass a legislation called the Clean Water Act, and everyone's like, well, I'm in favor of clean water. But then you read the bill, and the Clean Water Act actually allows for more pollution into the water. It's all government like fuckery. And it is, so to me, this is just, you know, and watching this movie, the way it's presented, it reminds me of like that when like YouTube and just online videos and stuff were a little bit newer, and you would go on there and watch, like, you know, multiple pieces of news kind of clipped together, where it just had that kind of frantic, everything felt like a conspiracy when you were watching, because you wouldn't get like, you know, these long documentaries and news programs. You would get like bits and pieces of like cut and pasted.
That's one of my
first-hand
favorite
accounts.
One of my favorite things in found footage movies is like the montage of news clips. It just like adds this eeriness to everything, where you're just
because it feels very amateurish, like, but purposely, like, but well crafted. like it's like these aren't like news professionals or, you know, professional journalists. It's like just people trying to figure shit out, and they're piecing together what they can with their own resources, which are not going to be like a professional news organization. They're kind of like, you know, they're concerned citizens as opposed to like, you know, these lifelong journalists, and they're going on the scene themselves and with a camera and just trying to figure out what they can. They're trying to interview people. People are blowing them off. It's just so well done, and it feels very authentic.
The most impressive aspect of these type of films is the editing to me. Just what they choose to show, how they plan it out. Because like they're not taking clips that exist. They have to create each of the clips that they use.
Yeah,
you know
it's a full production. But the thing I like about it too is that they go the extra route and they actually film on like these camera phones or these cameras on these phones and like all these different types. So the footage all looks different and shit like that. So
and it's a very big time capsule because like
you're putting in that extra effort.
You know, 8, 9, 10, 11 or whatever, you know, quality of, you know, cell phone recordings and stuff is just so less good than it is now. So it's really interesting to see. Yeah, it adds like a green, like a scary like feel to it too, though. You know, like gritty.
Mm-hmm.
And it adds kind of like a us against the establishment feeling,
and it
like,
also hides some of the flaws in you know. Like when it's kind of grainy and shitty looking, it can hide some of the flaws, whether it's like CG or you know, the practicals and stuff like that. It's kind of cool.
Except for the one point where the fucking isopod comes flying. I think it's with one of the divers and shit or something like that. It looks really bad.
There's a few rough CG things in there.
But I mean, for the most part, like the gore and stuff in this is actually like, I mean, all the gore, and I think the only CG that's in the film is a couple scenes with the isopods and
even
like
the fish where they're showing the parasites in the fish and stuff. It's gross. It's like makes your skin crawl.
Oh, that actually reminds me of like the opening where the film starts out and stuff with all the dead animals everywhere and like all that real footage.
Yeah,
all that real footage, because that footage was from outbreaks and shit like that, and like it's showing you right away like this has happened, and you can tell from that footage it's all fucking real. I mean, some of that footage I think we've seen before, but it's showing you right up front, and then it really does set the tone, and it sets the film up so great, you know, to have that realistic and, you know, that just that not even hypothetical, you know, this could be the inevitable someday, you know, kind of thing. And I think it really does work. It's very haunting and shit. But I think, again, you know, like you said, man, the editing, and there is like a million different types of shots in this film, and like it's kind of funny, it's all shot in this one area, but there's so many different characters and so many different things that are kind of that make up the meld of this film, and I think it's just so well done. There's a lot of production value in this. You know, it might not look like that to the, you know, to the layman's, but there really is, man. There's a lot of effort put into this, and you know, the editing is just, it's the big fucking factor in this one. I think the acting in this is pretty spot on too. I think a lot of the scenes seem very authentic, you know, just, you know, everyday shit, you know, with like the girl, the high school girl and her boyfriend, and she's like, yeah, you know, this is so-and-so, and this is right before she dies. She jumps in the water and then gets attacked by these isotopes and shit, and it's like, I still am very confused on how why the boyfriend, it almost seems like he doesn't want to go in, but then he falls in the water or something, because he doesn't like, yeah, I'm coming in after you, know, kind of thing. He doesn't really try to save his girlfriend. It seems like he more or less fell off the dock and then fucking, you know, got eaten up and shit. But that was one thing that bugged me about this, because they said they never found the bodies. I was like, what? That was kind of weird. So I don't know how they wouldn't be able to find the fucking bodies. I mean, they would have turned up. It's not like they were eating everything. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah, this whole movie has a very authentic feel to it. Like that's what it, like this feels like something you would come across in that era, like on YouTube, and you'd just be like totally enamored with like, oh, what the hell is this? Like, what, this took place where, when, like, and you would almost like believe that it was real.
Did you guys ever like look at who the director is?
Yeah.
It's like weird. Like I expected it to be somebody younger.
Yeah, no, this guy's done like a lot of.
Dude, he did Rain Man.
Yeah.
And Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah,
that's kind of very weird.
No, this guy's done lots of shit. I actually was gonna list off some of the films he did. I know he did Disclosure too, I think, in Sphere and stuff, but
give me more.
Yeah, he did some pretty notable films and shit like that. Wag the Dog, another one. Dennis.
What a weird movie to have in his filmography.
Which one?
This one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is the one that's not like the others.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, this is very different.
But I mean, if you do look
you normally
at his
wouldn't think it's like a young man type film, like a modern. It shows he has a very big range.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he has an eye for like the times and all that. Because you're right. It feels like this would have been made by someone more attuned to like the modern era of stuff.
Like, look at this shit, man. Good Morning Vietnam, Rain Man, Bugsy, Toys, Jimmy Hollywood, which I love that movie. Disclosure, Sleepers, Wag the Dog, Sphere. Fuck, this guy's done Bandits.
Oh, and he
Man of the Year. Wow, this guy
executive produced like a lot of Oz.
Yeah, this guy's had an interest. Definitely dabbled in a lot of different types of genres and different films and stuff. So, but yeah, this is definitely. I wonder how this project came about. Like, hey, we have this idea.
He said that he was doing a documentary on like an actual like pollution thing.
Oh, okay.
And he stopped doing it because he found out that somebody else had done like something very similar. But then he like kept thinking about the idea of like.
And obviously, at the time in 2012, found footage was booming. Right, this is in the time where there was fucking. It seemed like 5 films a week were coming out that were found footage. So, but why not jump on that bandwagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, there's one part in this film, man, that just like. I don't know if it's the cop that like if he's kind of going a little bit crazy or whatever, or if he just wants people to stay away from him. But then when he shoots the dude and then fucking caps himself off, is that like kind of like a minor misstep in the film where, because it doesn't seem like these isopods are making people go crazy and shit. They're just being infected and, you know, essentially succumbing to their infection.
I thought it was because he knew he was all fucked up, and if people came like too close, that like maybe it would spread to them. So
but it's
he was
funny
trying to ward them off.
I get that, but it plays out like he's acting a little bit crazy. Like he's really. I mean, he knows that he's, you know, so bad that he's going to infect other people. I mean, there's no evidence of this either. It just comes across as that he's being a little bit crazy. And he's like, I got a gun, and this dude steps out and he gets capped off and then he fucking shoots himself. But
yeah, could have been delirious at that point, maybe a little crazy.
But I found it interesting because nobody else, there's not one other scene in the film that has somebody going a little bit crazy. I mean, besides, the girl in the back of the police car actually like just a couple minutes later in the film, but that's not, she's actually she's wanting to help. It's like she needs fucking help. She's asking for help kind of thing. But I mean, that's where I get confused with it too, because this guy's like acting polar opposite and she's like, you know, overly freaking out and trying to get help and stuff, which it appears that she's attacking, but she's not. So I don't know, it's strange, right? It's just kind of a strange thing. Do you know that part, JP?
Sorry, I was reading something. I didn't hear what you were talking about.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Just missteps all over the fucking place. Okay, there's a scene in the film where I thought was a little bit of a minor misstep because there's no indication that people are going being infected to the point where they're going crazy and shit.
Yeah, like I didn't like that. I don't like when it breaks the rules of like what we know. And honestly, that whole people going crazy over like it just is like overdone. It takes it actually a step away from like the more like realistic tone that this film has like the entire time.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because people are just being infected. They're being, you know, whatever's happening to them and shit like that. And then all of a sudden you have this scene with this cop and he shoots this other guy and he's acting all crazy and then he shoots himself. And I'm just like, but then nothing else happens like that the rest of the movie and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so random that they would put that in there because that's not what they were. I don't think that's what they were trying to suggest, that this was making people go crazy, like Romeo like crazies or some shit like that, right? So I don't know. I thought that was a little bit of a minor misstep, but, you know, overall, it's pretty damn good. I got to say, man, the girl that plays the journalist in this, like, in the footage from, you know, the time this is taking place, she has, like, short hair, and then when she's telling the story, she's got a little bit longer. Fuck, she looks like a totally different person. I think the first time I watched this, too, I was like, what? That's the same person? And I think it happened to me again. I was like, oh, yeah, it is the same person. Holy fuck. Like, it's amazing what hair can do to someone. Totally changes your appearance hardcore, but yeah, good shit, man. Good shit.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent.
Yeah. I love this one. This is my favorite of the three.
I thought that whole sequence, like, I think it's right around the part with the cop, but I think it's like leading up to that where they're kind of, you know, this is well into the movie where they're just driving through the town and you're kind of seeing the after effects of everything where there's just bodies all over the place. And I thought that was just creepy because it's like they were really unable to help stop anything. It's like happened. It's now after the fact of it, and it's just really creepy driving around a town that's just been ravaged.
Yeah, and it's very haunting what she says too. She's like, and here comes so and so and her husband and they're bringing their baby into this, and they don't know where they are and like what's happening. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's fucking crazy. But that's the reality. If it was a reality, right? You know, so it's kind of scary. But yeah,
ratings.
I guess I'm first.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good movie, man. It's legitimately fucking scary. You know, the majority of the film takes place in the daytime because that's when the majority of the shit was happening. But it just creates this like real creepy, fucking just nasty kind of tone to it, and it's just it's in the aspect of it being so real. You know, this is definitely something that could really, really happen, and probably will happen one day because man is a bunch of fucking shitheads, and we dump chicken shit into waters and let nuclear reactors leak into waters, and we do crazy ass shit and lie and deceive and stuff. So this is inevitable. So if you live near Maryland and a bay, I'd probably get the fuck out of there. So
shoot, if you just live on either coast with any bay.
Yeah, right. Really.
I mean, shoot. What do you think the people in Flint, Michigan think? Because their water got all fucked up. So I mean, it really doesn't even have to be a bay. Just anywhere where your water supply's getting messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. But overall, really good, man. Again, like some of the editing in this film is just fantastic. I actually really, the scene that you were talking about where, you know, the husband and wife and the kid come into the town. I like the way that scene's edited because it's actually taken from like, you know, some of the, you know, the street cams and shit, and just the way it's all edited, it's just done so well, man. There's just a lot of thought process put into that instead of just having him, you know, have his camera and stuff. They do different angles with the street cams and shit. I think that's really awesome. But, yeah, man, just fucking scary ass movie, man. Really, really scary. I think it's kind of hilarious. Like at the end of the movie, because you're thinking like, is there like a resolution to this? And like, yeah, you know, they just dumped a shitload of chlorine into the water and killed off all the isopons. I'm like, what? I guess that would work, right? I mean, you would have to dump a motherfucking fuckload of chlorine into the water to do that. But I mean, I guess it's strong enough to kill him, kind of thing. But there was actually one thing in the film that I thought about the first time I watched this, and it totally caught my attention again. She says towards the end of the film that it was shocking that some people didn't get infected, and she doesn't know why. They're like, but they leave it at that. They don't try to explain it away that they were just immune, because you're not immune. No one's immune to larvae. It's just impossible. If you're ingesting something, you can't be immune to that. So
maybe it's because they had AIDS in their blood, and the larva was like, "No, we can't do this."
I knew somebody was coming. I knew somebody would say something retarded like that. But like honestly, though, because I mean, even if you were there for 1 or 2 days, you drank the water. Let's face it, you had some of the water. So, and that's how you were being infected. So, like, I mean, how are some people not infected? That's pretty bizarre.
Yeah,
so.
It's interesting though. I mean, that's a MacGuffin, is what it is. There's no answer to it.
It's just funny that they even bring. I think if she hadn't even said it.
Well,
you wouldn't even know that.
No, you wouldn't know that, but like, I mean, it's like they're thinking ahead to like questions that the audience are going to have and try to at least acknowledge it.
But there was never alluding to the fact that everyone didn't get infected.
I guess so.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there was never one moment where you were like, there was people that didn't get infected. Like, I never questioned that until she said, and it was weird, because some people actually didn't get infected. We can't figure out how. And I'm like, what? How?
Well, what
fuck
about
is that
her?
possible? Exactly. Right? I mean, she was there investigating. She was probably there the whole time, probably had some water of some sort, or
so maybe you would have questioned that. Like, well, how didn't she get infected?
It's funny. I never even thought of that until you mentioned that, but that's good. You know, that's a good point, because she's not referring to herself. She's actually referring to other people, which is actually kind of interesting in itself that she doesn't refer to herself, because she was there along with those other people. Interesting. Not really a big deal, but very, very strong, solid film. I think this is, again, one of the best found footage / mockumentary style films out there. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10, man. I can't. There's something about CG in parts that are just like whatever, but for the most part, it's very, very minor. But it's legitimately scary. I think The Bay and The Tunnel is actually kind of a good double feature, man. 2 films that are scary, man. Different types of scary. You know, one's suspenseful scary. This one's just scary in the thought that it's real as fuck.
Yeah. Yep. I think this shit's scary. I think this one was definitely my favorite one, just because it was like, I was just really into the whole idea, and like it just felt very unsettling. Even though the other one did too, The Tunnel definitely did too. But yeah, I don't know. I just think the topic of this one was maybe a little bit more interesting. That's why I would probably say I was into this one a little bit more. Both very good though. I gave this one a 9 out of 10.
Cool. Mikey.
You know what? This is probably my favorite out of the 3 too. And rewatching it for the show, I think I like it even better this time. And I'm sitting way back in my chair, so I was far away from the mic. I'm going 9 out of 10.
9s across the board.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's close, but no cigar.
Yeah. It's hard to get in the hall for a reason.
Yeah, it is. That's why we made it so difficult. Because otherwise, movies like Midlamer get in.
Midlamer is in.
Yeah, it should be in on principle.
We should actually create like a hall of Famers and induct Midsommar into there.
Man, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of movies that have 27 and 27.5. Like, there is a lot of films that are sitting right on that cusp, man.
Oh, dude, there's so many that have 27.5.
I know, man. I know for a fact there is.
Overrule Moodslamer.
I should fucking gather up, make a list of all these movies that have a 27.5, and then bring Derek on there and review all these movies.
You know what, though, man? I give props to Derek for actually giving us a pretty solid show. Not saying that other people don't, too. Actually, Sam has given us a lot of great shows. Sano, the Trilogy.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave us
Mike.
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah, dude.
But yeah,
that's another. I'd actually like to do a Mike Volume 2.
Yeah, there's so much Mike.
There's just so many. Dude, I literally have like 40 plus movies. Fucking Mike has so many movies. It just fucking does so many of them. It's insane. The guy's incredible.
I just picked up Blade of the Immortal, and I was like,
dude,
Carly.
Oh my god!
I was like, Carly, you know this man made 100 fucking movies, and I'm not talking like some shot on video bullshit either. No. Like, a lot of them are fucking real movies, and like
most of them are. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, his output. And you know, the crazy thing is that like he doesn't just do like 70-minute movies. Like, a lot of his movies are 2 hours plus, and you're like, what the fuck? Production value is crazy. He's got an interesting mind, man. He really does.
Yeah, I've liked everything I've seen from him. I haven't seen nowhere near as many as some people have. I've probably seen like 6 maybe, but I've liked everything he's done.
Yeah. Okay, so that is going to conclude episode 174 here. What do we got going on next week? I'm pretty sure that we decided this, but it was so fucking long ago because this episode turned out to be really long.
A director's spotlight on David Cronenberg.
So
3 Cronenberg films. I'm very excited for that. We need to get a guest for that, for sure. We are doing Shivers, which I've seen and like. Is that the one in the apartment complex?
Yes.
Yeah. I always get Rabbit and Shivers confused. And then we are doing The Brood, which I've never seen. And then we are doing Videodrome, which I love. So
yep, cool, man. Got
pretty
some
solid
Cronenberg.
show. Cronenberg. It's about time the only Cronenberg we ever really talked about is The Fly in '86, and I think we might have talked about Crash briefly in '96.
It was only the second Canadian director spotlight we've done.
Who was the first?
Ryan Nicholson.
Oh yeah, that was the first director spotlight too.
Was it really? Crazy.
Yeah. We could do a Ryan Nicholson Volume 2 one day.
We've had other Canadian directors in feature reviews like Black
Bob
Christmas,
Clark,
of course,
yeah.
Bob Clark and stuff. But
What
yeah.
all flip? What? 3? He did 3 horror films. Bob Clark.
Yeah, he started out. Yeah, he did 3 in the beginning of his career, and that was it.
Yeah, that sucks.
You know, the most fascinating thing about Bob Clark that's always tripped me out, man, is the fact that he did 2 really, really famous Christmas movies in completely different genres.
Dude, I've literally mentioned that all the time. I'll be at work and like on Christmas Eve and Christmas Story will be on, and people will be like, I'll be like, do you guys know that this guy made like the best Christmas horror movie too? And of course nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. Have you ever watched them back to back, like popped in Black Christmas and then just popped in Christmas Story?
I can't say I've ever done that.
I just thought of that right now. I don't think I've ever done it before either. I've watched them in, proximity, but like never back to back. Like that's kind of trippy.
I always hate when I find a director where I really like their work and they only did like 3 horror films. Like, because I really like all 3 of Bob Clark's films. The Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things made my top 10 of 72. And then Death Dream is awesome. I love Death Dream.
Well, I mean, yeah, he only directed 3, but I mean, he kind of had the general idea and premise for Halloween, though, too. So,
yeah, it's just like another guy's Michele Suave. I really like
Suave, yeah.
I really like his. I really like 3 of them, and the sect's decent. It's just too damn long. I wish
but Cemetery Man is arguably one of the best '90s horror films. It's so good.
It is
so good, man.
And The Church is awesome too. And hell, like I was watching Stage Fright. I just popped on Shudder the other night, and they just play. They run just movies live streams.
Yeah.
And I just popped on, saw what was on, and Stage Fright was on, probably like the last act of it, and I finished watching it just because I was like, oh, this is like all the best stuff. This is the last act.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, again, that is going to conclude this episode here. Mike, thanks again for coming on the show and doing your thing. Thank you for falling asleep and snoring on me. That was fucking... You know what the funniest thing about that is the fact that you had just mentioned, I think, pre-show that you've never fallen asleep on a podcast before.
Well, I had to do everything for the first time.
That was the best fucking shit ever. I'm like, wow. It's like it just came around to haunt him or something.
He was just like, he was talking about snoring.
He was talking about fucking Willis Wheeler falling asleep on a podcast and shit, and he kept it in there. I'm like, fuck. And that,
Listen, I don't blame him. You make us record at ridiculous times.
Yeah, when Willis fell asleep, that was like a normal time though. At like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
The shit was like
you make us do 5-hour shows.
Oh, it's all my fucking man. This is some bullshit, man. Me and Mike in the same time zone. I'm still fucking energetic.
6:13 a.m. Like if I had to work right now, I would be like late for work right now.
Yeah, I'm like a 5:30 a.m. wake up call though for work. So it's like even though I'm West Coast, I'm still like early fucking
schedule.
Yeah. But I don't care. I woke right back up when I heard my name.
You did. It would have been weird if like we couldn't get you back up.
You actually did. You were talking in your sleep at first. You said something, and then when I fucking screamed it out, you're like, "What?" It's like, oh my god, that's classic fucking 22 shots.
Well, it doesn't hurt or help that I fucking drank like 8 beers, so I like
I think he's taking over the reins of drinking on the show, man. Because
I brought like 3. Well, initially when we first started, I brought like few beers in here with me, but because we were bullshitting so long before we actually started, I drank all those before we even started.
Yeah, that was kind of the misstep right there, man. That's funny, man. Oh yeah, just I could hear you drinking. I was like, oh, I want a beer, man. I want a beer. But that's probably why I'm still doing really good, because I haven't drank anything. So, but yeah, man. JP, you want to take us out of here? Mikey, again, thanks for coming on, and yeah, see you in the near future again.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be back.
Yeah, especially because Jeremy, listeners, is on hiatus for at least another 4 weeks, I believe. So, we will make do with what we can. We're
gonna have a revolving door of hosts. So who knows? We might have Day back on. I don't know. Just depends who can do it and what's going on and shit like that. So we don't know, but we will still be around. So.
All right, guys. Thank you for listening. I want to shout out Mike. Check out No More Room in Hell, which you guys just did an episode. I don't know what the titles were. I forget. It was 2 movies. What were they?
The Last Winter, and what the hell was the other one? Ghost Keeper.
And Ghost Keeper.
That's also a cool show.
Also check out Fresh Cuts, which they just posted their Grudge episode. I assume Underwater will be later this week.
It shall.
And also check out Moods' YouTube channel, Moods616, my YouTube channel, Double Shot J, as well as my brand new podcast, His and Her Movie Podcast, aka Double HMP or Triple HMP if you want to throw the horror in there. And I think you guys are gonna get a kick out of it. I actually think it's like some of the better, stuff that I've done besides this show. This is probably going to be my baby from here on out. That's not 22 shots, especially if I have to, I got some stuff going on right now, but, also, website 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com, email 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com, Twitter 22 shots podcast, Facebook, /group/22 shots podcast, as well as, Porphilia, of course.
Just check the fucking description down below, man. All the links are down there.
Yeah, I gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
We're all out. We'll see you guys next week with some maple syrup. And hey, do you guys really squirt that in the snow and then scoop it up with a stick and eat it?
I've never even heard that before.
Because I've been seeing it online where they get a stick, they squirt a bottle of maple syrup in the snow outside, let it slightly harden, grab a stick and roll it up into a Tootsie Pop.
What in the fuck? It's got to be an East. That's fucked up, man. I've never seen or heard of anyone doing that before. That's actually disgusting, dude. That's fucking snow.
Yeah, I was like, you guys,
dude, snow does not taste good, man. That's gross. Ew. Stop ruining the awesome maple syrup with snow.
I just want to go up there and get some poutine.
That's got to be some of those loony ass fucking
poutine, man. I don't know why that hasn't caught on down here. It's so good.
No, you know what sucks is
so crazy.
you can get poutine in a couple places here, but they treat it like it's some fucking gourmet thing where they overcharge for it, where up there it's like a common everyday thing. Yeah, exactly.
It's literally 2 of the cheapest of cheap foods. French fries potatoes are fucking so cheap, and gravy is, I'm sure, not too expensive either. Scallions, okay, whatever. It depends on how you get it, but I love poutine, and there's 2 places here that have it, and I get it almost every time I go to those places.
If you ever get oh man, I can't remember where I was, but I think it might have been in Edmonton or something. But I had this pulled pork poutine one time. Oh my god, it was fucking so good, dude. It's just so rich and ridiculously filling. But yeah, pulled pork.
The one place we have down here does their main dish isn't a regular poutine. It's a pulled pork one.
Oh yeah. That's pretty cool. There's actually a couple places, very very famous poutine places around, but they have 20 or 25 different fucking types of poutine. It's gets out of control. Completely out of control, man. But Oh, now I want poutine. Fuck. Okay. All right, guys, we're out of here. Deuces.
Peace.